Adi Parva. 1. On the banks of the Ganga. The king had always been fond of hunting. It was a passion with him. He had reached the banks of the river Ganga. It was there he saw her. She was like a vision. There she stood, her skin glowing like gold. Her eyes were large and lustrous, and her hair which she was combing with her fingers was long, looking like the proverbial rahu trying to envelop the moon. He stood rooted to the spot drinking her with his eyes. It seemed to him that a nymph from the high heavens had descended on the earth to feast his eyes, and only his eyes. He approached her. She turned on hearing the noise and looked at him. A blush suffused her face which became downcast. A smile hovered on her lips. Her toe was tracing patterns on the ground below, and her fingers, which were like ivory sticks, twined and untwined the strands of her dark hair. A moment later she lifted her eyes and looked at him. He knew then that she cared for him. He went near her. He took her reluctant hand in his and said, "You are so very beautiful. I want you to be mine. I am Shantanu, the king of Hastinapur. I love you. I cannot live without you." She smiled and said, "The moment I looked at you I knew that I had to be yours. I will be your queen. But there is a condition. You must not cross me in anything at any time. The moment you displease me I will go away from you never to return." "So be it," said the love-lorn monarch and led her to his city. She was, to him, the ideal wife, a companion in every sense of the word. She pleased him immensely with her charm, her beauty, her sweet words and her many good qualities. He lost count of time when he was with her. She was called Ganga. Days passed by, months too. Ganga bore the king a son. His joy was immense. At last, a son and heir had been born to adorn the time-honored throne of the great Pauravas. He hastened to the queen's chambers. He was told that she was not there. He heard that she had hurried to the banks of the river Ganga with the newborn child clasped in her arms. He could not understand. He hurried to the river bank. There his horrified eyes saw a scene, which he could never blot out from the tablets of his memory. Ganga, his dear beloved Ganga, had just flung the newborn child into the river. There was a look on her face which teased him for days together. She looked as though a great load was off her mind. He wanted to ask her. But he could not. He remembered the promise he had given her, that he would never, never cross her and displease her. It happened again a year later. And again. And again. 7 of the king's sons were thrown into the river by Ganga. The king was silent. Love, they say, is blind. But no. It is an extra eye which sees only the good in the beloved, blind to all the other faults. Ganga meant his very life to the king. But then, the desire for an heir was just as powerful. He knew no peace. A year passed thus. The 8th child was born. Ganga rushed to the river with the child clasped in her arms. The king was speechless with grief and anger. He rushed behind her. He held her back. He spoke harshly to her for the first time. He said, "What inhuman act is this? I cannot bear it any longer. I cannot see all my sons destroyed like this. Why do you do it? How can a mother, or anyone for that matter, break the stem of a flower ere yet it blooms? Please give me this one son. I cannot keep silent any longer." There was a strange smile on the lips of Ganga. It was sad and it was happy too. She spoke very gently to the king. She said, "My lord, the time has come when I must leave you. You have broken your promise. I must hurry away from here. This child of ours will live. I will take him with me and give him back to you when the time comes. I will call him Devrath. His other name will be Gangaya." The king was numb with woe. He could not follow all that she was saying. He knew only this: the woman who meant everything to him was about to leave him forever. And all because he had asked her not to kill his 8th son. He looked at her with mute appeal in his eyes. Words came to his lips. Why do you do this to me? Can you not see that my life is bound up in you, and that I cannot live without you? You cannot abandon me and go away. Ganga, you loved me once. In the name of that love I implore you, do not leave me and go away. A look of pain crossed the beautiful face of Ganga. She said, "Oh my lord, can you not realize that I am going because I must? I am Ganga. I belong to the heavens. Because of a curse, I had to live the life of a mortal on this earth. You were the great king Mahabharat in your previous birth. You were once with Indra in his court. I came there. You looked at me with eyes full of desire, and I wanted to feel yours. The celestials did not like it. They sent me to the earth to be the wife of Mahabharat, who was to be born as Shantanu, the son of Pradipa. Thus our life of love became possible. We have been happy. My lord, do not try to stem the tide of time. Things that have been ordained to happen will happen. Not you, nor I, nor all the gods in the heavens can alter the order of things to come." The king looked puzzled. He said, "Still I do not understand. Why then, the killing of these 7 children who were born to you and me? Was that also part of the curse?" "Yes," said Ganga. "These 8 children are the 8 Vasus who were cursed to be born on this world. I had promised them that I would bear them and grant them release from this life the moment they were born. But this 8th has been cursed to live a long life on this earth. Hence he has been allowed to live. Do not grieve, my lord. I will give you your heir, and I will take care that Lai is prepared in a manner suited to the role he has to play, the heir to the throne of the illustrious Pauravas. When the veil of illusion is torn and the eyes are allowed to look on truth, the eyes, we find, are not strong enough to do so. It was so with the king. Ganga, the goddess from the heavens, thought fit to play wife to him. But Shantanu, a mere mortal, was not great enough to bear that honor. His mind refused to face the truth. He was dumbfounded when he heard all that Ganga had to say. It was too much for him. He could see just 2 things. First, his Ganga would leave him forever, never to come back. The other realization was that he had a son now, a son to uphold the name of the Pauravas. It was easy for Ganga to follow the emotions that passed through the mind of Shantanu. With a look of pity mingled with love, she looked at the king and said in a gentle voice, "My beloved, please do not be unhappy. I will take excellent care of our son. He will be a great man. He will be greater than all the Pauravas who have graced the throne of the race of the moon." Ganga faded away from sight. Shantanu spent hours reliving the moments filled with pain, the last few moments with Ganga. With a sigh of resignation he turned away slowly and wended his way homewards, a home where loneliness, utter loneliness awaited him. 16 years later. 16 years had gone by. There are crushed hearts that will not break, and the king's plight was such. His life was now empty. Life had lost all meaning. But that did not in any way affect his rule. He was an ideal king. The people were happy under his rule. His only pleasure, as of yore, was hunting. He would always be haunting the banks of the river Ganga. That was the one spot which gave him comfort. One day, as he was wandering along the banks of the river, a strange sight met his eyes. The river was not flowing. It looked as though something held up the river. Full of curiosity, he walked along the banks to see what was happening. He saw a network of arrows. The arrows had been so well knit that not a drop of water could pass through. Shantanu stood rooted to the spot, amazed at the sudden check imposed on the river. He realized that he was not alone. Ganga, his beloved Ganga, was standing beside him with a sweet, serene smile. The king was overwhelmed. He looked at her with eyes full of tears. He said, "Ganga, so you have taken pity on me. All these years I have been lonely, so lonely. I want you. I cannot live without you. Please come back to me. You have forgiven me, I know. Or else you would not have come now. Come, let us hasten to the city. Make us happy again. Ganga looked at him with pity in her eyes. She said, My lord, all that is in the past. I will not come back. When the sun has set on a day, it is foolish to ask him to come back, so that you can live the day once again. The sun will come back, but only to usher in another day. No one can go back, not even for a moment. But that is all beside the point. Let me tell you why I have come. Do you see the river being held up? Yes, said the king. That was the sight which held me spellbound when you came. Tell me, Ganga, who is it who is holding you in check? You whom all the wealth of my love could not hold back. Even as they were talking, there was a sudden deafening noise. It was the roar of the river whose course had become unchecked now. From the distance there rushed up to them a boy, a beautiful youth whose noble face was shining with great excitement. He hugged Ganga with his arms and said, Mother! Mother! I held up the river. Again, I was able to do it. Ganga looked at the king. He was a picture of amazement. Your son, he said. Then, surely, he must be. Yes, my lord, said Ganga. Your guess is right. He is our son. She turned to the young man and said, Devrath, this is your father. Salute him. Shantanu lifted up the prostrate form of his son and embraced him. Ganga said, This is the reason for my coming. I have brought your son to you. Take him with you to comfort you. He is well versed in all the arts that a Kshatriya should know. Vasishtha has been his guru. From him he has learnt the Vedas and the Vedanas. From Brihaspati, the divine guru, he has learnt political science. At my request Bhargav, the enemy of Kshatriyas, has taught him archery. My son is now proficient in all arts. I have fitted him to be a worthy heir to the throne of the Pauravas. I give this hero to you. Take him to the home of heroes. Ganga vanished. The king turned homewards even as he did 16 years ago. But today he was not alone. His son, this son born of Ganga, was there beside him. Shantanu was proud of this handsome young man who stood fair to be the only obsession of the king, who had been lonely so long together. Father and son galloped towards Hastinapur. 3. The fisherman's daughter. 4 years passed. In the company of his son the king passed many happy days. Shantanu doted on him, and Devrath was an ideal son. He was lost in his father. It seemed as though he wanted to make up to his father all his years of loneliness. They were inseparable. The king crowned Devrath as Yuvaraja. The people were delirious with joy. Fate, all the while, was playing a waiting game. The sight of unsullied happiness is too much for her. She always manages to add the bitter drop to the cup of joy. One day the king had gone out hunting. He was alone. As he was going along, a strange perfume assailed his senses. It was a perfume he had never known before. It overpowered him with its sweetness. Piqued by this strange perfume, the king followed it. He wanted to trace it to its source. He went on and on. At the end of the quest he saw that the source was a woman. He had reached the banks of the river Yamuna. There on the banks of the river he saw a beautiful woman. She was in the act of tying up the boat. Her form was faultless. She was perfect. No other word could describe the beauty of her limbs, her face, her eyes. The eyes were downcast now with shyness, as though she could not bear the intensity of the king's gaze. Her form was ill-concealed by the garb of a fisher girl. Shantanu looked at her. He wanted her. He went near her and said, Who are you? What are you doing here? She spoke in a soft voice. I am a fisher girl. My father is the king of the fishermen. It is my duty to ply the boat between the two banks of this Yamuna river. The king went straight to the father of the girl and said, I am Shantanu, the monarch of the race of the moon. I come from the city Hastina. While I was hunting in the forest, a strange perfume teased me. I followed it to the banks of the Yamuna. There I saw a beautiful woman. She tells me that she is your daughter. I want her for my wife. The king of the fishermen was profuse in his words of supplication. He said, You are right, my lord. The perfume is part of my daughter, and it led you to her. In this entire world there is no other person more fit to have my daughter than your noble self. To be the queen of the poor of monarch is the greatest honor that can befall a poor fisher girl. I am quite willing to give my daughter to you in marriage. But my lord, there is a condition. If you are willing to grant that, my daughter is yours. The king was impatient. He said, If it is possible to grant it, I will certainly grant you your conditions, as you call it. The fisherman said, It has been said that the son of my daughter will be heir to the throne of the king. If you promise to make the son born of her, the king of Hastina after you, I will give her to you willingly. The king was speechless. He was thinking of Ganga, of the day when she brought Devrath to him saying, I present this hero to you. Take him to the home of heroes. The face of his beloved son came to his mind's eye, the son whom he had crowned as the Yuvaraja. He thought of the bond of love that bound him to Devrath. Without a word Shantanu returned to his chariot. With a heart full of pain and a longing for the unattainable, the king returned to the city. For the vow of celibacy. Devrath found his father suddenly different. Gone were the happy days of perfect companionship. This new father would not talk to him even, as he was wont to do. The prince tried his best to make him disclose to him the cause of this despondency. But his attempts were fruitless. The king lost interest in everything, even in his favorite pastime, hunting. At long last, the king spoke to Devrath one day. He said, In this great house of the Kurus you are an only son. You are, to me, more than 100 sons put together. Nor am I keen on marrying again. But I am worried about the fact that you are an only son. It is like having one eye. God has granted you a long life. I know it. But my mind is clouded. The wise say that having an only son is like having no son at all. You are a great warrior. If anything should happen to you in one of the wars, the great lineage of the Kurus will be without an heir. It will be destroyed. This has been the worry which is working havoc in my mind. The prince stood silent for a moment, then he walked away without speaking a word. Devrath went at once to the charioteer of the king. His intelligence had penetrated through the screen of words that his father had created. He accosted the charioteer in his direct manner. He asked, You are my father's friend and confidant. Tell me, who is this woman who has captured my father's heart? Tell me at once so that I can do the needful and make him happy. After much hesitation, the charioteer said, My lord, the king may not approve of my telling you. The woman is the daughter of a fisherman. She has annexed your father's heart. The king asked her father for the hand of his daughter. He refused to grant the king his wish unless he acceded to his condition, that the son born of his daughter should be installed as king on the throne of the Auravas. Your father thought of you. Not being able to do the unthinkable, the king returned to Hastinapur. Without telling his father, Devrath set out towards the forest. He reached the dwelling place of the fisherman. The woman whom his father loved was there near the bank of the Yamuna, tying up the boat. She looked at him and for a moment thought that it was the king himself. Devrath saluted her and asked to be taken to the presence of her father. The fisherman greeted his guest with all the respect due to him. Without any preamble, the prince spoke. I hear that my father, the great monarch of Hastinapur, is smitten with love for your daughter. What else do you want? Do you think you have not been honored enough when the king of the entire world comes to you asking you for a favor? You have, I heard, the audacity to refuse him his heart's desire. My lord, said the fisherman, I wanted a price. I know very well that a great honor has been conferred on me when your father wanted the hand of my daughter. But it has been predicted that the son of Satyavati will be a monarch. I know all about you. You are the crown prince, the Yuvaraja. The king dotes on you. And so he was silent when I stated to him my condition. He could not grant it to me. This is all that happened. A frown of annoyance passed across the face of Devrath. That his dear father should have wanted something, and could not get it was a thing he could not imagine. He said, You want your grandson to be the king after my father. So be it. I will renounce my claim to the throne. Now, are you satisfied? The young prince, the hope of the world, amazed the fisherman by his words. A look of unbelief came to the eyes of the fisherman. He was dumbfounded at the casual manner in which this young prince renounced the throne. He smiled and said, My lord, you are indeed a true prince. Your father's happiness means everything to you. In your nobleness, you have renounced the throne. But how can I be sure that your sons will be just as selfless as you are? What assurance have I that they will not contest the claims of Satyavati's son? The prince was shocked at the extent of the man's cupidity. With a smile of contempt he said, Not satisfied yet. I will satisfy you. I will not marry. I vow before the denizens of heaven and earth and the nether regions, in the name of all that is dear and sacred to me, in the name of my Guru Bhagwan Bhargav, in the name of my mother Ganga, in the name of them, that I will never marry as long as I live. Now, are you really satisfied? Flowers rained on him from the heavens. The word Bheeshm resounded from all the quarters, so terrible was the vow he had taken. Here she is, said the fisherman, your mother. He brought Satyavati. He stood her before the prince. Devrath saluted her, placed her in his chariot, and rushed towards Hastinapur. Devrath hastened to the presence of his father. He presented the young woman to him and said, Father, I have brought her for you, please take her and shake off this despondency. Please be happy, father. The sky was still resounding with the cry, Bheeshm. Bheeshm. Shantanu heard all that had happened. He was stricken with grief. Perhaps his conscience smote him. He could not bear to think of his son, so full of manliness, so beautiful, so divine, living a life of permanent self-imposed celibacy. But the web once woven we cannot unweave. Shantanu had got his heart's desire. In his gratitude and his love for this son of his he granted a boon to his beloved son. Devrath could die when it pleased him, and only when it pleased him. Death had to wait on him. All the king's accumulated tapas was used up for this boon. In his own way, he was trying to make up to his son for all that he had missed in life. The marriage between Shantanu and Satyavati was celebrated. The king spent a few happy years with her. 2 sons were born to them. They were named Chitrangad and Vishitravirya. The years rolled by only too soon, and the king, now grown old, passed away in course of time, and was gathered to his forefathers. It was now evident that Devrath, better known as Bheeshm, had to bear the burden of the kingdom. Prince Chitrangad was too young to be entrusted with the kingdom. Bheeshm installed him as the Yuvaraja and acted as regent for him. Bheeshm spent several uneventful years thus. Nothing remarkable happened. All on a sudden, a tragedy struck like a thunderbolt. There was a Gandharv king called Chitrangad. He did not relish the idea of a mortal having his name. He challenged the human Chitrangad to fight with him and prove himself to be worthy of his name. On the field of Kurukshetra, there was fought a battle between the 2 Chitrangads. Shantanu's son was vanquished and killed. Bheeshm was stricken with grief. He performed the coronation of the younger son of Satyavati. Again the regency fell on the shoulders of Bheeshm. He ruled the kingdom in the name of his brother. The people were very happy. Everyone was happy in Hastinapur under the rule of their uncrowned king, Bheeshm. 5. The Swayamvara at Kasi. The young prince Vishitravirya was now the center of Satyavati's hopes. He was her only son. Bheeshm was a father to him. Years passed. The time came when Bheeshm thought of his marriage. The king of Kasi had 3 lovely daughters, Amba, Ambika and Ambalika. These princesses, thought Bheeshm, were fit enough to be the brides for his brother. There came to him news that the king of Kasi was holding a Swayamvara for his daughters. Bheeshm could not brook the insult offered him. It had been the custom to give the daughters of Kasi to the princes of the Kuru house. Bheeshm resented this departure from the usual custom. He descended on the city where the Swayamvara was being held. The preparations for the Swayamvara were indeed thorough. Kings from all over Bharatvarsh had come to attend it. The hall was bright with the jewels worn by the princes who had assembled there. The air was thick with the perfume of the flowers which they were wearing. They all saw Bheeshm. There were smiles of derision, sneers and contemptuous remarks. Some said, "Look at this Devrath, a confirmed bachelor, who has come to the Swayamvara of these lovely princesses. Indeed, who can resist the law of nature? Their beauty is enough to weaken the austerities of even rishis. What then can we say of a poor mortal like Devrath? He has forgotten the oath he took to satisfy his father. He has come hoping that he may be chosen by one of the princesses. Vain hopes. What vanity he has! Who will look at this man, well past the prime of youth, when we are all here?" A voice like the clap of thunder greeted the kings who had assembled. Bheeshm said, "Indeed I have come to the Swayamvara. I am going to carry these maidens to Hastinapur. They will be the brides of my brother Vishatravirya, the Kuru monarch. They will be queens of the Kuru house. If you have valor enough, bravery enough, you are welcome to rescue them from me. I am prepared to fight anyone who will dare to oppose me." Bheeshm took the princesses one by the hand and placed them in his chariot. He was ready to proceed towards his home. The kings were furious. The king of Kasi looked to them for help. They all rushed at the departing prince. Bheeshm stopped his chariot. There ensued a fiery battle between the kings on the one side and Bheeshm on the other. They were defeated easily. The chariot proceeded once again towards Hastinapur, the Kuru capital. The king of Salva was a great hero. He was one of the many who had come to attend the Swayamvara. He offered to fight with Bheeshm. His fighting was of no mean order. He wounded Bheeshm in the chest. Everyone was amazed at the fighting of Salva, who was able to wound Bheeshm. Enraged at the challenge of Salva, Bheeshm fought with more vigor than he had displayed so far. Bheeshm killed the charioteer of Salva, then his horses. Salva was without a chariot, and he was without a weapon. He was on the ground at the mercy of his opponent. In his nobleness, Bheeshm left him without killing him, and went unchallenged the rest of the way to Hastinapur. Bheeshm arrived in the city. The people crowded in the streets to see the 3 maidens who looked like 3 moons in captivity. They were so very beautiful. The king's apartments were soon reached. Bheeshm descended from his chariot, the princesses following him. He reached the apartments of Satyavati. He stood them before her and said, "Look, mother. Look at the brides I have brought for our Vishatravirya." Satyavati was pleased. The young prince was sent for. He looked at the maidens and was pleased. He looked with love and gratitude at Bheeshm and fell at his feet. Bheeshm embraced him, and his eyes were wet with tears of love. He loved this brother of his as a father loves his son. "Please, if I may say something," said a soft frightened voice. Bheeshm turned round. It was Amba, the eldest of the 3 princesses. With her form trembling like a leaf, she addressed the Queen Mother and Bheeshm together. She said, "When my lord Bheeshm entered the hall and carried us away by force, I was in the act of garlanding Salva. I had already chosen him as my husband." "Why did you not tell me there?" asked Bheeshm. "You should have told me before I left Kasi. Why were you silent?" "How could I, my lord," said Amba. "You were so abrupt in your actions. Before I could gather up enough courage to talk, we were halfway through the journey. Hence I thought I would speak now. They were all upset by this new complication which had set in. The young prince said, I do not think it is right to marry a woman whose heart is in the keeping of someone else. Bheeshm and Satyavati felt that he was right. Bheeshm spoke to Amba. You have chosen a husband already. We do not think it right to keep you here. I will provide the proper escort for you. You are at liberty to go to Salva. With her heart full of love, Amba reached the kingdom of Salva. She went to the king and said, Look at me, my lord. In the Swayamvara hall, I was in the act of garlanding you when Bheeshm carried us all away. When we reached Hastinapur, I told him that I had already chosen my husband. The noble Bheeshm sent me to you. Please accept me. With a loud laugh, Salva said, Accept you? Do you think I am a beggar to accept gifts from my enemy? Devrath took you by your right hand. He won you in battle. He defeated all of us. According to the dharma of Kshatriyas, the man who wins a girl in fight is her lord. Bheeshm is your lord. He is your husband. Go to him. Ask him to marry you. I cannot accept you. With her heart filled with pain and humiliation, Amba retraced her steps to Hastinapur and stood in the presence of Bheeshm. Tears were running down her face. Bheeshm was shocked at the condition of the young girl. He said, What ails thee, fair maiden? I am surprised to see you here. I sent you to Salva. Why have you come back? Amba said, My journey was fruitless. I am now richer in the knowledge of Dharmasastra. Salva looks on me as his sister. He says that a man who wins a girl in fight is her lawful husband. You took me by my right hand and placed me in your chariot and later fought with all the kings there. You, I hear, must marry me. I have no one now. You must grant me life. Let not my womanhood be wasted. Please marry me. Bheeshm was overcome with compassion for the woman who stood weeping in front of him. His heart went out to her in pity. He could not speak, for tears were choking him, tears that he dared not shed. He was sorry for this woman whose life was ruined because of him. He spoke to her gently. He said, I am grieved at the way things have taken shape. I cannot marry you. You know that I have sworn to be a brahmachari all my life. How can I marry you? Please abandon those thoughts from your mind. It is not possible. If you had only told me in Kasi that you had already chosen your husband, these things would not have happened. But no one can control fate. You can never be my bride. You can go back to Salva and coax him to marry you. I cannot help you out of your predicament. I would have if things had been different. But now, bound as I am by my terrible oath, I cannot help you in the manner you suggest. Bheeshm walked away from her presence. Poor ill-starred Amba spent 6 years thus, without avail. With her heart full of hatred for Bheeshm, who was the cause of her unhappiness, she went to the forest. She met several ascetics there. She told them the story of her life and expressed her desire to stay with them and perform penance. They were very dubious. They did not want a young unmarried woman in their midst. They did not know what they were to do. To their great relief there came to their hermitage the great Hatravahana, the grandfather of Amba. He heard about her tragedy. He spoke comforting words to her. He said, The great Bhargav is a great friend of mine. Bhargav is the guru of Bheeshm. He will command his pupil to obey him. He will make Bheeshm marry you. Bheeshm cannot disobey his guru. A few days later Bhagwan Bhargav came to the forest. Hatravahana told him about the pathetic story of Amba. The great sage was sorry for her and said, I will certainly speak to Bheeshm about it. If I ask him to marry you, he will certainly obey me. He sent for his beloved pupil Bheeshm. Hearing that his guru wanted him, Bheeshm hurried to his presence. He fell at his feet and said, What would your gracious presence? Why have you sent for me? Bhargav raised him and embraced him. He said, My child, I want you to help a person in distress. Do you see this beautiful woman? Bheeshm turned round and looked at Amba. He said, I know her, my lord. She is a woman who has been cheated by fate. She wanted to marry Salva, but he would not have her. I could not, since I have sworn not to marry. Hence she had to leave Hastinapur and go away. But what has she to do with my coming to your presence? Bhargav said, I have promised to her that I would make you marry her. You must help me to keep my word. You must marry her. Bheeshm turned his pained eyes on his guru. He said, My lord, you know about the terrible oath I have taken. I cannot marry. Even if you ask me to, I cannot marry. Bhargav tried his best to convince Bheeshm that his duty was to obey the commands of his guru. But it was not possible for him to convince Bheeshm. He was firm. Bhargav was furious with him. He said, I will curse you. Or else you must fight a duel with me. Bheeshm was in a dilemma. He loved his guru. He did not want to be cursed by Bhargav. That was the dread alternative. He had to choose. He preferred to fight. He said, My lord, you know how much I love you. You ask me to fight with you. I would rather fight with you. I do not want to be cursed by you, my lord, not by you who love me. A terrible battle was fought between these two. It was watched by the lords of the heavens too. The battle raged for days and nights. There was no lessening of the valor of either. On the last day of the fight, Bheeshm had decided to send the astra called Praswapa. That meant the destruction of the world. The gods, led by Narad and Rudra, intervened and said, Bheeshm, stop this fighting. Do not send the astra. You are not the person to destroy the world. It has to be done by someone else. They convinced him that he should be the first to withdraw from the fight, since it would be an insult to his guru if he was made to stop first from fighting. Bheeshm agreed. The fight was stopped. Bhargav embraced his pupil and said, You are the greatest of all fighters. I could not defeat you. He turned to Amba and said, My child, I tried my best, as you saw. I cannot shake Bheeshm's resolution. He will not move away from the path of truth. Please go away. Your desire is not to be achieved. 6. Amba's thirst for revenge. Amba left that forest and went elsewhere. She performed a terrible penance. She denied herself even the bare necessaries and continued her penance. Shanmukha, the son of Lord Shankar, was pleased with her. He appeared before her. He gave her a garland of ever-fresh lotuses and said, My child, take this garland with you. The person who wears it round his neck will be the person who will kill Bheeshm. Pleased with herself and with the gift of Shanmukha, Amba set out on her quest for revenge. Amba went to all the powerful kings of the land and tried to persuade them to take up her cause. They all refused to do it, all of them. Even her assurance that the garland given by a god was a sure sign of success was of no avail. Bheeshm was so powerful a personality that there was not a single Kshatriya who dared to oppose him and make an enemy of him. Amba went to the court of Drupad, the king of the Panchals. She laid the facts before him and asked him to help her. He heard her and said, I am very sorry to see your plight. If it had not been Bheeshm but someone else, I would have championed your cause, but this Bheeshm is different. He is a righteous man. I cannot find any cause to fight with him. He is not only powerful, but he is good. I am sorry. I have to refuse you this your request. Amba was desperate. She flung the garland round a pillar in the great hall of Drupad. The king was overcome with consternation. Everyone was afraid of Bheeshm. Drupad was upset by this impulsive action of Amba. She left his hall in fury. The garland was there on the pillar. No one dared to touch it, and it was guarded very carefully. Amba went to the forest once again. Her severe penance was resumed. In her heart there was place for only one emotion, hatred for Bheeshm. She hated Bheeshm and her only desire was to see him dead. Her penance went on for a long time. Finally, Lord Shankar appeared before her and said, "Grieve not, my child. In your next birth you will yourself kill Bheeshm." Amba was impatient. She said, "In my next birth, I will not remember my hatred. I may kill him, but I will not be able to taste the joy of revenge. I must kill him now." Shankar smiled and said, "Do not worry. In your next birth you will remember every one of the many incidents in this your life. You will be born as the child of the king of the Panchals, Drupad. You will be a woman first. Later you will become a man. I assure you that you will have your revenge. You will certainly kill your enemy, Bheeshm." Amba built a huge fire and threw herself into it. Later, she was born as the daughter of Drupad. One day, while playing in the hall of the king, Amba saw the garland of lotuses which hung on the pillar. She took it down and placed it round her neck. Drupad, on hearing about this, came running. He was overcome with fear and consternation that she had dared to do such a thing. Amba smiled serenely at her father and said, "Be not so amazed, father. I have been born as your child for the sole purpose of wearing this garland. You can live in peace and leave the rest to me." She was called Shikhandi. Her education was given to her by Drona who, like the rest of the world, thought that she was a man. Years passed. By the kindness of a yaksh, Amba lost her sex and became a man. She grew up in the house of Drupad with her hatred for Bheeshm burning like a torch in her heart. 7. Satyavati and Bheeshm. The marriage of Vishatravirya with the two princesses Ambika and Ambalika was duly performed. The wives considered themselves to be immensely fortunate in having such a handsome sweet-natured man for their lord. They lived a very happy life. But not for long. With Bheeshm to attend to the affairs of the state, the carefree prince spent all the time in the company of his lovely wives. Fate struck again. Young Vishatravirya was found to suffer from the dreadful disease, consumption. Not all the devotion of his people nor the skill of the best physicians could save him from an early death. Satyavati was stunned by the calamity that had befallen her. The loss of both her sons was too terrible. But what hurt her more was the thought that the Kuru house did not have an heir. This was the fact that broke her heart. She spent hours together trying to think of a way to rekindle the flame that was extinguished. She summoned Bheeshm to her presence. She said, "Look at me, my son. I have now no hope of happiness. I lost my beloved lord. He was gathered to his forefathers. I could bear that since he had reached an old age, and he followed the rule that old men must die. Chitrangad was killed. Before I could reconcile myself to the loss that nearly killed me, I find Vishatravirya dead. The only hope of the Kuru house has been destroyed in the flower of youth. I am desperate. The line must be continued. I have decided on the course of action. I know the way to continue the line of the Kurus. With you rests the task of making the Kuru line live again." Bheeshm was surprised. He said, "Mother, how can I, a confirmed bachelor, continue the line?" Satyavati said, "My son Vishatravirya died without leaving a son. His two wives whom you brought for him are still young, with their heart's desires unfulfilled. The only therm evident to me is this: you must take them and make them mothers of the future scions of the house of Kuru. You must do this for the reason that the lineage must continue. This rule was followed by many of your ancestors. This is the only way. You must take the wives of your brother, and your sons will then be the true descendants of Kuru. It is your solemn duty to do this." Unruffled by this preposterous suggestion, Bheeshm answered her patiently. He said, "Mother, because you are overpowered by grief and shock caused by your sudden losses, you are suggesting these things to me. There is no doubt that a rule like the one you suggest does exist. I am aware of it. Custom, too, has lent its approval to this rule. But mother, your asking me to follow this rule is wrong and improper. You know that I have sworn to forego the throne and married life too. I did it for your sake, and surely you could not have forgotten that. Do you not remember the terrible vow I took? I have taken an oath that, in this life of mine, woman has no place. Now you suggest that I should take the wives of my dead brother. You are indeed very much upset by the death of our beloved Vishatravirya. Else, you would not have suggested this to me. I am sorry for you, mother. But please do not ask such a thing of me. Satyavati said, I remember the oath and the circumstances under which you took that terrible oath. I know too that you did it for the sake of your father and me. But now the circumstances have changed. Devrath, it was because a son of mine had to be king that you took the oath. But my sons are now dead. The race threatens to die out. So as an apadarm, as a desperate cure, as a last resort, I am suggesting this course of action. You must not let the Kuru clan die out. I am your mother. It is your duty to do what pleases me. You must obey me. That is a greater dharma than all the oaths you have taken. Bheeshm had his temper under control till now. But he could not hold out any longer. Perhaps in his mind's eye, the past events came back like a landscape reflected in a drop of dew. His mother Ganga, his happy boyhood with her in the heavens, his education, first in political science from Brihaspati and Sakra, and then his learning the Vedas and the Vedanas from Vashishtha. Bheeshm's mind went now to the days he spent with his guru Bhargav learning archery. His mother had made him learn all this because she wanted him to be a worthy son of the house of the Kurus. She wanted him to be the ideal king. She had told him that so often. His mind went to the happy days he spent with his father, for years of perfect companionship. They had been comrades. His father was lost in love of him, and he in his turn was devoted to Shantanu. Bheeshm had been crowned the Yuvaraja. Then, out of the air, there appeared this Satyavati. To please his father and the cupidity of her father, he gave up all that was beautiful in this world. It was then that he, young as he was, became old in a moment, just like that, old. Nothing seemed worthwhile since then. He conformed his life to a rigid pattern of black and white. Then came Amba, the crimson thread that shuttled in and out of the black and white fabric he had woven for himself and caused such havoc. He would not take her because he could not. He broke her heart and ruined her womanhood because of the terrible oath he had taken. He had not obeyed his guru, Bhargav, when he asked him to take Amba. And now, after all this, his stepmother commanded him to take the wives of his dead brother. All his anger unleashed itself as he spoke in a voice trembling with fury. He said, Mother, you do not know the strength of my mind. You do not know the firmness of my dharma. You do not know me at all. Nothing will make me do what you command me to do. The earth may lose her perfume. Water may lose the sweetness that is part of her. The sun may lose his brilliance, or the moon her snowy coolness. Lord Dharma may abandon his dharma, but I will not swerve from the path of truth. Truth, to me, is greater than all the promised rewards of heaven. The world may end, but not the strength of my mind. Nothing can move me, not even you with your power over me as my mother. I have once dared to defy my guru for the sake of this oath. I will not be moved by your words. Please desist from this foolish attempt. 8. The advent of Vyas. Again and again Satyavati tried to remonstrate with Bheeshm. But he stood firm like a rock unaffected by the waves dashing against it. He would not be moved. Satyavati was a picture of woe. Bheeshm was sorry for her in her unhappiness. Taking pity on her, he said, Mother, since an heir means so much to you, I have a suggestion. They say that a noble line, when it threatens to be extinguished, can be revived by a son born of a noble Brahmin. When my guru Bhargav destroyed all the Kshatriyas, this was how many of the royal lines were made to continue. If you can think of a worthy Brahmin, we can request him to give an heir to the throne. It has been done before. This is a custom which has won the approval of the great rishis. Poor Satyavati had to reconcile herself to this. She was displeased with Bheeshm since a true descendant of the Kuru house was no longer possible. Satyavati, after a lot of hesitation, told Bheeshm about something which had happened long ago, how, before her marriage with Shantanu, she had borne a son to Parashar the great rishi. The son was Vyas. She said that she would summon him. Bheeshm agreed to her proposal. Satyavati thought of her firstborn. Vyas hastened to her presence. She welcomed him and told him everything. He said, "You are my mother, the woman who gave me life. I will do anything which you command me to do." He thought for a while and said, "I am quite willing to grant you your heart's desire. I will try and please you. I will take the wives of Vishatravirya. But it is up to you to make them welcome me. They must not be scared by my appearance and my dark complexion." Satyavati agreed to talk to the girls. She went to Ambika and told her all about the circumstances, that it was her duty to get a child for the sake of the great Kuru house, that she had to welcome the rishi in a proper manner. Ambika agreed to do what she was told. She had no other option. It was a dark night. Ambika was in her chamber waiting for the coming of the sage Vyas. She saw him. So forbidding and terrible was the appearance of the sage that the poor girl was overcome with horror and loathing for this awful-looking man. But she had to go through the dreadful night. She closed her eyes tight and would not respond to the advances of Vyas. The night of torture came to an end. Satyavati was waiting anxiously for the coming of Vyas. He told her that a strong, powerful son would be born to Ambika. But since she closed her eyes throughout the night afraid to look at him, the child would be born blind. Satyavati was greatly disappointed. She was wild with her daughter-in-law. But it was not of any use to look back at something which had already happened. She requested Vyas to give a son to the other girl, Amba. Vyas agreed to it. Amba was equally frightened of the rishi. Her blood ran cold at the sight of him. Her body became pale with fright and loathing. The night passed. In the morning Vyas told Satyavati that this woman would get a handsome and gentle-natured child. But he added he would be white as his mother was when he was being put into her womb. Poor Satyavati did not know what to do. "My son," she said, "the girls have been foolish. Please forgive them for my sake. After her son is born, you must visit Ambika once again. I will chide her in the meantime. You must do this for my sake." "So be it," said Vyas and left Hastinapur. In due course, the two children were born. One was blind and one was white. They were named Dhritarashtra and Pandu. The names were suggested by Vyas himself. Satyavati thought that the time had come when Vyas should revisit Ambika. She took her daughter-in-law to task for her previous mistake and told her that it was this which led to her child being born blind. Ambika was told that the rishi would be coming again to her that night. Ambika could not think of Vyas without horror. She made up her mind that she would send her maid to the rishi in the night. Vyas met the maid. She was so very attentive to every wish of his that Vyas was immensely pleased with her. In the morning he told Satyavati that a wise and good son would be born, that he would be the incarnation of the Lord of Dharma. Satyavati's joy was great. "But," said Vyas, "the mother of this child will not be your daughter-in-law. She sent her maid to me last night, and it is the good fortune of this servant maid to bear the best of my children. I did try my best to help you. But it has not turned out to be a success after all. As for me, please do not ask any more favors of me. For a man who has turned his face away from all the ties of this earth, it is not right to take a woman more than 3 times. I agreed to it since you, my mother, commanded me. Please do not summon me again." With these parting words the great Vyas went away to the snowy peaks of the Himalaya to resume his penance. 9. The marriages of Pandu and Dhritarashtra. The third child was born. He was called Vidur. Again Bheeshm had to take up the task of bringing up the children and ruling the kingdom until Dhritarashtra and Pandu came of age. So passed several years. The 3 children were more than sons to their uncle Bheeshm. He taught them everything that was considered essential for Kshatriya princes. The first son Dhritarashtra was endowed with unusual strength. Pandu proved to be specially skilled in archery. Vidur was the wisest of the three. Their education was complete. Bheeshm anointed the eldest son Dhritarashtra as the Yuvaraja. Pandu, who was proficient in the use of all weapons, was appointed the commander of the army. Vidur was trained to be the minister to the king. Because he was blind, Dhritarashtra could not rule the kingdom. Pandu was ruling it in his name with the assistance of Vidur. The three boys had reached their youth. The immediate concern of Bheeshm was to find brides for the young men. He heard that the king of Gandhar, Subala by name, had a daughter who was reputed to be a beautiful woman. It was also known that she was very pious. She was famed the world over for her devotion to Shankar. The daughter of the king of the Madras was remarkable for her beauty and her gentleness. Bheeshm spoke to Vidur about them. He said, "These two princesses seem to be fit enough to be the queens of our young men. No other king is equal to us in status. Only these two kings are endowed with a good heritage. The daughters of these two kings can become the brides of the Kuru princes." Vidur said, "You are father, mother, guru, everything to us. What you decide for us will be nothing but the best." Bheeshm sent word to the Gandhar king. He demurred at first, as the prince Dhritarashtra was blind. But Gandhari, the daughter of the king, assured him that she had no objection to marrying the Kuru prince. Her next action was a great deed of self-denial. She was convinced that she should not be better than her lord in anything. She therefore got a piece of silk and bound up her eyes, refusing to see the world which her husband could not see. The king, Subala, sent his daughter to Hastinapur with his son Shakuni. The marriage was celebrated in the capital city, and Shakuni returned to Gandhar after the wedding of his sister. The king of the Madra kingdom held a Swayamvara for his daughter, who chose Pandu as her husband. Pandu eclipsed all the other suitors by the beauty of his person and by his noble looks. Bheeshm was greatly pleased at the thought of the wonderful brides who had come to be the queens of the great Kuru house. 10. Born of the sun. King Sura was one of the Vrishnas. He had a son called Vasudev and a daughter called Pritha. This king had a cousin called Kuntabhoja, who had no children. Sura was very fond of his cousin. He was sorry for him because he was childless. He gave his dear daughter Pritha to Kuntabhoja to be brought up as his own. Pritha was a very beautiful child. Her manners were excellent. She was the most cherished possession of her foster father. She was given the name Kunti. Once, the sage Durvasa came to the capital of Kuntabhoja. He was famed throughout the world for his penance, and for his temper too he wanted to spend a few days with the king Kuntabhoja. Kunti had been appointed by her father to attend to the wants of the sage. Entrusted with such a difficult task, Kunti conducted herself admirably. Indeed, the sage was so pleased with her that he wanted to grant her a boon. He summoned her to his presence and told her that he would teach her a certain incantation. If she recited it, any deva whom she thought of would come to her. She received the gift with the humility becoming the daughter of a king. Durvasa went away. The child, she was hardly a girl, did not understand what Durvasa meant when he said that the deva whom she invoked would come to her. She was as excited as a child with a new toy. It was early in the morning. Through the eastern window she could see the sun just rising. The east was drenched in the color of liquid gold. The waters of the river were lapping against the walls of the palace. It was an unforgettable scene. The sun and his soft beams which had the coolness of the dawn, and the beautiful river with her path glowing with the red and gold of the rising sun. The scene touched the heart of the young child. She lost herself in the beauty of it. The sun looked gorgeous. Kunti thought how wonderful it would be if the sun could be there by her side. In a flash, she remembered the incantation which the great Durvasa had taught her. Why, if she recited it, the sun would come to her. Yes, that was the way it was said, he would come to her. The poor child, in blissful ignorance, held her palms together, palms which looked like a lotus bud, and invoked the sun, with the incantation she had learnt. She opened her eyes. A miracle was happening. Along the watery path of the river, the sun's rays traveled fast. She was blinded by a sudden brilliance. The sun stood by her side. He stood looking at her with a smile of teasing amusement. Kunti was now extremely pleased with the success of the incantation. She smiled a sweet, happy smile. She clapped her hands together in excitement and said, "Sage Durvasa said that it would work. I stood looking at you, rising in the east. The scene was so beautiful, and you were so beautiful that I wanted you to come here. So I recited the incantation which had been taught me by the sage. You have come. How wonderful." The sun was still smiling. He said, "Now that I have come, what do you want me to do?" "Why, nothing," said Kunti. "I just thought of you and imagined how wonderful it will be if you were beside me. That is all." "That is not all," said the god. "It is evident that you did not find any meaning in the words of the sage when he taught you the incantation. He said that any god whom you invoked would come to you. Is that not so?" "Yes," said Kunti, not following his words at all. "Can you not see," said the god, "that it means that the god will embrace you and give you a son as beautiful as the god whom you have summoned?" Kunti was bewildered. She did not know what to do or what to say. "I did not know it," said the frightened child. "I had no idea that the words meant this. Please forgive me this childishness. Please go away and save me from shame." "But that is impossible," said the god. "Once I am summoned by you, I cannot go back until I take you. You must have me. You cannot escape the power of incantation which you have used unthinkingly." Kunti was beside herself with grief. "I am a young girl," she said. "I am unmarried. What will the world say? What will my father say? It will break his heart if he comes to know that his daughter is not a virgin anymore. Can you not go away?" The sun was charmed by her winning ways. He loved this woman who was hardly a girl. He smiled at her and won her heart with his sweet words and his reassuring smile. He said, "Do not be so frightened, my child. After the child is born, you will again become a virgin as you are now. No one will know of this incident." The young girl was won over by his words and by his beauty. She accepted him without any fear of the consequences. The son was ready to depart. He said, "Your son will be born with a kavach and a kundal. He will be the image of me. He will be a great archer. In goodness of heart, no one will equal him. He will be famed throughout the world as the greatest of all givers. He will never be able to refuse anyone anything, not even if I ask him to forbear from giving. He will be a proud and sensitive man. His fame will live in this world as long as the sun and moon move in their appointed orbits." With these words, the sun vanished from her sight. In course of time, a child was born to Kunti. She did not know what to do with it. Too young to know the joy of motherhood, she was concerned only with the shame of it. She looked out of the window. The river was flowing as placidly as before. Only in the heart of Kunti a storm was brewing. She made up her mind. Wrapping up the child in a piece of silk, she placed it in a box made of wood and carried it to the banks of the river. She set the box afloat on the river and came back to her apartments. From her window she saw the box floating away, further and further away from her. She felt that her heart was choking inside her with a great pain, a great unspeakable longing for that poor helpless mite floating on the heart of that mighty river. Tears flowed from her eyes. Lifting her hand in supplication to the sun, she cried, "My Lord, I have done a great injustice to this beautiful child born of you and me. Please guard him. Please do not let any evil befall him." She spoke to her disappearing child, "May your path be auspicious. The Lord of the waters will guard you. You will not die. All the gods in the high heavens will guard you. I will see you someday in the distant future. I will recognize you by your kavach and your kundal. She will be a fortunate woman who will find you and bring you up as her son. She will see you grow up into manhood, and she will be the happy woman. But I am the most unfortunate of all women. I will never have you for son. God bless you, my child, my firstborn. The laughing girl became a woman all on a sudden. Gone were the days of happy carefree girlhood. Waking or sleeping, she saw just one thing, a wooden box and a piece of silk, wrapped in the silk, a beautiful child with its kavach and kundal gleaming in the light of the morning sun. 11. Pandu is cursed. Several years passed. Young Kunti was now old enough to be married. She chose the handsome powerful son of the Kuru house, Pandu, as her husband in a Swayamvara. Maadri, the princess of the Madra kingdom, was the other woman who chose Pandu for her lord. Bheeshm made arrangements for the two weddings to take place in a manner suited to their rank and race. It was the golden age of the Kuru house. Pandu was a good soldier. He went on a tour of the entire Bharatvarsh, intent on subjugating all the kings. He conquered the Dasaranas, Kasi, Anga, Vanga and Kalanga. He descended on the kingdom of Magadha. He was able to defeat the king easily. Since the time when the kings Chitrangad and Vishatravirya died without leaving any heirs, Bheeshm had the kingdom to manage, and all the three small children too. These smaller kingdoms then thought that the glory of the Kuru house was on the wane. Hence, this campaign of Pandu was effective in more ways than one. It re-established the supremacy of the Kuru house. It won fame for Pandu. He was claimed to be the best soldier of his times. After the campaign was over, Pandu, with his two queens, went to the forest for relaxation. He was a great hunter too. On the southern slopes of the snowy Himalayas, he spent many happy days with his two young wives. The dwellers in the forests mistook them for devas who had come down to the earth for amusement. It was a happy time for them. In after years, it was the memory of these days filled with pleasure that kept Kunti alive. In that forest lived a rishi and his wife. The two were intensely in love with each other. The rishi wanted to enjoy the pleasures of love without any restraint. Since only animals are able to love without any thought of the openness of it, the rishi and his wife changed themselves into a couple of deer. They were always together. One day, when the deer were lost to everything in the pleasure of coming together, Pandu saw them. They were excellent targets. The hunter in him made him forget the law that no two animals which are together in the embrace of love should be disturbed. He took his bow and arrow and aimed at the couple. In a moment the male deer fell to the ground, hurt fatally. It addressed the king in a human voice and said, "Born in a family known the world over for its righteousness, how could you have done this sinful thing? You saw that we were lost in the embrace of love. How could you have the heart to disturb us? I am a rishi. And this is my wife. We were so happy together. In after years this heinous action of yours will cost you your life. When, overcome with love, you approach your wife, death will come to you even as it did to me." All the pleadings of Pandu were of no avail. The angry rishi would not relent, and there was no hope of escaping the fate that awaited him. The rishi died and his wife too along with him. With a heavy heart, the poor unfortunate prince wended his way to the ashrama, chiding himself for his thoughtlessness. Fate's ways are indeed mysterious. At a touch, it changes the entire future of a man. Pandu was the happiest of men, with nothing to worry him. He was the uncrowned king of the entire kingdom of the Kurus. At the peak of his glory, he was laid low like a green tree struck down by lightning. Pandu lost all interest in everything. He did not wish to return to his kingdom. He told his wives that he had made up his mind to spend the rest of his life in the forest. Knowing the reason behind this decision and the cause of the king's despondency, they did not speak a word. The fire of self-reproach had burnt Pandu free of all worldly aspirations. He wanted nothing else than peace, peace which could be attained only by living as the rishis did. He made up his mind that his next conquest would be over the self. This would be his greatest conquest. He set a law unto himself. He said, "From now onwards I will be a different man. Neither pleasure nor sorrow can hurt me. Praise and censure I will treat with equal indifference. The opposites will find me unaffected by them. I will not love this life of mine, nor will I hate it. I will do penance, not by sitting under the tree with my eyes closed, but by mentally renouncing all the worldly things." He collected all his retinue round him. Giving away all his belongings to them, he said, "Please go back to Hastinapur, and saluting my dear mother Amba and my grandmother Satyavati, and my revered uncle Bheeshm, tell them about the course of life I have planned out for myself. I have no intention of coming back to the city." Kunti and Maudri discarded all their jewels and costly silks, and gave them all to the departing messengers. Hearing about the renunciation of Pandu, the city of Hastinapur was sunk in woe. Bheeshm was very much grieved at the unfortunate happenings. As for Amba, her eyes rained tears incessantly. It was not possible for anyone to console her. Bheeshm felt that the burden was once again placed on his shoulders. With the powerful Pandu as the commander and ruler of the kingdom, and with the wise and gentle Vidur as the mentor of the blind king Dhritarashtra, Bheeshm thought that the weight of the kingdom had been lifted off his shoulders. But now it was evident that his short respite was over. He had to rule the kingdom again, he knew not for how long. The ice which had entered his heart on that unforgettable day when he renounced the world and the joys of the world for the sake of his father, hardened further. Bheeshm felt that he was impervious to all hurts. 12. The birth of the Pandavs and Duryodhan. Pandu spent several years in the forest. He was happy in his own way since he had renounced all things that threatened to cause unhappiness. However, as time passed, a new worry entered his heart. He wanted children. He heard that a man with no sons was doomed to hell. His worry was immense. One day he was talking about it to Kunti. He could not take her, that was certain. So he asked her if she would, for the sake of his salvation, produce a child for him with a rishi for companion, as his mother had done. Kunti was not for it. She was angry with him. She said, "My lord, you are my lord and master. I chose you as my husband long ago. I will be with you in heaven or in hell. When you die I will die with you, and after death this curse cannot hold. We will get children then. Please do not try to coax me to do something which I cannot bring myself to do." Pandu could not rest in peace. Days and nights he spent in misery, thinking only of his unborn children. Finally, taking pity on the king whom she loved immensely, Kunti said, "My lord, I can cure you of your depression. I have it in my power to do what your heart desires." She told the king of her girlhood days, of the visit of Durvasa to her father's court, and of the boon granted by Durvasa. The king's joy was immense. He talked it over with her. He decided that a son born of them would indeed be a worthy son. "He will be a son," said the king, "who will be remembered in after times. The personification of them himself, my son will uphold my name for all times." In that picturesque forest garden of Satasringa, Kunti invoked the Lord of Dharm. On an auspicious day when all the stars and planets were favorable, Kunti gave birth to a son born of Dharm. A voice from the heavens proclaimed that this child was the perfect image of righteousness, and for this quality in him, he would be famed throughout the world. The child was named Yudhishthir. Pandu was very happy. A year later he asked Kunti to bear him another son. This time he wanted the father to be Vayu, the most powerful of the Devas. "When righteousness is supported by strength, nothing can withstand the combination," said the king. "So be it," said Kunti. Vayu was invoked and a beautiful strong son was born to Kunti. The voice from the heavens now proclaimed, "This child will be the most powerful and the most affectionate child." The son was called Bheemsen. Pandu, now the father of 2 sons, was not satisfied. He asked Kunti to give him another son. "Summon Indra," said Pandu. A son born of the Lord of the heavens will indeed be the realization of all my dreams. A son born of Indra will be very righteous. He will be a great man. He will be a hero, invincible. You will be the mother of the greatest of all heroes. Again she said, so be it. Kunti invoked Indra, and he gave her a son. The voice from the heavens now said, this child will win for Pandu imperishable fame. He will be the conqueror of the entire world. There will be none like him. Indra came to Pandu and said, this son of mine will be the conqueror of the entire world. Your son Yudhishthir will perform the great Rajsya, and Asvamedh with this son of mine by his side. My son is the other half of Vishnu. He is Nar. Krishna, the son of Vasudev and Devki, is Narayan. Because of these two men, the earth will be cleansed of all the poisons which are hurting her. With these words Indra went away. The son was called Arjun. There is an avarice which is greater than love of money. It is the desire for sons. Pandu was the father of 3 sons. Still he was not satisfied. He asked Kunti to give him another son. She refused, saying, you were so eager to have sons. Hence I agreed. Now, even after 3 sons have been born, if I get more, Dharma will be destroyed. Desperate acts are allowed only 3 times at the most. I will not try again. Pandu said, you are right. But think of Maadri. She has no son. Can you not teach her the incantation and help her to get a son? Kunti was quite willing to do it. She taught the invocation to Maadri. Maadri invoked the Asvini Kumaras, the heavenly twins. They gave her 2 sons. These sons of Maadri were more beautiful than the other 3. The voice from the heavens spoke once more, these 2 will be the most handsome men in the world. They will be famed for their good qualities, their devotion, their bravery, and their wisdom. The sons of Maadri were called Nakul and Sahdev. The rishis in the valley of Satasringa were the officiating priests for the naming ceremony, and later they were responsible for the earlier education of the young princes. They were almost the children of all the rishis of the valley. Years ago, when the curse had descended on Pandu and he retired to the forest, the Vrishnas, the cousins and brothers of Kunti, were very unhappy. Now, when news reached them that Pandu was the father of 5 sons, they were immensely pleased. Vasudev, the brother of Kunti, sent costly gifts and clothes through his family priest Kashyap. This priest was asked to perform the rites necessary for young Kshatriya princes. He stayed on and performed their Upanayanas. In the forest lived Sukha, the son of Satyavati. There was no archer to equal him. He was performing penance in the valley of Satasringa. He volunteered to train the youngsters in the use of arms. Because of the excellent training given by the great Rishi, the young princes became proficient in the use of weapons. Bheem was good with the mace, Yudhishthir with the javelin, the twins with the sword. Arjun became a good archer. He could use both his hands with equal ease. Pleased with his skill, Sukha said that his disciple had become the equal of his master. In his pleasure he made a gift of his bow to Arjun as a mark of his appreciation. On the same day as Bheem was born, Gandhari's eldest son was born. He was born during the night, and was called Duryodhan. Dhritarashtra was very pleased. He summoned Vidur to his presence and said, I hear that a son has already been born to Pandu. He is a year older than my son. I have a fear that he, being the elder, will become the rightful heir to the throne of the Pauravas. Do you think my guess is right? I am also upset by something else. The moment my child was born, certain omens were evident, omens which are not auspicious. I do not understand the reason for it. Vidur looked grave. He said, My brother, these omens prophesy that your son will be the cause of the destruction of the entire world. The king was shocked by these words. He said, How can I avert the calamity? Vidur said, There is only one way. If you sacrifice this child for the good of humanity, the evil can be averted. You must put him to death. The wise say, That, for the sake of the family, one can be abandoned. The family may be abandoned for the sake of the village for the sake of the community, and everything, even this world, may be abandoned for the sake of saving the soul. My advice to you is to abandon this child, which spells ruin to the world. Poor Dhritarashtra could not do it. Duryodhan was his firstborn. He could not take the advice of Vidur. In course of time, he was the father of 101 sons and a daughter called Disala. The king was happy. He buried all his misgivings in the joy of fatherhood. 13. The death of Pandu. Pandu spent 15 happy years with his sons. Time passed. One day Kunti had gone with the sons to a neighboring ashrama. Pandu was alone. It was a beautiful day. It was springtime. All the trees had dressed themselves with beautiful flowers. The air was laden with the perfume of these blossoms. The forest garden of Satyavati was that day a fitting stage for the act of love. In that place, made beautiful and dreamy by the magic touch of Vasantha, the lord of spring, the friend and helpmate of the god of love, the king saw Madri. She was a very beautiful woman. Her dark form draped in crimson silk, she stood before the king enchanting him with her loveliness. Pandu was overcome with a desperate desire to take her. 18 years had passed without his having tasted the joys of a woman's embrace, and Madri was enchantingly beautiful. His desire was too strong. He forgot all about the curse. Madri tried desperately to resist his advances. Kunti would have guarded him against this danger. But she was not there. Madri ran hither and thither like a frightened deer. But Pandu was too powerful. He caught her in his arms and, despite her words of warning and her remonstrances, he took her. The next moment he fell down dead. The cry of Madri reached the ears of Kunti. With the 5 young boys she rushed to the spot. Madri said, "Something terrible has happened. Leave the children and come here, alone." Kunti saw her husband lying dead. She turned her entire wrath on the poor unfortunate Madri. She said, "How could you, knowing the curse, allow this? Could you not have reminded him of it?" Madri told her all that had happened. Kunti realized that fate was too powerful. Her grief burned her frame. She fell down senseless on the ground. Madri took up the body of the dead king, dressed him in his kingly robes and laid him on the bed. She made Kunti get up. Kunti looked on the face of Pandu. A beautiful smile lit up the face of the dead king. Placing her face on his, Kunti gave way to her grief. By then the rishis of the valley of Satyavati had assembled there. They looked on the scene with pity in their hearts. Yudhishthir and his brothers stood by, stunned by the calamity which had overtaken them. Yudhishthir lamented their fate with tears in his eyes. He said, "We are now orphans. Fate's ways are, indeed, terrible. How can we, so young, live in this world of sin without your kind hands to guide us? From today, we are lost. We have no friends, no one to take care of us." The children were standing round him weeping tears of pain. The scene was pitiable. The rishis took the children apart and tried to console them. Both Kunti and Madri wanted to ascend the funeral pyre with Pandu. The rishis said, "You are both mothers. It is your duty to stay with your children and take care of them. They are now sunk in the depths of despair. It is not fitting that you, their dear mothers, should now leave them and make them orphans in the full sense of the word. We will take you both to the city of Hastinapur. We are sure that the blind King Dhritarashtra will not be as fond of these children as he ought to be. It is your duty as mothers to guard your sons, the future rulers of the world." The words of the rishis found no response in the heart of Madri. She was bent on only one thing, her death with the husband who had to die because of her. "He wanted me," she said. "Before he was even able to satisfy himself he died. I have got to go to him and satisfy him. I must die with him." She was delirious with the pain in her heart. She looked at Kunti and said, "My dear sister, you are the elder and the wiser of us two. I will never be able to guard the children as you can. My sons, born out of your kindness, are really your sons. You are great enough to be the mother of 5 sons. You are the only person who can guard them. You have your cousins, the Vrishnis, to help you. You must help me to realize my dream. I cannot, live in this world without my lord. I will ascend the funeral pyre with him. You must agree to make this sacrifice for me. You must live for the sake of these sons of yours. You will see them rulers of this entire world. Life will have its compensations for you. I pray to you. Grant me this my wish. Kunti agreed. The rishis too thought that it was the right thing to do. Maudri called the children to her side and spoke to them words full of love and pain. She said, Kunti is your mother. I have been just the nursemaid. You are all the sons of Kunti. You will be the 5 Kuntiyas. Yudhishthir will be the father and you 4 will be his sons. Never displease him in any manner, on any account. I am leaving you all in his hands. Yudhishthir, my son, you will be lord of this earth. I will look on you from above and bless you. Maudri took leave of everyone. She fell at the feet of Kunti. Kunti blessed Maudri with the words, I grant you permission to follow our Lord. You will meet him in heaven and be with him forever and ever. Your name will always be remembered with love and tears by the world of men. Farewell. My sister. You can go in peace. Tears ran down her cheeks as she said this. Maudri, with great joy suffusing her face, ascended the pyre. Yudhishthir, the eldest son, applied the sacred fire with streaming eyes. It was all over. The residents of Satasringa conferred and decided on the future course of action. They said that the best thing to do would be to proceed to Hastinapur with Kunti and the 5 sons of Pandu. There they would leave the princes in the care of Bheeshm and the king Dhritarashtra. It was the rightful home of the princes, now that Pandu was dead. With swimming eyes, Kunti bade adieu to the forest Satasringa, where she had spent so many happy years with Pandu and Maudri. It was all the past now. A new chapter was to begin. No one knew what fate held in store for them in Hastinapur. The rishis, with Kunti and the 5 sons of Pandu, set out for the beautiful city. The journey into the unknown had begun. 14. Towards Hastinapur. The Pandav princes and their mother, escorted by the rishis of Satasringa, reached Hastinapur. The citizens were amazed at the sight. News reached Bheeshm and Dhritarashtra about the arrival of these people. They went to the gates of the city to receive the strange guests, a group of rishis, a woman whose sad eyes haunted everyone, and 5 young men whose beauty and princeliness caught every eye. Dhritarashtra, Bheeshm, Balika the brother of Shantanu, his son Somadatta, the wise Vidur, Satyavati, Amba Alika, Baka, Gandhari and the others, with a big retinue, went to the gates of the city. A memorable sight met their eyes. They saw Kunti with the 5 young princes, like an Arani with 5 flames leaping out of it. The rishis were adored by the Kaurav elders. Then they spoke, you are all aware of the fact that the great Kuru prince Pandu, having renounced the pleasures of the world, was living with his wives Kunti and Maudri on the picturesque hills of Satasringa. He was dearly loved by all of us. During his stay with us Pandu became the father of 5 sons. 3 of them, this young man by name Yudhishthir, this Bheem, and this child Arjun are the sons of Kunti, born of them, Vayu and Indra. Those 2 boys who are standing near Kunti are Nakul and Satyv born to Maudri. They are the sons of the Asvini twins. When Yudhishthir was 15, Pandu performed all the religious rites for these young men. Now, 17 days back, Pandu was gathered to his forefathers. We performed all the funeral rites. The Queen Maudri accompanied him on the pyre. We have brought these young men, the future hopes of your Kuru house and their mother. It is up to you, Bheeshm and Dhritarashtra, to take up the guardianship of these fatherless children. With these words the rishis went away. The entire city was sunk in woe. Bheeshm was speechless with sorrow. He was shocked and pained at the thought that he could no longer see his young nephew Pandu who left them all years back. Dhritarashtra was grieved at the loss of his brother and companion. Memories came crowding back, memories of the days of his childhood and boyhood, when Pandu with his love and gentleness made him forget that he was blind. Tears choked him. Amba was struck senseless. Her grief was inconsolable. They all returned to the palace. Dhritarashtra asked Vidur to make arrangements for a royal mourning and funeral rites to be performed for the dead Pandu in a manner fitting to the son of the Kuru house. The great Vyas came to preside over the function. Afterwards, when it was all over, Vyas approached his mother Satyavati and said, "Mother, the happy days are over. Terrible, dreadful times are in store for the house of the Kurus. Every day will be laden with sin. The world is well past her youth. Another few years, and sin will prevail in the mind of your dear grandson Dhritarashtra and his sons. There will be nothing but annihilation. Mother, you have not the strength of mind to watch your great-grandchildren destroy each other, yes, destroy each other in a great war. Why do you tarry here? Retire to the forest and turn your back on this world." "So be it," said Satyavati. She called Amba and Amba and told them that she was going away to the forest and asked them if they were willing to go with her. They were only too willing to go away from the city and try to forget their pain. Indeed, fate had not been kind to these three women. They had been the chosen targets for disappointments and heartaches. They were only too happy to go away from that dreadful city, which held so many painful memories for them. Satyavati thought of her feudal life, the few years of happiness which she spent with Shantanu. Even those years were not quite happy for her, because she knew that her happiness was built on the unhappiness of Bheeshm. Then came the death of her lord, followed hard upon by the death of both her sons. Then came the birth of the three children Dhritarashtra, Pandu and Vidur. Disappointments followed one another, and now this dreadful prophecy of Vyas that there was nothing but annihilation in store for the great Kuru house. She was grateful to her son for the respite he suggested. Her daughters-in-law were only too happy, eager, to escape from a city which had never given them any happiness. From the moment Bheeshm brought them there by force, they had been just pawns in a game played by their mother-in-law. They were made to marry Vishatravirya. Then followed the tragic story of their beloved sister Amba. They could never get over the pain of it. A few years of happiness with their lord. Then came the tragic death of Vishatravirya, and their months of loneliness. This was broken by the commands of their mother-in-law. They had to bear sons to uphold the name of the family. The dreadful experiences they had when Vyas was called. The children which proved to be such disappointments to the queen mother whose ambition was immense. The two women, still toys in the hands of Satyavati, agreed to go away to the forest with her. Amba was almost dead when her son died. She was grateful for the peace that the forest promised. They wanted just to forget. There is one thing more powerful than all the weapons of death. It is unwillingness to live. It baffles death as nothing else can. When one is no longer interested in the events of the world, the state is worse than death. The three women, Satyavati, Amba and Amba, had reached that stage. To them nothing mattered any longer. They set out willingly for the forest, in search of peace to soothe their bruised hearts. Just before setting out for the forest, the three queens took farewell of all the members of the royal household. Satyavati sent for Bheeshm. She told him about her decision. He was very unhappy. She was the link between him and his dear departed father. "Why, mother, why should you leave me and go away? Will you not stay behind and help me to bear the burden of sorrow?" Satyavati said, "My son, I will not stay. Vyas told me that there is nothing but annihilation in store for the house of the Kurus. I thought that I was a brave woman. But I am not. I cannot see the destruction of the Kuru family. I will escape into the forest. I am firm." "Annihilation," said Bheeshm. "Tell me more about this prophecy of Vyas." Satyavati told him. Bheeshm's face was white and drawn with pain. He said, I find that I am also willing to play the coward. My father has granted me a boon. He said that I can die when I please. There is nothing left to live for, mother. I will also summon death and go back to the arms of my mother. No, you shall not, said Satyavati. That is the reason for my calling you. I leave these youngsters in your hands. It is up to you to see that the house of the Kurus is firmly established in this world. You must not dream of retiring from this world until this duty is performed. Once I commanded you to do something for me and you refused. This time you cannot. I command you to guard these children. Bheeshm bent his head down in silent consent. Thus they parted, Satyavati, to find the peace that had been denied her all these years, Bheeshm with the burden of life imposed on him till fate thought fit to relieve him of its crushing weight. 15. Jealousy, its first sprouts. For the first time in their lives the Pandav princes tasted the life of luxury that was theirs by birthright. They were all youngsters, the Pandavs and the sons of Dhritarashtra. The palace gardens were filled with the voices of the boys at play, and Bheeshm spent a few days of happiness listening to the voices of his grandsons. It was then that evil was born in the heart of Duryodhan. Bheem was a wild lad. He enjoyed teasing the other boys. He was the strongest of the lot. In any kind of fight he would be the winner. In boxing, in wrestling, in any game of strength, he was able to defeat the sons of Dhritarashtra. If they were on top of a tree, his favorite game was to shake the tree by the roots and make the boys fall from the tree like so many fruits. They resented this. Bheem was bubbling over with the energy, or rather the excess of energy, that was his inheritance from his father. Taking defeat and humiliation with a smiling face is a form of hypocrisy which we are able to develop as we grow older. It is entirely absent when we are young. A defeated child will always shout and storm at the winner. This is a characteristic which we all know. Being a sport, as the idiom goes, is not a natural reaction of the child. We develop it as we develop poise, only when we grow older. The sons of Dhritarashtra were true to nature, and they resented this supremacy of Bheem. Bheem too, in all fairness to his cousins, was a bit of a bully. He enjoyed teasing the other boys and humiliating them. It was all very childish. But the heart of Duryodhan, the young boy, was full of anger and sullen hatred and jealousy. He hated his cousin Bheem with all his little might and heart. The poor boy thought out ways and means of avenging this extreme humiliation. He was a spoilt child. Till now he was the sole master of the entire palace. He was, too, the sole heir to the affection of his grandfather Bheeshm. This intrusion of the cousins was something he did not bargain for. Here were rivals who were being petted by his beloved grandfather, who had been so very fond of him till now. He was wild with jealousy. Bheem was a rival who was getting the better of him in everything. Any other child, under similar circumstances, would have reacted in the same way. I wish he were dead, is a common form of expression of an angry child. Duryodhan too wished that Bheem were dead. But here the parallel ceases. Ordinary children would have outgrown this stage. But Duryodhan was not an ordinary child. His father was selfish and avaricious. Duryodhan inherited these qualities. He thought far ahead. He did not want these cousins of his to prosper. He thought that with the death of Bheem his future, as the king of the country, would be reassured. It was here, at this pliable stage, that Shakuni entered the stage. Shakuni, the uncle of Duryodhan and his evil mentor. He fanned the spark of hatred in the heart of Duryodhan till it became an all-consuming flame. There was place for no other feeling in the heart of the young prince except hatred for the Pandavs in general, and for Bheem in particular. Sleep left his eyes and he was unhappy. Shakuni and Duryodhan hatched a plot to destroy Bheem. The young boys went to the banks of the river Ganga. They spent the whole day there playing various games. It was a picnic. When evening came on, Bheem was very tired and hungry. Duryodhan took him inside the tent and himself fed him on the choicest kinds of food. Bheem was simple and without guile. He could never see through the actions of others. He ate his food not knowing that Duryodhan had mixed Kalakuta, the deadliest of poisons, with it. Tired out, young Bheem lay down and promptly fell into a deep sleep. The sleeping form of Bheem was bound up with strong creepers. Duryodhan then flung him into the waters of the Ganga, where there were placed many snakes spitting deadly poison. The return to the city was being planned. Yudhishthir looked everywhere for Bheem. He was nowhere to be seen. Yudhishthir thought that perhaps he had already reached the city. He went home in a hurry and asked his mother, "Mother, is Bheem here?" Kunti was surprised. "No, he has not come back," said the mother. Looking at the face of Yudhishthir, she was frightened. He told her that he was nowhere to be seen. The four boys returned to the banks of the river and searched for their brother everywhere. "Bheem! Bheem!" they called out to him. Only the echoes of their voices reached them. Their search was fruitless. They returned home and told their mother that he was not to be seen anywhere. Frightened, Kunti sent for Vidur and told him that Bheem was missing. They told him everything. Kunti said, "Duryodhan does not look on my son with love. I have a fear that he has killed my child when he was sleeping." Vidur comforted her. He said, "Do not worry, my dear sister. It is up to you to protect the other four. If Duryodhan knows that we suspect him, he will try to kill the others also. It has been said by the rishis that your sons will be long-lived. Do not show your feelings. I am sure Bheem is safe. He will come back to you soon. Possess your heart in patience and do not let Duryodhan know that you suspect him." After these words of comfort, Vidur went away. Bheem, who had been flung into the river with his limbs tied with the creepers, still slept on. Suddenly he felt something stinging him. The snakes had begun their work. They all, together and one by one, began to sting him all over. A strange thing happened. The poison of the snakes proved to be the antidote for the terrible poison which had been eaten by Bheem. He woke up and began to kill the snakes. Some of them were able to escape, and they went to the nether regions. They reached the abode of Vasaki, their master. They said, "Here is a man, or perhaps he is the king of serpents. 1,000 serpents have stung him. It only woke him from a deep sleep. Now he has broken all bonds, and he is bent on killing all of us. It is but meet that you should see him." Vasaki was led by his myrmidons to the place where Bheem was. Vasaki recognized him to be Bheem, the son of Kunti, and embraced him. He told his minister, "Give him riches and jewels to his heart's content. I am very pleased with him." The minister replied, "I would like to make a suggestion. He is a prince. Jewels and riches will be of no use to him. Why should we not feed him with our elixir which gives great strength?" Vasaki was pleased with the suggestion of his minister. He sat Bheem facing the east and gave him a bowl full of the elixir. Bheem quaffed it at a single draught. The entire assembly was amazed. Vasaki called for more and told Bheem, "Drink your fill. The more you drink, the stronger will you be. Each bowl will give you the strength of 1,000 elephants." Bheem emptied 8 bowls of the divine elixir and went to sleep. Bheem slept for 8 days. On the 8th day he got up. He was fed with the divine food of the Naga king, and was brought to the surface of the river. He found himself in the place where they had all camped. He returned home to his mother and brothers. He was greeted with tears of joy by all of them. Kunti could not contain herself. She was so happy. Yudhishthir was able to speak only after a few moments of stunned silence. He was very fond of Bheem, and this week was a week of torture for him. Bheem embraced all of them and pacified his mother, who was now weeping without any restraint. With all the 5 round him, Bheem told them about his strange experience. Vidur came and heard the story. He advised them to be careful about the hatred of Duryodhan. The Pandavs were shocked at the fact that there was such a thing as hatred, and in so young a heart. They were so good. They could not imagine that hatred could blind a man to such an extent. Duryodhan saw the hated Bheem alive and well. He was happy for the last few days, and now the sight of Bheem was a great shock. He was surprised at the miracle that had saved Bheem. He had been so sure of the success of his plot. Shakuni was equally amazed. Duryodhan's hatred was greater now. But he had to be quiet, because he knew that the Pandavs knew. 16. Enter Drona. Bheeshm appointed Kripa to undertake the education of the princes. Kripa was well versed in the use of arms. He had been brought up by Shantanu, who found him and his twin sister in the forest one day when he had gone out there for his hunt. Taking pity on them, he brought them home. He called them Kripa and Kripi. Their father was the great Gautama. Kripa was very much interested in the use of arms. He learnt it. Bheeshm thought that he was the right person to be the tutor to the young princes. The sons of Dhritarashtra, the sons of Pandu, the young princes from the house of Vrishni, Pajay and Anda came to Hastinapur to learn archery and other warlike arts from Kripa. When they were proficient enough, Bheeshm thought that further training from a more capable teacher was essential. He was on the lookout for such a teacher. One day the boys were all playing with a ball. All of a sudden, the ball fell into a well that was nearby. The boys stood confused. Their game was made to stop in the middle. A man was standing there, watching them. Seeing their confusion, he came near them and said, "Evidently you do not know the use of a bow and arrow. If you did, then there would not have been any reason for this helplessness of yours." "But we do know the use of a bow and arrows, sir," said the boys. Yudhishthir came forward and said, "In fact, our tutor is the great Kripa." "But then, what has that to do with our present predicament? How can a bow and arrows help us to regain our ball? We do not understand." "I will show you," said the stranger. He removed a gem-set ring from his little finger and dropped it into the well. While the amazed boys looked on, the man shot an arrow into the well. The boys leaned across the parapet of the well and saw that the arrow had pierced the ball after passing through the ring. The man sent another arrow which pierced the one that had been shot before. A third pierced the second, a fourth the third, and so on, until there was formed a rope of arrows. Pulling it out, he gave the ball to the boys and placed the ring on his finger. The boys were just thunderstruck. This was a thing which they had never seen. Overcome with admiration for this stranger, they said, "Please let us know who you are." The stranger smiled and said, "Go to your grandfather and tell him all that happened here. He will know who I am." The boys rushed pell-mell to the palace of Bheeshm and told him about the wonderful man. Bheeshm knew at once who he was. He realized that the newcomer was Drona, the husband of Kripi. He had learnt archery from the great Bhargav. He was the son of Bharadvaj, the great sage. Bheeshm felt that a fit tutor had at last come for the young men. He hurried to the presence of Drona and welcomed him with due honor to Hastinapur. 17. Drona and Drupad. Drona was the son of Bharadvaj. In his childhood days he had for his companion Drupad, the prince of the Panchal kingdom. They were very good friends. Once, in a moment of affection, Drupad told Drona, "I am indeed very fond of you. I do not want our friendship to end here, in the ashrama. I am the heir to the throne of the Panchals. When I become king, I will take you with me, and we can be friends for life." Years passed. Drona married Kripi, the daughter of Saradwata or Gautam. A son was born to them. He was called Ashvathama. Drona's ambition was to become the greatest archer of the time. He went to the great Bhargav, who had toured the world 21 times, destroying the Kshatriyas. He received Drona with affection and said, "What can I do for you?" The newcomer said, "I am Drona, the son of Bharadvaj. I have come to you in my desire for wealth." "I have no wealth," said Bhargav. "I have given away all my earthly belongings to Kashyap. Only this my body can be called my own." What can I give you, poor as I am? Drona smiled and said, My lord, I want the wealth that you have with you. You are a past master in the art of archery. I want to be your disciple and learn it. That is easy, said Bhargav. I will accept you as my pupil. Having acquired mastery over all the astras, Drona came home. Ashvathama was then a young child. They were in extreme poverty. Once the child came to his mother and said, Mother, all my friends talk about something called milk. I want milk. They say that there is nothing to equal it in taste, except the elixir of the Devas. I want milk, mother. The poor woman did not know what to do. She could not satisfy the child. When Drona heard about it, he became very unhappy. But suddenly he remembered the days of his friendship with the Panchal prince, Drupad. He told Kripi, Listen, Kripi. I have a friend by name Drupad. He is now the king of the Panchals. He was my dear friend in the ashrama where we studied together. He has promised to share his riches with me. Let us hasten to Panchal. It will be the end of our poverty. The three of them set out to the country called Panchal. Drona went to the court of Drupad and asked for an audience. He entered the court and said, I am Drona. I am your boyhood friend. I heard that you have become king. So I came. Do you remember the words you spoke when we were together in the ashrama? You said that you wanted our friendship to last forever. You even offered to share your kingdom with me. I do not want your land or your riches. But I have come to you as a friend. It is up to you to keep me with you. Let us always be together. Drupad had changed. He was not the same person who spoke so sweetly to the Brahmin in those old days. His riches and the fact that he was a king had made him proud. Drunk with power, he laughed at Drona. He said, It makes me laugh to think that you, a poor Brahmin whom I befriended in my student days, should claim friendship with me. Do you not know that friendship is possible between equals and only between equals? Only two poor men can be friends and only two rich men can be friends. But this unusual friendship that you speak about is only a dream. It can never be a reality. Please go away from here. And do not come back to me, pestering me with your tales of some fabulous promise of long, long ago. The insulted Brahmin stood silent for a few moments. Abruptly, without a word, he left the court of the arrogant king. In that one moment when he stood there in the court, silent, was decided his future action, revenge. Revenge must be taken on this Drupad whom pride had blinded to his plighted word. The man who had insulted him, as he would any beggar, must suffer for it. Drona decided to train a young Kshatriya in archery. Through him he would realize his dream. He turned his steps towards Hastinapur. That was where his wife's brother, Kripa, was living. He had heard too, that Kripa was the tutor to the young princes of the Kuru house. He hoped that Hastinapur would lead him to his goal. When he was on the outskirts of the city, he saw the young princes of the Kuru house. It was then that he rescued the ball for them. Bheeshm came later and welcomed him to the city. Drona was very pleased with the reception of Bheeshm. Drona told him all about the insult he had suffered at the hands of the proud king of the Panchals. He told him too about his desire for revenge. Bheeshm said, You have come to the proper place. I have grandchildren running into hundreds, who are eager to learn archery. I will be honored and greatly relieved if you can take up the task of training them up to be Kshatriyas in the real sense of the word. Drona was only too eager to oblige. Bheeshm called all the children and entrusted them to Drona and said, From today they are yours. Yours is the task of bringing them up to be men, real men. Several years passed in the education of the young princes. All of them were good at the use of arms. But Arjun became the favorite of Drona. His love for archery, his incessant practice, his extreme patience, his devotion to his studies and to his guru, and his lovable nature won the heart of Drona. It was soon an established fact that Arjun was dearer to his guru than even the guru's own son Ashvathama. It must be said in defense of Drona that Arjun won his heart because he was the perfect student. His concentration was admirable. He would practice all the night through, very often, to master a certain lesson. Drona was so pleased with him that once he told him, "I have never seen an archer like you. I promise to make you the greatest archer in this world." Arjun's joy was immense. Once, while Drona was bathing in the river Ganga, he was attacked by a crocodile. It caught hold of his leg. He sent out a cry, save me from this crocodile." He could have extricated himself easily. But he wanted to test the prowess of his students. So he called out for help. Even before his words were out of his lips, Arjun, with his quick and sharp arrows, killed the crocodile which was submerged in the water. Drona was very happy. In his extreme pleasure, Drona taught the great astra called Brahmasirsha to Arjun. He told him how to dispatch it and how to withdraw it. He gave Arjun a word of warning. He said, "This astra is too strong to be used on ordinary mortals. If it is aimed at poor ineffectual persons, it will destroy the entire world. If there is a person who is either a Rakshas or a perverted Deva who causes great havoc among men, then, and only then, should this be used." Arjun accepted it with great humility and gratitude. 18. Ekalavya, the Nishad. There came one day to Drona, a dark young boy. He came near the Acharya when no one was about. He fell at the feet of the great Brahmin. He said, "My lord, I have come to you to learn archery. Please accept me as your pupil." Drona liked his manners. He looked at him kindly and said, "Who are you?" The youngster replied, "I am Ekalavya. I am the son of Hiranyadanas, the king of the Nishads." Drona would not take him as his pupil, as he was not a Kshatriya but a Nishad. He told him gently, "My dear child, I cannot take you as my pupil. I have undertaken to train these Kshatriya princes. You will not be welcome here. I like you, but I cannot take you." Disappointed and broken-hearted, the young Nishad boy went back to the forest whence he came, all the way to Hastinapur. He bore no ill will towards Drona, but he was unhappy. Back in the forest, he made a figure of Drona out of mud with his own hands. He called this image his guru. Daily he would worship this image and then practice on his bow. In a short while he found that he was able to learn archery quickly. Such is the magnetism of desire. All one's conscious and unconscious thoughts are drawn towards this one desire, and all one's actions become only echoes of this voice of desire. It was even so with Ekalavya. His love for archery and his love for his guru who refused to take him as his pupil, not because he would not but because he could not, these two loves made him think of archery and only archery. He wanted to master the art. Soon he was an adept in it. Once the Kuru princes and the Pandavs went to the forest on a picnic. The Pandavs had taken a dog with them. This dog had wandered right into the heart of the forest. It came upon a strange man. He was dressed in the skin of a leopard and he walked like a leopard. Looking at him, the dog thought that it was a wild animal. It began to bark furiously. Ekalavya, the Nishad, for it was he, could not resist the temptation to seal the mouth of the dog with his arrows. The long face of the dog was covered with arrows. 7 arrows had been interlaced and woven so skillfully that the dog could not open his mouth. He ran away from the spot and reached the camp of the Pandavs. The contraption about its mouth amazed everyone. Drona and his students admired the skill of the unknown archer, a man who had created a poem with his arrows. Some of them went in search of the stranger. Finally they found him. They asked him who he was. He said, "I am Ekalavya. I am the son of Hiranyadanas, the king of the Nishads." When they asked him how he was able to work such wonders with his bow and arrows, Ekalavya smiled a proud smile and said, "That is because I am the disciple of the great Drona." They all came back to the camp and told Drona about this. Arjun, the favorite of Drona, was not pleased with this at all. He went to his Acharya and said, you have promised to me that you will make me the greatest archer in this world. Now it seems as though you have given that promise to someone else. In fact, he is already the greatest archer in the world. Drona went with Arjun to see this Ekalavya. He did not remember him at all. He found him dressed in the skin of a leopard. He stood with his bow and arrows in his hand. Ekalavya saw his guru. He rushed to him and fell at his feet. His tears washed the feet of his beloved guru. Drona was charmed by him. He asked him when he became the pupil of Drona. Ekalavya was only too happy to relate the entire story to him. He was so naive and unaffected that Drona could not help loving him. Ekalavya did not even seem to realize how great an archer he was. Drona paused for a moment. With great unwillingness, he said, "You claim to be my pupil. It is but right that I should claim Dakshina from you." "Of course," said Ekalavya. "I will be honored if you do but ask." Drona saw the relentless look on the face of Arjun. He said, "I want your thumb, the thumb of your right hand." Not a sigh escaped the lips of Ekalavya. He smiled and said, "I am happy to give you this Dakshina in return for the art I learned from you. Here it is." He took a crescent-shaped arrow from his quiver and severed his thumb from his right hand, and laid the bleeding digit at the feet of his beloved guru. Drona received it. Arjun was happy. There was nothing more to be said or done. It was all over. Ekalavya fell at the feet of his guru and saluted him. He bade him adieu. Drona and Arjun walked silently back to the camp. 19. Radhaya, "Mother, will you tell me something?" said Radhaya to his mother Radha. She was the wife of the charioteer Atiruth. Radhaya was their son. It was his birthday. He was today 16 years old. He said, "Mother, it is my birthday. Father has bought me a new chariot and new horses. He says that I am now old enough to drive a chariot. But mother, I do not want to drive a chariot. My hands are eager to hold a bow and arrow. I cannot think of anything else. Waking or sleeping, my thoughts are forever fixed on this desire. I want to fight. I want to become an archer. Why, mother, why should this unnatural desire find a place in my heart?" Tears sprang to the eyes of Radha. She sat silent, her tears sewed on. Radhaya was shocked to see her tears. He put his arms around her and said, "Mother, have I wounded you? I love you more than my life. If anything I said has hurt you, I am sorry. I would rather kill myself than cause you so much pain. Tell me, mother, why are you crying?" Without answering his question, she said, "Yesterday you were talking in your sleep. You said, 'Do not go before you answer my question.' Who are you? Why do you haunt me like this? My son, what was your dream?" Radhaya was silent for a few moments. Then he said, "Mother, very often, my sleep is disturbed by a dream. It is always the same dream. I see a woman. She is dressed in costly robes. They are, I think, the raiments of a princess. Her face is hidden by a veil. I am lying down and she bends over me. Hot tears from her eyes burn me. I get up and ask her, 'Who are you?' But mother, this woman of my dreams vanishes like a startled ghost. Mother, tell me, why does this happen to me? Why is it that I do not want to be just a charioteer? There must be some explanation for this." Radha drew him nearer to her. She placed him on her lap. Holding him close, as if she were afraid to lose him, she said, "My son, the time has come when I should tell you a story. It happened 16 years ago. It was a very beautiful morning. Early in the morning your father had gone to the banks of the Ganga to offer morning prayers to the sun. His eyes were dazzled by something, some shining object floating on the river. He was intrigued. It looked as though some shining jewel were floating. After a time the object came nearer. Your father's curiosity was aroused. He swam across to the heart of the river to find out what the gleaming object was. He first saw a wooden box. It was wrought beautifully. He went nearer the box and looked inside. He saw a sight which struck him dumb. He found that the box contained a beautiful child. It was the most beautiful child he had ever seen. It was sleeping peacefully. Ganga put him to sleep, perhaps, with a lullaby which his mother would not sing to him. So thought your father. With the box in his hand he swam ashore. He rushed home. Radha! Radha! Look! I have brought you something. I have a gift for you, shouted your father. I ran out to see what made him so excited. I could not believe my eyes when I saw the child in his arms. Why? I said, the child is as beautiful as the morning sun. It is glowing. Look at the kavach and the kundal. It is a child belonging to some god. Radhaya sat up abruptly. He dared not breathe. So terrible, so full of wonder was this story. Radha held him closer, as if to say, in a few moments you will leave me. Till then let me hold you tight. The story went on. Surely, I said, surely this child is not earthly. It must belong to some god. No earthly child can have this beauty. Your father smiled at me. He said, perhaps it is a child born of the heavens, which God has sent down to you because you are childless. I feel that he has been created for your sake. I am sure that he is meant for you, just you. I am going to call him Radhaya, since he will be your dear beloved son. We were thrilled at the thought of a child in the house. I was very happy. I looked at the box. It was no ordinary box. You had been placed in it wrapped in a piece of silk, costly silk, the kind of silk that only a princess would use. But it was no use speculating. We could guess that you were the son of some high-born maiden, perhaps a princess, who had thought fit to abandon you for reasons known only to herself. We now had a son to brighten our home. That was all that mattered. Since you were born with a kavach and kundal, we named you Vasishina. But your father has always called you Radhaya. Most probably you belong to a palace. You have been living all these years as the son of a poor charioteer. All the wealth we could give you was the wealth of our love. It is because of your birth that you do not want to be a charioteer. You want to learn archery because you are a kshatriya. I am almost sure that you are a kshatriya. With sobs racking her frame, Radha said, Go, my son. You are not my son. Go out into the world and search for your mother. When you find her, the void in your life will be filled up. As for me, I am grateful to God for giving me a son all these years. The memory of these few years will keep me alive in the years to come. Radhaya bathed her form with his tears. He said, Mother, what are you saying? Do you want to abandon me as my other mother did? I do not know who she is. I do not want to know. I have a mother, the sweetest and dearest of all mothers. You gave me life. You are my mother. I may be a kshatriya. Most probably I am. But I do not care. I do not want to be anything else. I want to be just your son. My name is Radhaya, and Radhaya I will be to the end of my life. That will be the name by which the world will call me. I am not ashamed of my parents. I am proud to be the son of a Sut. I am Radhaya the Suautputra. Mother, in this world there is nothing like learning. Learning cares not for caste or creed. I will go in quest of learning. A learned man will find recognition wherever he goes. The thirst for knowledge, for proficiency in archery, is burning my frame. I will go and acquire knowledge. I will go now. But remember, Mother, I am coming back to you. You are my mother and nothing, nothing, can take you away from me, or me from you. Radhaya embraced his mother. She held him close. Their tears flowed and mingled incessantly. 20. Bhargav's Parshuram curse. Radhaya's one aim was knowledge. He wanted to learn archery. He heard that Hastinapur was famous throughout the world for the archers who had been receiving instruction from the great Drona. Radhaya went to the city. He was able to find Drona alone. He saluted him. Then he said, "My lord, I want you to accept me as your pupil. I want to learn archery from you." Drona wanted to know who he was. Radhaya said, "I am the son of Atiruth. I am Radhaya, the Sutputra." Drona did not relish the idea of teaching archery to the son of a Sut. He said, "You are a Sutputra. I will not teach archery to low-born people." Radhaya went back. He wended his way homewards, haunted by the name Sutputra, a stigma which clung to his name till the very end of his pain-filled life. He spent days and nights thinking out a way to acquire mastery in archery. He found that his being a Sutputra was a great barrier everywhere. Radhaya was desperate. At last he decided to go to Bhagwan Bhargav and learn archery from him. This man was a hater of Kshatriyas. Radhaya knew about the terrible anger of the rishi. He was in a dilemma. He argued to himself that, since a Sut is one who is born to a Kshatriya and a Brahmin, he would say that he was a Brahmin. If he said that he was a Brahmin, he would certainly be accepted by the great man as his pupil. He made up his mind. Radhaya reached the ashrama of the great Bhargav. With hope burning in his heart like a torch, he entered the ashrama of Bhargav. With his matted locks and burning eyes, Bhargav was a terrible personality. Radhaya was overawed by him. He fell at the feet of the great man with reverence and said, "I have come to you with hope and longing. Please do not send me back empty-handed." The sage lifted him up. Radhaya's eyes were full of tears. His frame was trembling with fear and a strange exhilaration. Bhargav was pleased with the young man and his humility. Radhaya told him that he was a Brahmin and that he wanted to learn archery. Bhargav smiled at him gently and said, "I will certainly teach you all that I know. I will do it willingly." Radhaya's education began. He spent many happy months and years in the ashrama of Bhargav. He was able to forget the incessant pain which was gnawing at his heart. He forgot the insults that had been heaped upon him because he was a Sutputra. He forgot the unknown woman of his dreams and the mystery attached to his birth. The dreams were less frequent now. Radhaya was bent on only one thing, knowledge. Knowledge meant power, it meant fame, it meant recognition. It was the only thing worthwhile in the world of men. Fate thought that the time of peace and contentment that Radhaya was enjoying should be brought to an end. Fate is indeed a willful woman. She is gifted with a perverse sense of humor. She can laugh only when her victims weep. She is happy only when she sees someone hurt by her terrible hand. It was so in the case of Radhaya. His education was now complete. Bhagwan Bhargav had taught him all the astras, even the Brahmastra and the powerful Bhargavastra. It was nearing the time of the departure of Radhaya. Bhargav was giving him his final piece of advice. He said, "I have been very happy all these days. It was a pleasure to teach you archery. I have given you all the wealth of knowledge that I had. I am proud to have had you as my disciple. You are very honest, fond of those who are elder to you, always eager to walk in the path of righteousness. You must use the knowledge you have acquired in upholding them. You must never use it in an unrighteous cause." The sun had now reached the high heavens. The heat was unbearable. The great Bhargav wanted to rest under the shade of a tree. He said, "Go to the ashrama and bring me a roll of deer skin for pillow. I am feeling tired. I would like to rest a while under this tree." "My lord," said Radhaya, "I am here. I will sit down and you can use my lap as your pillow. Can I not do this small service to the greatest of men?" Bhargav was pleased with his devotion. So, under the tree they rested, Radhaya with his guru's precious head on his lap. His mind was wandering through the maze of words which his guru had spoken now. His guru had called him an honest man. Was he honest? Perhaps not. Radhaya had told him that he was a Brahmin, when he was not. But then, that was the only way he could get learning for which he yearned with all his soul. The wise said that the end justifies the means. His aim was to acquire knowledge. 4. That he had spoken an untruth. A lie was a sin if it was used to achieve something sinful. But he had not tried to commit any sin. His lie would certainly be forgiven. Thoughts like these chased each other in his troubled mind. Some time passed. Suddenly Radhaya felt something stinging him in the thigh. The pain was unbearable. Without disturbing his guru, he bent down to see what was hurting him. He saw that it was an insect. It was dreadful to look at. It looked like a little pig. It was a very small image of a pig. But it had a sharp snout. The snout seemed to be made of steel, it felt so hard. This snout was embellished with several rows of teeth. It felt as though a steel saw was filing into his flesh. Radhaya could not remove it. It was steadily plowing into his flesh. The pain was intolerable. But what could he do? His guru was sleeping, resting his head on his lap, and it was not right to disturb his sleep. Racked by the terrible pain, patient Radhaya sat unmoved. The insect, after digging through his flesh, had now quite pierced his thigh. Blood streamed forth. The touch of the warm blood on his face roused Bhargav from his sleep. He stared at Radhaya and said, "There is blood on my face. Where did it come from?" Radhaya said, "From my thigh, my lord. While you were sleeping, an insect came and stung me in my thigh. It has been causing me pain for some time now. Blood has started flowing from the wound." The rishi looked at the insect drunk with the blood of Radhaya. His amazement was great. He said, "You say that this insect stung you. You say that it was painful. How is it you did not get up at once and try to stop this pain?" "My lord," said Radhaya, "you were sleeping on my lap. You were tired. You were resting. I was more concerned about your sleep than about my pain. I did not want to disturb your sleep. Hence I did not pay any attention to it." Bhargav could not believe his ears. He was puzzled. He said, "I cannot understand it. How can you, a Brahmin, bear so much pain? It is well known that Brahmins cannot bear pain, or even the sight of blood. Tell me the truth. You are not a Brahmin. You can never be a Brahmin. Only a Kshatriya can behave as you have done. Have I, after all these years, taught my astras to a sinful Kshatriya? I have hated Kshatriyas. I will never forgive you for this your deception. You are a Kshatriya. Admit it." Radhaya fell at his feet. Tears streamed from his eyes. It broke his heart to think that all that he had learnt would become futile. He realized that it was to be so. He held on firmly to the feet of his guru and cried, "Forgive me, my Lord. You have been more than a father to me. A father should forgive the faults of his child. I am not a Brahmin. But then I am not a Kshatriya either. I am Radhaya, the Sutputra. My father is Atiruth. A Sut is born of a Kshatriya and a Brahmin. Hence I told you that I was a Brahmin. The only thing I wanted was learning. Learning, they say, cares not for caste or creed. In your nobleness, you must overlook this fault of mine. I told a lie to you. But it was only to become your pupil. I have been devoted to you. To me, you are dearer than anything else in this world. Please show mercy and forgive me. I beg of you, please forgive me." Bhargav was furious. He would not relent. Not all the tears and prayers of poor unfortunate Radhaya could move him. He was firm. The rishis, they say, have all their senses under control. But it is evident that anger is the one thing they have never been able to control. To think that such a great man as Bhargav, a man who had practiced austerities for years and years, should have lost his temper so easily is strange. He forgot the devotion of Radhaya. He forgot his humility. He forgot the affection his pupil had for him. He was blind to the fact that it was this affection for him that made Radhaya suffer the insect to sting him. He was himself so fond of Radhaya. He forgot even that. Only one thing stood out. Radhaya had spoken a lie. All the other facts were thrown right back into the background. Everything was out of focus. Bhargav used the one weapon that rishis are capable of using. He cursed. Radhaya. He said, "You have learned archery under false pretenses. When you are desperately in need of an astra, your memory will fail you. You will not be able to remember it." Radhaya fell at his feet senseless. He roused himself a few moments later. With sobs racking his form, he implored, Why have you cursed me like this, my lord? I spoke a lie only because I wanted knowledge. You must not be so harsh." It was of no use. The Brahmin's words had been spoken. They were irrevocable. There was no way of recalling his words. Bhargav then addressed Radhaya in a slightly mollified tone, "I have spoken. Nothing can change it. But there is one fact about which I can assure you. You wanted fame. You will get it. You will be known in after times as the greatest archer that ever graced the earth." The great Bhargav left him and went away. Radhaya slowly raised his head. He saw that his guru had gone away. Wiping his eyes with his forearm, he walked away, sunk in the depths of despair. He walked aimlessly. He did not know where he was going. He reached the shores of the sea. He sat there, he knew not how long. The beating of the waves against the shore made him think of his own ineffectual attempts to fight against the world which had set its face away from him because he was a Sutputra. The mournful dirge of the sea was like a balm to his wounded heart. He got up from there and walked away. When he was coming back, he saw an animal flash past. More by instinct than anything else, he shot an arrow at the animal. It fell down dead. He went near and found to his horror that it was not a deer, as he had imagined it to be, but a cow. It belonged to a Brahmin. Radhaya went to him and told him that he had shot his cow in ignorance. He tried to pacify him by the gift of many more cows and riches. But the Brahmin was very angry. He gave vent to his anger by cursing Radhaya. He said, "When you are fighting with your enemy, your heart's deadliest enemy, the wheel of your chariot will sink into the ground, and, just as you killed my poor innocent cow when she was unaware of the danger that threatened her, you will also be killed by your opponent when you are least prepared for it." In a flash, Radhaya knew that he was the chosen target of fate. His birth was shrouded in mystery because of the heartlessness of the woman who had given him birth. His boyhood and later his manhood was blighted by the stigma, Sutputra, that clung to his name. Still he thought that he could find happiness in the world if only he became the pupil of Bhargav, the greatest of archers. This had just proved to be a mirage. His guru had cursed him and gone away. And now on top of that, this curse of the Brahmin. Radhaya had no more tears to shed. He realized that there was nothing in this world worth living for, worth writing for. There was only one person who loved him, and that was his mother Radha. He was Radhaya. He would remember that and only that. It was up to him to make the world resound with praises of Radhaya, the Sutputra. He wanted to make his mother happy. She had loved him when he needed love. She had dried his tears when he went to her with his childish troubles. She had wiped his brow when he was tired. She was his mother. It was the duty of a son to make her name immortal. That was the only purpose in his life now. Radhaya went home to his mother. She heard that his education was now complete. He could not, tell her now, at once, that it was all to no purpose since the curse had ruined it all. He did not want to break her heart. So he denied himself the comfort of her love and sympathy to tide over the difficult days fraught with pain and despair. He was with her for a few days. Then he told her that he would go to the Kuru palace in Hastinapur. He felt that his learning would be a passport into the jealously guarded portals of the great palace. 21. The tournament. Drona thought that the time had come when the prowess of his pupils should be exhibited to all the people in the royal household and to the citizens of the city. He approached Bheeshm with the suggestion. Dhritarashtra was also there. They accepted the idea with enthusiasm. By all means, said Bheeshm. Let the display be arranged. The king requested Drona to arrange for the erection of the stadium. On an auspicious day Drona had the work begun. It was built in a very short time. The stadium was an immense creation. It was wonderfully thought out. The stage was at the center. On either side of it were provided seats. On one side provision was made for the seating of the members of the royal family and other guests from the neighboring kingdoms. Seats were separately provided for the women of the royal family. On the side opposite to this were built galleries of immense size to accommodate the citizens. On the day of the tournament the sun shone bright. The place was already filled with the spectators, millions of them, all crowding to see the feats of the sons of the Kuru house and other houses too, who had been trained by the greatest of archers, Acharya Drona. Everyone was eager. Everyone was excited. Some talked about the duel with the mace which was to be fought between Duryodhan and Bheem. Some talked about the great exhibition of the feats of Arjun with the bow and arrow. Some spoke disparagingly of the Acharya. They said, Arjun is the favorite pupil of Drona. In fact, it is to show him off that Drona has arranged this big tournament. All the others are to be but foils for Arjun. Others said, no, that cannot be. Why, there are so many others who are as good as Arjun. It is to let Bheeshm know that all the princes are proficient, that Drona has arranged this. The people from the royal household began to arrive one by one. Bheeshm, with his white beard gleaming in the sun, entered first. Kripa followed him. The king and Gandhari, led by Vidur, entered next. After them came all the other ancients of the Kuru house. Then followed the guest kings. They were all seated. The people were all eagerly waiting for the princes to appear. The noise that arose from that assembly was like the roar of the ocean when the full moon is riding in the sky. There was a crescendo of noise and it ceased as if by magic. The people craned their necks to see the stage. Dressed in pure white, with his grey hair lending dignity and grace to his personality, Drona entered the stage. He was accompanied by his famous son Ashvathama. Vyas was there too to watch the proceedings. The king honored the two preceptors Drona and Kripa. Brahmins were chanting the Vedas. The scene was indeed impressive. One by one, the princes entered the arena. They were led by Yudhishthir, who was the eldest. They walked up to the acharyas and saluted them one by one. They were dressed in the accepted garb of warriors. They stood aside after the salutations were over. Bows were bent and the place resounded with the sound caused by the twanging of the strings of so many bows. The exhibition had begun. The princes performed amazing feats with their bows, arrows, swords, javelins, and all the weapons that were commonly used in warfare. The spectators were all watching the show with breathless interest. It was fascinating for them to see the young men and the ease with which they handled the many weapons. There followed a fight with the mace between Duryodhan and Bheem. They were both proficient in the art of wielding the mace, and the duel was watched very keenly by all. Vidur was all the while sitting by the side of the king, giving a running commentary on the proceedings. The duel was going on. Some were on the side of Bheem and others were siding with Duryodhan. Drona was watching carefully. He knew the hatred the two princes bore towards each other. When he thought that the fight was more intense than was necessary, he spoke to Ashvatthama. He said, "It seems to me that this fight is getting too spirited. It is not just a display of their skill. People have begun to take sides. Go and separate the two and bring the duel to a close. Let us not have unpleasantness on the stage today." Ashvatthama went quietly to the stage and parted the two combatants who were unwilling to give up. The Guru's commands, however, had to be obeyed. With their eyes reddened with anger, with their looks full of wrath, the two young princes parted. Drona asked Arjun to appear on the stage. Arjun looked beautiful as he made his appearance. He was wearing an armor of gold. He held the bow in his right hand. The quivers full of arrows were strapped to his shoulders. His fingers had leather covers to protect them. There was a deafening cheer from all sides when he ascended the stage. The king heard the noise and said, "Vidur, what is that noise? What do the people want?" Vidur smiled and said, "Arjun, the handsome son of Kunti, has ascended the stage. He is the favorite of all. Looking at him, the crowd has become excited. He is being cheered." The heart of the blind king was burning with jealousy. But hiding it, he spoke words of sweetness, praising the sons of Pandu. Kunti had already seated herself with the other ladies of the royal house. She was happy to see her sons excel themselves in all the feats. Looking at Arjun, tears of joy filled her eyes. She felt proud that she was the mother of this beautiful, powerful, young man. Life in Hastinapur had made her forget her past miseries to a certain extent. Now that her sons were grown up, her old worries gradually went out of her mind. She lived for her sons and was happy in their happiness. These few years had lulled her into a sense of security. She felt that her sons were safe, that nothing would make them unhappy, or her for that matter. Nothing would happen to make them unhappy. She was sure of it. Arjun and his brothers were the favorites of the people. Arjun pleased the people with various feats of archery. Everyone was convinced that there was no one to equal him in the use of the bow and arrows. His skill was clearly evident. The arrows poured out of his bow like drops of rain, now one by one, and now all together. They could not be seen, so swift was their flight as they coursed through the air. It was a fascinating sight. When all were absorbed in watching Arjun and his dexterity, the people were startled by a sudden noise. It sounded like the clap of thunder. The earth resounded with the roar. The noise came from somewhere near the gateway. Duryodhan and his brothers turned their faces towards the direction from which the sound came. Has a mountain fallen down? Is the sky suddenly filled with huge black thunderclouds which are bent on destroying the world? Such were the thoughts that came to the minds of the people. The entire face of the assembly was now turned in the direction of the sound, like a cornfield blown in one direction by a steady breeze. Duryodhan stood up with the mace in his hand, surrounded by his 100 brothers and the others, like Indra surrounded by the lesser gods of the heavens. Arjun had to stop. All the 5 brothers turned their eyes towards the gateway. The crowd was making way for someone. In a moment a path could be seen. Someone was approaching. He came nearer. He walked like a lion. The crowd looked on amazed at the sight of a man who looked like a god. They heard the noise again. It was the twang of the bowstring of this newcomer. It was Radhaya. With his kavach and kundal glowing golden in the evening light, he strode to the stage with the grace of a panther. He approached Drona. After saluting him, he addressed Arjun in a voice compelling as the rumbling of a thundercloud. "I have come to challenge you. You seem to be too conceited with the skill you have displayed so far. I can do all that and much more too. If your guru permits, I will show you." Radhaya repeated all the feats with which Arjun had so greatly impressed the assembly till then. It would have been a conquest for Arjun, a complete conquest, if this intruder had not stepped in. A smile of sardonic amusement lit up the face of Bheeshm when he saw the chagrin writ on the face of Drona. Duryodhan's face was touched with love for this stranger. Arjun was overcome with anger and humiliation. Yudhishthir looked disturbed by the prowess of the newcomer. Radhaya had finished his display. He now challenged Arjun for single combat, not knowing that he was challenging his brother. Arjun retorted, "Who are you that dares to come to this stage uninvited, to flaunt your bravery?" Radhaya smiled scathingly and said, "This is a tournament, not a private show arranged for your benefit. It is common to all. Everyone is welcome to show his prowess. I am challenging you. Are you able to accept the challenge, or will you admit that I am the better archer?" Arjun, with a disdainful shrug of his manly shoulders, prepared himself for the fight. A strange sight was seen. The sky was suddenly filled with dark blue rain clouds. It looked as though Indra had appeared to protect his son. The sun, however, poured his warm rays on the newcomer. It seemed as though he wanted to protect his son. The scene was indeed beautiful. Radhaya stood bathed in the light of the sun, and Arjun was in the shadow of the black clouds. The spectators were taking sides. The sons of the king were on Radhaya's side. Drona, Bheem and Kripa were on the side of Arjun, the Pandav. Just before the fight began, there was a sudden confusion among the women. News reached Vidur that Kunti had fallen down in a faint. Just a few moments before this, she had been so happy. The sight of this glowing young man with the kavach and kundal must have given her a shock. She remembered the day she set the child afloat on the river. She had said, "In the distant future, I will see you someday. I will recognize you by your kavach and your kundal." He had come, and she knew that he was her son. When she saw her sons vying with each other for supremacy, her heart went through a great agony. Nature, always kind, granted her merciful respite for a few moments by making her faint. Vidur rushed up to her, sprinkled perfumed water on her, and revived her. Vidur, with his power to see into the past and the future, knew everything. He spoke to her by signs alone. He spoke words full of concealed meaning, and with his eyes indicating that he wanted her to keep silent. He was trying to comfort her, and help her to bear this new pain. She looked at her two sons, and grief was burning her frame. From that moment she knew no peace or happiness. Her life became one long eternity of pain and anguish. The two young men were getting ready to fight. With their bows bent, with frowning foreheads and eyes red with anger, they glared at each other. Kripa came up to the stage and said, "Let us observe the rules for fighting a duel. This Arjun, the Pandav, is the younger son of Kunti. He belongs to the noble house of the Kurus. You, young man, must now announce your father and the family to which you belong. Please announce to the assembly the kingdom, which is fortunate to have you as her master. It is the rule that only those who are equal in rank may fight one another. No prince can fight with his inferior." Radhaya's head was bowed down like a lotus drenched in dew. Duryodhan sprang up from his seat like a king cobra uncoiling itself. He spoke impassioned words, "My lord, ancient dharma has it that kings are of three kinds. They are kings by birth, they are kings because of their bravery, and they become kings when they defeat another king. Bravery, my lord, is not the birthright of kshatriyas alone. You can get fire out of flint and also out of water. Bravery is universal. If, however, this Arjun is bent on making a fetish of the rule that only a king must fight with a king, he shall have his wish. We will crown this young man the king of Anga, which is now without a master. They can fight after that." The people stared at the entire proceedings with amazement. His regal gesture of Duryodhan held them spellbound. There were tears of pride in the eyes of Bheeshm. "Well done! Well done!" was the cry which resounded from one end of the stadium to the other. Everyone was watching Duryodhan with bated breath. The prince, with the permission of Bheeshm and Dhritarashtra, sent for sacred water second. Other things necessary for the coronation. They were brought immediately. Brahmins were chanting the Vedas. Duryodhan placed his own crown on Radhaya's head, and his own sword in the right hand of Radhaya. Radhaya was given the coronation bath by the Kuru prince. Duryodhan now said, "You are now the king of Anga, stranger. Arjun, he is now more than your equal. Fight with him and let us all have the pleasure of watching you." Radhaya's eyes were raining tears. His voice was choked with emotion. He said, "My lord, I do not know how I am to thank you for this great honor you have conferred on me. I do not think I deserve it. How can I repay you? How can I show my gratitude?" The noble Duryodhan smiled and said, "Young man, whoever you may be, your noble qualities deserve not only this small kingdom of Anga but much more. You seem to be fit to rule this entire world. As for us, we do not want anything in return for this small service of ours. I want your love. I want your friendship. Duryodhan wants your heart." Radhaya smiled through his tears and said, "My heart. That, my lord, you have already annexed." Duryodhan approached him. With his body drenched with the holy coronation bath, and his eyes wet with the even more holy tears of gratitude and love, Radhaya approached the noble Duryodhan. The two friends embraced each other. The moving scene touched the hearts of all. What a great prince! What a noble gesture! Indeed, it is but fitting that a scion of the noble house of the Kurus should have done what he has done. A prince indeed, said all the people of the city. There was some commotion in the crowd. An old man was walking slowly towards the stage with the help of a stick. Radhaya rushed up to him. It was Atiruth, his father. Radhaya fell at his feet, and placed the crown at his feet. The old man said, "Radhaya, my child, I am happy to see the good fortune that has befallen you. Praised be the great and noble Prince Duryodhan." Everyone knew now that Radhaya was a Sutputra. The Pandavs, who were silent till now, allowed themselves to smile scathingly at this upstart. Bheem said, "Listen to me. You, a Sutputra, are not fit to be killed by Arjun. You are not fit to hold a bow in your hand. Get thee hence and take up the whip which will suit you better." Radhaya was touched to the quick. His lips were throbbing with anger. That was the only indication of his feelings. He stood silent and mutely lifted his eyes to the sun, who was his chosen god. The sight sent a shaft of pain through the heart of poor unfortunate Kunti. That he should look to his father for sympathy without knowing him to be his father was too much for her. Salty tears drenched her mantle. Duryodhan sprang up. He looked like a wild elephant bent on destroying a lake full of lotus blooms. Like a cobra spitting poison, he said, "Bheem, you are a prince, you are high-born. These words you spoke now are not fit to be spoken by a prince. Bravery, as I said before, is not the heritage of Kshatriyas and only Kshatriyas. For heroes and rivers the source is of no importance. Think of the birth of ale great people. It is usually obscure. The great Firebadeva is found in the waters of the ocean. Think of the birth of our preceptors Drona and Kripa. Think of the birth of your father and mine for that matter, and that of our uncle Vidur too. Think again of your noble selves. The world knows that you are the sons of your mother, and not of your father. You are all the sons of a woman who thought fit to take 3 lovers. Stop this inane talk of yours. As for this young man, it makes me pity you for your lack of understanding. He is full of all the qualities that are found in a Kshatriya, and only in a Kshatriya. Can you not see that a tiger can never be born of a poor meek deer? Can you not feel that he must be a Kshatriya? I have made him the king of the Angas. But I know that he deserves much greater honor. He deserves to be lord of this entire earth. He is born to be great. You are not good enough or great enough to recognize him. I do not care who he is or where he comes from. He is a hero. He will live with heroes. Now ask your beloved Arjun to fight with him if he dares to." Duryodhan's words were applauded by everyone. The sun, pleased perhaps with the honor heaped upon his son, wended his way slowly and smilingly towards the west. The tournament, which began so very dramatically, ended in an equally dramatic manner. Drona and Arjun were the two people who were unhappy at the turn of events. The end of the day found everyone talking only about the newcomer and the great prince Duryodhan. The feats of Arjun were forgotten by everyone. They were stale. For him, the great tournament had ended in a fiasco. Torches were lit. The tropical night descended like a pall on the place, enveloping all. In the light of the torches could be seen the two friends, Duryodhan and Radhaya. They walked on ahead of the procession, their arms clasped, their eyes full of love for each other. The others followed them. Bheeshm was still smiling his covered and amused smile. Drona, looking crestfallen, walked thoughtfully behind the others. Vidur looked so sad and so very serious. Radhaya had appeared as a dangerous comet in the sky of Yudhishthir. Yudhishthir saw clearly that there was no one to equal Radhaya in greatness, in skill in archery. Yudhishthir was worried. Till today he had felt secure in the knowledge that, with the strength of Bheem and the power of Arjun, they were superior to the Kauravas. But now there was no longer that assurance. Yudhishthir could not be sure that the Pandavs were invincible. This pact between Duryodhan and Radhaya was disturbing to his peace of mind. Arjun's brows were knit in annoyance. Bheem had his fists clenched. He was still smarting under the insulting words spoken by Duryodhan, words for which he had no retort, since they were true, every one of them. The Pandav brothers left the stadium, depressed. 22. Gurudakshina, Drona's revenge. The education of the princes was over. The dream of Drona was to be realized. He collected his pupils round him and said, "The time has come when your dakshina has to be paid." The princes were greatly excited. They waited to hear what the dakshina was to be. "I do not want any riches," said the acharya. "I want you to go to the kingdom of the Panchals. I want you to defeat Drupad and bring him to me, a captive. He must not be killed." The princes were terribly excited at the thought of a fight, and they made preparations for it. The hearts of young men will exult at the thought of fighting. This is specially true of Kshatriyas. The young men were happy that their test had come. This was to be their first fight. The scions of the house of Kuru collected a huge army and marched towards Panchal. Drona was more excited than all of them. Hearing that the Kaurav princes were advancing towards his city intent on war, Drupad could not understand the reason for it. He prepared himself to fight. With his brothers to help him, Drupad set out to meet his opponents. The fight was on. The Pandavs kept aloof. They were waiting under a tree in the neighborhood. They knew that it would be impossible for the Kauravas to vanquish Drupad. They thought of stepping in after the others had failed. Arjun went to Drona and said, "These people think that it is easy for them to capture Drupad. But I know it is not. When they fail, I will step in and do what is necessary." The fight began. The terrible Drupad fought so well that the Kauravas were defeated. Their army was routed. The Pandavs looked on smilingly. They stepped in now. Arjun asked Yudhishthir to stay behind. "4 of us will capture Drupad," said Arjun. The chariot of Arjun was well on its way. Nakul and Satyav were the protectors of the wheels of his chariot. Bheem, with his mace in his hand, looked like the Lord of Death. He went through the ranks, felling the warriors on either side. They made straight for the chariot of Drupad. The Panchal king fought furiously. But the tactics of these 4 men were strange. They did not want to kill anyone. They were bent on accosting only Drupad. Arjun leaped from his own chariot into that of Drupad. Drupad was overcome, more by surprise than anything else. Before he could decide on his future course of action, Drupad was enveloped in a veritable shower of arrows. He was almost blinded by the sudden darkness around him. Arjun captured him and placed him in his own chariot. He sped towards the spot where Drona was waiting. The moment had come, the moment for which Drona had been waiting all these years. It had come after all. The dream had come true. Drona remembered all the past events. He remembered himself standing in front of Drupad with bowed head. Drupad was a proud man drunk with power. Now the tables were turned. Drona was now the superior person. He had Drupad at his mercy. Drona taunted him with cruel words. He repeated all that Drupad had once used. It was Drona's turn to be drunk with power. He said, "You remember you once told me that friendship is possible only between equals. Then, I had nothing that I could call my own. But now, you have nothing that you can call your own. Your kingdom, even your life, cannot be called yours now. But do not be afraid. I will not kill you. I want to be your friend. Since friendship is not possible unless we are equal in status, I will return to you half your kingdom. We will then be equals. Look on this river Ganga. The land lying south of the river will be yours. I will be lord of the land on the north. Come, let us part friends." Drona, with the short-sightedness typical of a Brahmin, thought that it was the end of the matter. He, who could nurse an insult for years and devote his entire life to wreak vengeance on the man who insulted him, forgot that a Kshatriya was capable of a hatred which was just as terrible as that of a Brahmin. Drupad did not speak a word. Drona embraced him with great affection. The anger of a Brahmin is short-lived. It is alive just as long as it is not pacified. But once the anger is appeased, it dies and forgetfulness blots it out. It was so with Drona. The anger which he had been nursing as he would a child, was gone in a moment. His hatred for Drupad vanished too, like snow on the yellow sands of the desert. But it was not so with Drupad. The wrath of a Kshatriya is more terrible than that of an insulted Brahmin. His form burned with anger, with humiliation and hatred for Drona. At that moment he decided on his future course of action. He said to himself, "I must get a son who will be able to kill this hated man. I must get a son who will kill Drona. No ordinary person can kill Drona, who is a master of all the astras. I must perform a yajna, a penance, and pray to God to grant me a powerful son, powerful enough to kill this man." The Kshatriya in Drupad was full of admiration for the prowess of the young prince Arjun. What a wonderful archer! And what a chivalrous fighter, thought Drupad. If it is possible, I must get a daughter to give to this young man as a token of my appreciation. I will get 2 children, a daughter to be given to Arjun, and a son to kill Drona. With these thoughts in mind, Drupad slowly retraced his steps to the city of Kausalya. His mind was busy with thoughts about the future. 23. The plot. Dhritarashtra was the king, no doubt. But his kingdom was conquered for him by Pandu. It was the valor and military genius of Pandu which was responsible for the extent of the land of the Kurus. On top of this was the fact that Yudhishthir was older than Duryodhan. He was very popular with the people. Bheeshm, Drona and Vidur were eloquent in their praises of the Pandavs in general and Yudhishthir in particular. Dhritarashtra would, of course, have liked to see his son Duryodhan crowned as Yuvaraja. But he knew how impracticable that was. He had to install Yudhishthir as the Yuvaraja. The sons of the blind king were furious, but they could do nothing and say nothing. 1 year passed. Bheem and Duryodhan became pupils of the great Balram. Balram was unequaled in the art of wielding the mace. Strange to say, he became extremely fond of Duryodhan. He taught all his pupils with equal sincerity. But Duryodhan was, to him, what Arjun was to Drona. He loved Duryodhan, and Duryodhan was devoted to him. In the meantime, the final touches were given by Drona to the education of Arjun. He could now proclaim to the world, "No one can equal Arjun in the entire world." He told Arjun, "Listen, you are the greatest archer in this world. No one can defeat you, no one except one." Arjun was surprised and slightly put out. He wanted to know who it could be who was better than even himself. Drona smiled and said, "Learning and humility should go together. Never think too highly of yourself. It is for others to say that you are the greatest archer in the world. It does not look nice if you call yourself that. But coming back to the person I was talking about, it is Krishna of the house of the Vrishnis. He is the greatest of the great. There is no one to equal him in anything. I am not exaggerating when I say this. He is your cousin. His father Vasudev is your mother's brother. If Krishna becomes your friend, then not all the gods in the heavens nor Indra can do you any harm. Krishna also has heard all about the Pandavs, and will only be too happy to be your friend. I hope you will meet him soon. Yudhishthir was the Yuvaraja for a year. Within that year, he became immensely popular with all the people. As for Bheem and Arjun, their valor became proverbial. Arjun conquered several kingdoms in the north, south, east and west. The jealousy of the Kauravas was increasing day by day. Dhritarashtra was no exception either. He tried to behave like a father to the sons of his dead brother. But looking on the valor and strength of the Pandavs, he was suddenly overcome with feelings of unfriendliness towards them. The people spoke highly of Yudhishthir. They said, the king Dhritarashtra is blind and inefficient. Bheeshm is no doubt very efficient. He is capable and he is very noble. But he renounced his claim to the throne long ago. Duryodhan is not good enough to rule us. It is but right that Yudhishthir should rule us. These words of the people were duly reported to Duryodhan by his spies, and his heart was full of pain. He went to his father, choosing a time when he would be alone, and poured out all his grievances to him. He told the king about the way the people were talking and said, "Father, look on the consequences of your rash act. You installed Yudhishthir as the Yuvaraja, and the people are only dreaming of the time when he will be crowned king. Why did you do it?" Dhritarashtra said, "You do not understand. Though I am the monarch, this land was conquered for me entirely by my brother Pandu. He was a great warrior. He built up this realm. He then went away to the forest, renouncing everything. He died there and his orphan sons were brought to me, and I was asked to treat them as my own children. Yudhishthir deserves all the praises heaped upon him. And I also hope that, with the valiant brothers of his to support him, and the equally valiant sons of mine to aid him, this son of Pandu will be able to establish the fame of the Kuru house. There was no thought of denying you your privileges. But now I find you to be full of jealousy towards them and towards Bheem in particular. I tell you, there is no use in trying to harm them. They are well protected by Bheeshm and Vidur. The best thing for you to do will be to give up this hatred for them, and behave like a brother towards them. Yudhishthir sits high in the hearts of the people. It will be suicidal to do anything rash." The prince sighed deeply. His frame was trembling with fury. He wrung his hands together in futile fury and rage. With his eyes red with anger he looked on all sides. He then addressed his father, "Father, I know you are talking like this because of your fear of being overheard. I can assure you there is no one here except you and me. You can be frank and tell me what your real feelings are. If this Yudhishthir becomes king, then his son will rule after him, and his son's son after his son, and so on. The kingdom will become theirs entirely. How can we, the sons of the king, be dependent on the hated Pandavs? We will lose our position as the sons of the king. We will have to do service to the man who is king. I would rather die than be dependent on the Pandavs. I am the son of the king. I must be king too. If you have any affection for me, you must do something about it. Or else, I will kill myself. I have no intention of doing menial service to that glutton Bheem." Dhritarashtra placed his hand on the bent head of his son, whose angry tears burnt his hands. "My child," said the king, "do not grieve. My brother Pandu was a very sweet-natured man. He won the heart of everyone by his gentleness and his charm. His son Yudhishthir is just like him. He has annexed the heart of each and everyone in the land. If anything should happen to him, we will be blamed. The Pandavs are extremely popular. Bheeshm, Drona, Kripa and Vidur are all well disposed to them. We cannot afford to antagonize them. It was only after considering all this that I arrived at the decision to crown Yudhishthira as Yuvaraja. Father, said Duryodhan, let me tell you something. Let us not consider grandfather. He has maintained an indifferent attitude towards all of us. Ever since these cousins of mine came, I have noticed one thing. Grandfather has never taken up the cause of either side. Bheem used to harass us. Grandfather ignored the hurts caused to us. Later we tried to harm Bheem. I have tried to kill Bheem. The same attitude was maintained by grandfather. I have a feeling that he does not care very much about anything that happens here. I have often seen him in the palace gardens walking along the banks of the river Ganga, sunk deep in reverie. I once caught him shedding tears even. I asked him why he was crying. He took me on his lap, he is very fond of me, you know, and said, nothing, my child, nothing. Only I am tired, too tired. Then, why do you not take a long rest? I said. Grandfather's eyes became wet. No, my child, he said, I cannot rest. I must not. He then asked me to run away and said, do not worry about me and my rest. It will not be for a long time to come. I will be all right after that. This happened years ago. It is funny, my remembering it so vividly. It seems clear to me that our dear grandfather has no thought of us at all. He has some secret sorrow of his own. He will not care what we do. Ashvathama is my dear friend. His affection for me is constant as the northern star. He is on my side. Drona will have to be on my side. No father will take the side opposite to his son. Kripa will now naturally side with these two. That leaves only Vidur. He is very fond of the Pandavs. He is prepared to abandon even you, if it comes to a choice between you and the Pandavs. But what can one low-born man do? He can only talk to you about them. Let him. You enjoy his talks anyway. Father, I have thought out a plan. You say that Yudhishthira is loved by the people. I agree. If, however, you send the Pandavs away with their mother to some distant place, say, Varanavat, for a year, I will try and win the love of the people. After all, in a year's time, people will forget Yudhishthira. The common people are known for their short memories. They will learn to love me. As for the Pandavs, if and when they return, they will find their days of glory gone. You must do this for me. Send them away from here. If you love me, remove this sharp arrow from my heart. It is killing me, robbing me of my peace of mind. I have not been able to sleep since a long time now. Send the Pandavs with their mother to Varanavat and I will take care of the rest. I will see that something definite is done. With these parting words Duryodhan went away. The king sat alone for a long time, alone with his sinful thoughts. He knew his son. He knew that a plot would be hatched so that the Pandavs would never come back. He did not say anything or do anything to his son. But by his silence he had lent his approval. Dhritarashtra was hoping to finalize the plot with the help of his evil mentors. His jealousy for the unfortunate sons of his dead brother was just as great and violent as that of Duryodhan. Only he knew how to hide it, his son did not. Dhritarashtra sent for a man called Kanaka. This man was a friend of Shakuni. He was a past master in all the different crooked ways of a schemer. The old king asked him how to set about the task. He said, my son and I are burning with hatred and jealousy. The cause must be known to you. The rise of the Pandavs is unbearable to us. Can you suggest some method by which we can rest in peace? Kanaka said, the only way to get peace is to abandon the Pandavs. Get rid of them somehow. But remember, you must be able to practice hypocrisy. You must pretend to be fond of them but in reality find ways and means of destroying them. The only cure is killing. It is not safe to allow the enemy to thrive. It will then be like trying to cut a tree which has grown too strong. You must nip it off when it is young. It is better for you to protect yourself and your sons. The Pandavs are getting stronger day by day. I am telling you clearly what should be done. After giving this golden advice, Kanaka went away. 24. The Pandavs sent to Varanavat. A few days passed. The king sent for Yudhishthira and said, I have been told that the city called Varanavat is very beautiful. Why don't you all go there and spend some time happily in that beautiful city? After a year or so you can come back to Hastinapur. What do you say? He thought that the guileless prince would not see the reason behind this sudden suggestion. Yudhishthira, however, saw through the whole thing. He knew that the intentions of the king were not kind. But he realized his own helplessness. He said, I will do what you wish. He told all the elders, Bheeshm, Drona, Vidur and the others, I have been asked by my uncle, or rather I have been commanded by my uncle, to spend a few months at Varanavat. Please bless us and wish us well. He added, when we were children, very young children, our father died. We were brought to you and you are to us father, mother and well-wisher. I ask of you to treat us with the affection due to us. We are children who trust you implicitly. Yudhishthira addressed his grandfather, you, our grandfather, can see how much affection our uncle has towards us. He wants us to spend some time in Varanavat, the shrine of the great Shankar who destroyed the sinful Tripura. Indeed, we are fortunate in our father who thinks only of our welfare. This speech steeped in sarcasm must have touched the heart of Bheeshm, who was himself very much at home in sarcasm. But as Duryodhan said, he was indifferent. He could easily have interfered. He could have stopped this exile of the Pandavs. But he did not, since he did not guess the sinfulness of Dhritarashtra. He could not have dreamed that he would go to such an extreme. The arrogance of Duryodhan had not yet reached the stage when he openly defied his elders, nor was Dhritarashtra fully revealed to his uncle. Bheeshm could not guess the evil intentions of the Kauravas. Poor Yudhishthira saw that Bheeshm could not be made to guess what he was trying to tell him. He realized that he was helpless. He made preparations to leave for Varanavat. He knew that something had been planned by his uncle. But he could not guess the exact form in which danger awaited them all at Varanavat. As soon as they heard that the Pandavs had agreed to go to Varanavat according to the wishes of Dhritarashtra, Duryodhan and his uncle Shakuni decided to finalize the plot. Duryodhan sent for Purochan, one of the ministers in his father's court. He spoke to him alone, making sure that they were not overheard. He took the right hand of Purochan in his and said, all this world with her riches is mine. You are as dear to me and near to me as my father. You can share this kingdom with me now. You are no stranger to me or my thoughts. It is up to you to help me in my hour of need. You know that the Pandavs have been asked to go to Varanavat by my father. I want you to leave today, immediately, for Varanavat in a chariot drawn by the fastest of steeds. You must travel faster than the mind. In Varanavat you must build a palace for the Pandavs. You must equip it with the richest articles, you must make it a fit place for the dwelling of princes. But remember, the house must be built of highly inflammable materials like lac and wax. You must store pots of oil and ghee in several of the apartments. The house must be ready by the time they reach the city. You must perfume it in such a way that the people may not suspect the real building materials used. Then, you must approach the Pandavs with great humility and ask them to live in that house. You must tell them that my father had this house built specially for their comfortable stay in Varanavat. You must win their confidence. When they have lived in that house for some time, when you are sure that they are unsuspecting, you must set fire to the house. The fire should look as though it had been started accidentally. People must not suspect. I want this to happen successfully. I do not want this plot to fail. This is my only chance of getting rid of those hated cousins of mine without anyone suspecting that I had a hand in their destruction. I depend on you entirely." Purochan assured him that his wishes would be carried out to the letter. He hurried to the city of Varanavat and began the construction of the dreadful house of lac. It was built on a very elaborate scale. Dhritarashtra had asked the Pandavs to go to Varanavat for a year. The news spread like wildfire. The people were all unhappy. There were some who were bold enough to express their opinion. They approached Yudhishthir and said, "This blind king is not good in his intentions. Why should you listen to him if he tries to do you harm? Please do not go to Varanavat. It will cause you unhappiness, or something more terrible than just this unhappiness. Dhritarashtra does not like you or your brothers. It is very unfortunate that Bheeshm is blind enough to allow this injustice without paying attention to it. We beseech you, do not go to Varanavat." Yudhishthir pacified them with the words, "It has always been my rule, which I have set up for myself, never to refuse to do anything that my elders ask me to do. Fatherless as we are, Dhritarashtra is our father. It is my duty to obey him. You must all bless us and send us to Varanavat." With tears in their eyes, the citizens walked part of the way with the Pandavs and bade them farewell. Almost all the citizens had gone away. Vidur walked some distance with the Pandavs. He wanted to speak words of warning to Yudhishthir. He said, "Yudhishthir, you are righteous. You are also intelligent. You must learn how to protect yourself from danger. There are weapons more deadly and dangerous than swords and arrows. Even during the terrible days of winter, the rat knows how to protect himself by digging a hole for himself. An intelligent man knows how to protect himself even if no way is apparent. Against fire, a weapon more dreadful than the sword, a man should protect himself as the rat does. The way is clear after that. The stars are always there to show you the way. If you have your senses alert, nothing can hurt you." Vidur spoke these words in Mlecha Bhasha, a dialect known to very few people. The unfortunate Prince Yudhishthir bent his head down, acknowledging the words, and passed on towards Varanavat. Vidur felt as though a load had been lifted off his mind. He bade them adieu and went home. On the way, Kunti asked Yudhishthir, "What was Vidur telling you?" He did not want the people to know about it. That is why he used that strange dialect. "If it is not a secret, tell me what he told you." Yudhishthir said, "He warned me against fire and poison. I think he meant fire. He also told me that my path would be clear with the help of the stars. I told him that I understood. From what he hinted, I gather there is danger awaiting us at Varanavat. My noble cousins and their equally noble father dare not fight us in the open. Evidently they are going to use treachery. Let us wait and see. There is always Uncle to protect us." They traveled for 8 days. On the 8th day they reached Varanavat, the city which does not belong to anyone but the Lord Shankar. 25. In Varanavat. The Pandavs reached Varanavat, the city which had gained immortality because Harishchandra of the solar race lived there during his days of trouble. The people of the city welcomed them with great joy and enthusiasm. The city was decorated. The chief citizens played hosts to the princes. On the 10th day Purochan went to Yudhishthir and asked him with great humility to come and dwell in the newly built palace. The house, he said, had been built for them. Dhritarashtra had asked him to build it for their special comfort during their stay in Varanavat. The house built of lac was called Shiva by the evil-minded Purochan. The Pandavs went to live in the house, to the great delight of Purochan. The palace had a moat dug round it. Purochan explained it off by saying that it was for their safety against intruders. Actually, it was to prevent the Pandavs from escaping from the house when it caught fire. When they were alone, Yudhishthir called Bheem to his side and said, "Bheem, do you notice the strange smell pervading the entire house? The house is made of inflammable material. It has been built for us by our beloved relatives who love us so much. The Kauravas have decided that this house is to be burnt. They have decided to have us burnt in this house called Shiva. This is what Uncle Vidur meant when he said that I must have my senses alert. He asked me to beware of weapons deadlier than the sword. I did guess that he meant fire. He must have overheard the plot when it was being hatched. Bheem was very angry. He said, "If this house is meant to be burnt, then let us get out of here. Let us go back to the house where we were staying till now. If we stay here, the danger is immense. We will be caught like rats in a trap. Did you notice the moat outside? That is meant to cut off our retreat. Let us go away from here as early as we can. I am sure Purachan will set fire to the house immediately, and we will be caught in the burning house. Brother, let us go away soon." Yudhishthir smiled at him and said, "Let us not do anything rashly. I have a feeling that the burning will not be in the immediate future. The plot is too deep. If they burn us immediately, it will be obvious to everyone that the Kauravas were responsible for this. They are playing a waiting game. Two can play at the same game. I have great trust in our Uncle Vidur. He would have thought out some way of saving us. Let us wait. Let us continue in this house for some time more. We will wait and see what happens." Bheem said, "Brother, you forget that they are such hardened sinners. They are not particular about public opinion. Think of those days when they tried to kill me. They fed me with the poison called Kalakuta. They threw me into the river to be bitten by snakes. Did I die? No. The Lord who protected me then will protect us now. Let us go away from here and announce to the world the evil intentions of the blind king and his sons. What can they do to us? We are powerful enough. God is on our side. He who saved us all these years will save us hereafter too. I do not like this life of inaction. Arjun alone will be able to destroy all of them. As for me, just allow me, and I will kill all of them with my bare hands. I do not need any weapons. Curse them, they have killed all the peace of mind we had in those days." Yudhishthir pacified his younger brother and said, "My dearest Bheem, you do not understand. There are several things to consider. Let us suppose that we are burnt in this house of lac. Can you guess what will happen? Our dear uncle will weep crocodile tears. He will say, 'Ha! The Pandav boys. Oh! My children! You were the hope of my old age. You are gone. Indeed, fate is cruel.' After a few words like this, he will keep quiet because he will be immensely pleased with everything. His next worry will be thinking out methods of hiding his glee. Our grandfather is a very righteous man, no doubt. But in his mental makeup there lurks somewhere the icy coldness of his grandfather Himavan. He will be sorry, really and genuinely sorry, since he has not been able, so far, to realize the magnitude of the king's hatred for us. But he will not be sorry enough to punish Duryodhan and avenge the death of the Pandavs with their mother. Drona and Kripa will be sorry too. But that is all. No one will be bold enough to accuse the king and Duryodhan. They are supreme. If, as you say, we come out into the open, do you know what will happen? Suppose we accuse the Kauravas publicly. We will not be heard. It will be like a poor man fighting with a rich man, like a weakling fighting with a wrestler, like a young unfledged bird fighting with a full-grown eagle. We have no supporters. I feel that the best thing to do is to wait. We will surely escape from here, thanks to our Uncle Vidur. We will go about disguised. Duryodhan will be lulled into false security, thinking that we are dead. When the time comes, we will rouse him from his dream of peace. By then we will collect friends and support which will make the Kauravas realize that it is impossible to attempt anything on the Pandavs. I think this is the best course of action." Bheem was convinced by the sensible and very practical view of Yudhishthir. The Pandavs continued to live in that house, outwardly unsuspecting and inwardly dreading the ordeal that awaited them. It was The most terrible time of their lives. 26. The burning of the house of Lak. There was a miner who was a good friend of Vidur. He was sent to the city of Varanavat. He came to Yudhishthir and said, "I am a miner sent by Vidur to help you." He repeated the sentences which Vidur had spoken in Mlecha Bhasha to Yudhishthir. This was a passport into the confidence of Yudhishthir, who had to be careful about everything, especially strangers who professed themselves to be friends. Yudhishthir said, "What does my uncle command me to do?" The miner said, "Your uncle has told me everything about this house. I have been sent to build an underground tunnel connecting this palace with the bank of the river Ganga." Yudhishthir's face registered relief. He said, "Good. I think it is an excellent idea. It must be begun at once." The miner began to build the tunnel. But it was not an easy task. Porochan was in the house always. It looked as though he were waiting attendance on them, but in reality he was keeping an eye on them to prevent them from escaping. The Pandavs knew all this. They had to get him out of the house. Therefore, they spent most of the time outside the house, wandering in the surrounding forests. They wanted to become familiar with the lie of the land so that they could find their way easily when they would have to escape during some fateful night. They pretended to be interested in hunting. Porochan would be with them. Thus they succeeded in weaning him away from the house. At last the task was over. The tunnel had been completed. It was a very big tunnel. The mouth, however, was small. The door to the tunnel was right in the courtyard of the house. It was covered by a costly rug. It was now almost a year since the Pandavs had come to Varanavat. Porochan thought that the time was ripe. He felt that he had gained the confidence of the Pandavs. The miner told Yudhishthir that Porochan had planned to set fire to the house on the 14th day of the dark fortnight, when the world would be enveloped in darkness. Yudhishthir told Bheem, "Porochan has decided to burn us in a few days. The time has come when we must arrange our flight. Let us arrange to leave 6 people to sleep here. Porochan, of course, stays here always. We will then set fire to this house called Shiva and escape through the tunnel." The next day Kunti had a feast arranged to feed all the poor in the city. There was a Nishad woman who would come often to the presence of Porochan. Kunti was aware of the fact. This woman also came to the feast. Kunti was very pleasant to her. She thought that she was now a friend of the queen. She had 5 sons. On the day of the feast this Nishad woman was made to drink her fill, so were her sons. She and her sons were so drunk that they slept in the palace that night. Porochan was drunk too. So that night there were 7 people sleeping in that house. Late in the night the Pandavs set about their escape. Their preparations were quick and silent. Kunti and 4 of the Pandavs entered the tunnel first. Bheem, with a flaming torch in his hand, danced about all over the place, setting fire to the walls of the apartments, to every corner of the place. He knew where the pots of oil and ghee were placed. He knew where Porochan was sleeping in a drunken stupor. He set fire to that place. Bheem then hastened to the trap door. The house had already begun to burn. He rushed into the tunnel. He left the door open. He knew that the debris would cover up the door and part of the tunnel too, and prevent people from discovering that the Pandavs had been able to escape through the tunnel. The entire city woke up from a deep sleep by the noise of the house burning. There were terrible crashing noises when the house fell down. No one could come near and try to rescue the princes since the moat could not be crossed. They all stood helpless and watched the house as it was being burnt by the leaping flames. No one could do anything. They had to stand by and watch the beloved Pandavs being burnt. It did not require much intelligence for them to guess that Dhritarashtra and his son were responsible for this tragedy. The people of Varanavat cursed the Kauravas and wept for the young princes and their mother who had been murdered in such a treacherous manner. They stood all night watching the palace of Lak being burnt to ashes. The Pandavs, in the meantime, were hurrying through the tunnel. Bheem heard the crash of the building falling down. He hurried them along. There was the danger of the tunnel closing up before they came out of it. Kunti and her other children were so sleepy and so nervy that they could not walk fast enough. Bheem took them all up. With his dear mother on his back, the twins on his hips and the other two in his arms, this great hero walked the entire length of the tunnel. They reached the bank of the river Ganga at long last. From that distance they could see the sky red with the flames rising from the burning house. The river flowed placidly. It was comforting to see her flow so serenely. She was unruffled. It seemed as though she was setting them an example, as if to say, "Do not let these things trouble you. They will pass." They were now to the south of Varanavat. There they met a man who had been stationed there by the thoughtful Vidur. He said, "Thank God you have come. I saw the house burning, and was worried about you. I have been here every night for the last so many nights. We did not know when you would be able to escape from the house of lack. Vidur has placed here a boat to ferry you across the river. It is in readiness. After you reach the other side of the river, Vidur wants you to proceed southwards. The path will be clear to you because of the stars. You are asked to keep your whereabouts and even your existence a secret for the next few months." It is to be noted that all the people sent by Vidur spoke first the words in Mlecha Bhasha which Vidur had first used. That was the only way to convince Yudhishthir that they were real friends. The Pandavs were surrounded by spies and enemies on all sides. They could never have made out the difference between a friend and a foe. The boatman came near. He first convinced them that he was a friend. Then he said, "Vidur has paid me enormous money, and he has asked me to wait here every night with my boat. Someday," said Vidur, "someday, the Pandavs will be there with their mother, and you will have to ferry them across the Ganga and leave them on safe ground. The day has come. I have the good fortune of guiding the Pandavs. I am indeed fortunate since God has made me fit to do such a good turn to the best of men." They crossed the river and entered the terrible forest. The night was dark and dreadful. But the princes had to hurry as much as they could. Distance was a dire necessity now. They had to go as far away from Varanavat as they possibly could. They hurried along with quick steps. 27. News reaches Hastinapur. In Varanavat the dreadful night was over. The house had been burnt down completely. The fire had abated and the people could now cross the moat and see what had happened. It was terrible to see the charred remains of 7 bodies. They knew for certain that the Pandavs with their mother had been burnt to death. The 7th was Purochan. The people were happy to see that at least Purochan was punished for his sinfulness. They were unhappy at the fate which had overtaken the Pandavs. Their wrath was great. They said, "It is obvious that this has been done at the instigation of the old king and his son." The miner who had built the tunnel for the Pandavs went in without being noticed and looked for the opening of the tunnel. He found that it was completely hidden by the debris. He admired the wisdom of the Pandavs and returned to Hastinapur to report to Vidur about the escape of the Pandavs. The other agents of Vidur also went to him and told him about the safety of the Pandavs. Vidur knew now that they had crossed the river Ganga and were proceeding southwards as he had advised them to do. News travels fast. The people of Hastinapur were sunk in despair when they heard about the death, nay, murder of the Pandavs. Hearing the news, the wily king Dhritarashtra pretended to be grief-stricken. His heart was full of a great happiness, but he had to pretend. He looked as though he were overcome by the calamity that had befallen him. Like the cloud that roars in autumn making much noise without giving any rain, he gave vent to his grief. He sent messengers to Varanavat to perform the funeral rites for the dead people. He ordered the treasurer to distribute wealth and clothing to the poor in accordance with the custom. All of them went to the banks of the river Ganga to offer funeral oblations. Vidur was there with them. He knew his brother and his exultation at the event. He knew him to be the home of insincerity and scheming. Vidur too mourned along with the others. Vidur's heart was touched at the grief of Bheeshm. The old man was beside himself. With grief, Vidur could not bear to see it. He went near Bheeshm. As if by accident, he took him aside after making sure that there was no chance of their being overheard. Vidur said, "Please do not give way to grief. This funeral oblation is unnecessary since the Pandavs are not dead." Bheeshm was struck dumb with surprise. Vidur told him the entire story. He added, "This plot was hatched by the king, his son and Shakuni. They are all now happy because they think that their sin is not known to anyone. But I know that no harm can come to the Pandavs. They are now going to Siddhavata, a forest on the southern side of Ganga. When the proper time comes, they will emerge out of obscurity, like the moon after the dark fortnight. I will one day see them lords of this world. But we must wait. The time is not ripe enough." Bheeshm applauded Vidur for his wisdom and his farsightedness. They went to the palace. No one knew about this conversation. The old king and his sons were now happy. They felt that their days of worry were at an end. 28. Bheem's marriage with Hidimbi. The Pandavs, having crossed the river Ganga, wended their way towards the south. They reached Siddhavata. They were extremely tired and thirsty. Bheem's brothers addressed him, "Bheem, the way is long and we are weary. But we have to walk a long distance. You must help us once again. You must carry us as you did before." Bheem willingly carried them all and walked fast towards the south. The son of Vayu traveled faster than his father. He was intent on only one thing: by daybreak they should be far away from Varanavat. Duryodhan's spies were everywhere. The dreadful night was over. Bheem realized that they had gone quite a long distance away from the city of Varanavat. They had traveled 80 yojanas. Kunti was extremely tired. She said, "I am dying with thirst. I cannot proceed even a step further without water. I am extremely sleepy. I will rest under some tree. I have to. If we are captured by the Kauravas, I do not care. I am past all caring." There were tears in her eyes when she said this. Bheem took them to a grove nearby and said, "You must all rest here. I feel that there is water somewhere near. I can hear the noises made by the water birds." Yudhishthir asked Bheem to go and get some water for their mother. Bheem went in search of water. Not far away from there he saw a beautiful lake, its surface covered by lotuses and lotus leaves. It was so beautiful that he could not believe it. Bheem also could not walk fast. He was so full of fatigue. He drank deep of that wonderful water. He bathed in it. It was so inviting. He forgot all his fatigue and sleepiness in the thrill of bathing in that cold water. He came out. He wetted his upper cloth with water. He made a cup out of the huge lotus leaves and carried water in that. When he reached the spot where he had left his mother and brothers, he found them fast asleep. He woke them up one by one and gave them water. They drank it and again went to sleep. Bheem sat there by their side, watching them. He thought that his heart would break into a million flinders. The sight of his mother sleeping on the ground, which was covered by leaves, was enough to melt a heart of stone. He looked at them one by one, his mother and his beloved brothers. They looked so pathetic and helpless while they slept. He said to himself, "Here lies my mother. She is the sister of Vasudeva of the house of Vrishnas. She is the daughter-in-law of the great house of Kuru. She is the wife of the famous Pandu, and she is the mother of 5 brave sons. Brave indeed. Here we are, running away to save ourselves from the cruelty of a man who is our father in name. Here lies my brother, a godlike man fit to rule the world. Here is Arjun, the greatest archer in the world. These twins, dark and handsome, looking like blue lotuses, can destroy the entire family of Dhritarashtra. Yet such is fate that we have to go about in hiding, afraid of that heartless man. Can anything be more tragic than this? They, the evildoers, thrive in the world while we have to suffer at their hands. Still, let us wait and see. The end is of importance and not the beginning. The river begins her course from some unknown crevice in the snow-clad mountain. But her end is so glorious. We will also be great somewhen. It is not in the near future. My brother says, wait. I shall wait. The world will then see how I shall take revenge on the sinners who were responsible for this scene. They were all sleeping. Bheem thought that it would not be wise if he slept. 2. Also, the bath had refreshed him, and the cold sting of the water had banished sleep from his eyes. He decided to sit and watch over them all. The forest where they were resting was called Hidimbi. It belonged to a Rakshas by name Hidimbi. He and his sister Hidimbi lived in that forest, eating all the human beings who were foolish enough to enter that forest. While the Pandavs were sleeping, Hidimbi was sitting on top of a tree. Suddenly he smelled human flesh. He looked around and saw the sleeping forms of the Pandavs. He spoke to Hi, sister, listen to me, my dear sister. There are human beings here. I can see them from here. My mouth is already watering at the thought of the delicious flesh. I will wait here. You must hurry hence and kill those human beings. We can then have a feast. It is such a long time since I tasted human flesh. She agreed to do so. Jumping from tree to tree, Hidimbi arrived at the spot very soon. She saw the sleeping Pandavs and their mother. She saw Bheem keeping guard over them. She saw they were all beautiful. They were more lovely than anything she had seen so far. Her eyes came to rest on Bheem. Looking at his body, which was beautifully proportioned, she was overcome with love for him. He was the perfect specimen of manhood with his broad chest, slim waist, and narrow hips. The name Vrikottara was a suitable name for him. Bheem's figure was just as slim and graceful as that of a wolf. Hidimbi told herself, I have a feeling inside me which tells me that this dark handsome man is meant to be my lord and master. I love him. How can I obey my brother when my heart is given to this man? He is the only man fit to be my husband. She stood at a distance for a while, looking at him all the while, as if her eyes could not drink their fill. She now assumed the form of a lovely woman. She approached him slowly, very slowly. Bheem turned and looked at her. Her dark form draped in chaste white, she was beautiful enough to charm anyone. He was surprised to see her there and said, Who are you? You are so very beautiful. How is it you are alone in this dreadful forest? She looked at him with sidelong glances. She smiled a little and spoke to him in a sweet, soft, caressing voice. She said, Who are you? You are so handsome. Who is this dark, beautiful woman who is sleeping here? Who are these young men? Did you not know that this forest belongs to a cruel Rakshas called Hidimbi? He relishes human flesh. I must confess that I am his sister, Hidimbi. He saw you from a distance and sent me here to kill you all and bring him his favorite food. I came here with that intention. But looking at you and your handsome form, all sinful thoughts have fled from my mind. I have fallen in love with you. I want you as my lord and lover. If you refuse me, I will not be able to live. Please accept me. I will make you very happy. Bheem said, This is my brother, my elder brother whom I honor as my god. This is my mother. These are my younger brothers. They are all depending on my strength to protect them. What you ask is impossible. I cannot marry you leaving them. She said, I will carry you and your mother away from here. I can assume any shape and any form. I will go far away from my brother and live with you on a mountain top. Come with me. Bheem said, I am not so fond of this life of mine that I should protect it leaving my helpless brothers behind. As for your proposal, I think it is wrong. You cannot ask me to do something that is against all them. With tears in her eyes, Hidimbi said, I have offended you. I am sorry. I do not want to displease you. I will carry you all away from here. This place is dangerous because of my brother. We must hurry. Please wake up your mother and your brothers. My brother will be here any moment. Bheem said, never. They are sleeping so peacefully. I will not give them a rude awakening. As for your brother, let him come. I am not a coward. I am stronger than you think. I have immense strength. I can take care of your brother. They heard a loud noise nearby. Hidimbi waited for his sister for a long time. She did not come. He became curious about the delay. So he came to find out for himself the reason. He drew near. It was his approach that they heard. Hidimbi was upset. She said, even now it is not too late. My brother is very near. Still I can carry you all away from here. Please listen to me. Bheem smiled at her and said, do not be upset. Your brother will today meet his match. I can defeat him easily. I am glad I will be able to rid this forest of this pest. Look at me. Look at my arms. They are strong enough to crush the life out of the form of your brother. Do not insult me by thinking that I am not strong enough to tackle him. Tears came to her eyes. She said, my lord, there was no thought of insulting you when I spoke of danger to you. I have now fallen in love with you. You have become so dear to me that I am not willing to lose you. I am afraid that I may lose you. I will wait and watch you kill my brother. You will then take me for wife. Bheem did not speak a word in reply. He smiled to himself. Hidimbi had now come near enough to hear his sister. His eyes were red with anger. He shouted, so this is how you bring food for your brother. I will punish you. First I will kill this man who is impertinent enough to think that he is more than a match for me. Then I will take good care of you. You can meet him in the hall of death. He came near Bheem. Smiling at the Rakshas, Bheem said, please do not make so much noise. My brothers and my dear mother are sleeping. They are very tired. Do not dare to wake them up. As for your talk to your sister, I will kill you for your words. She came here fully intent on obeying you. But she fell in love with me. A woman in love cannot harm her beloved. You say that you will kill her. Let me see how you can do it when I am here. I will rid this forest of you, a monster which has been frightening all the forest dwellers. The two began to fight like two angry tuskers charging at each other. Hidimbi was just watching, her eyes wide with astonishment at the sight of powerful Bheem. The noise of the fighting roused the sleeping princes and their mother. A strange sight met their eyes. Bheem was fighting with a Rakshas, by the looks of him. By their side, however, sat a beautiful woman looking at Bheem with eyes full of love. Kunti spoke to her softly, young woman, you are very beautiful. Are you the goddess who protects this wild forest? Are you an Apsara? Who are you and what are you doing here? Why are you watching this dreadful fight? Tell me everything. With her head downcast, with nervous gestures Hidimbi said, this dense forest, looking like a dark rain cloud laden with water, is the place where we live, my brother and I. The Rakshas who is now fighting with your son is my brother. She told them all that had been happening. She told Kunti about her love for Bheem. Yudhishthir and his brothers stood watching the fight. After a while Arjun said, Bheem, give me a chance. This is not right. You have been awake since 2 nights. You have walked such a distance carrying all of us. You must be tired. I am now feeling fresh after the sleep I had. Leave him to me and you take rest. Bheem laughed and said, Arjun, do not worry. He is almost dead. Caught between my 2 mighty arms, who can escape death? Why should 2 of us spend our energy to crush this little insect? You just sit and watch the fun. It will be over soon. Arjun said, you must hurry. Evening is drawing near. You know that the strength of Rakshasas will increase when night falls. You must kill him before the sun's rim touches the western hill. Bheem took up the immense form of the Rakshas in his hands and crushed the life out of him. With a terrible cry of pain, Hidimbi fell down dead. Bheem's anger did not subside even then. He pummeled the body until it became a shapeless mass of flesh. Yudhishthir embraced his brother and said, I am fortunate, when I have you for brother, when I have this Arjun, Nakul and Satyavati to protect me, why should I think that I am alone? I am stronger than all the Devas put together. Bheem was made to rest for a while. Then Yudhishthir said, let us move away from here. Arjun said, it looks as though there is a city somewhere about. Let us go there. They began their journey. Poor Hidimbi followed them. She approached Kunti and said, what shall I do? Hearing her voice, Yudhishthir turned round. Hidimbi continued, you are the elder brother of this young man and you are his mother. I fell in love with him. I want you both to influence him and make him take me for wife. I cannot live if he refuses me. She looked at Kunti and said, Mother, you are a woman. You must know how much I am suffering. You must grant me my life. You must grant me happiness. He is my chosen load. I will protect all of you from all the dangers in the forest. I will carry all of you when you are too tired to walk. Only please give me this young man. Kunti was touched by the sincere love this woman had for her son. She said, Yudhishthir, this woman loves Bheem. I feel that her desire should be granted. As for Bheem, it looks as though he is not quite averse to this. She looked at Bheem, who looked everywhere except in her direction. The brothers smiled at his discomfiture. This was a new Bheem. They had never seen him like that before. He smiled bashfully and kicked the stones that lay at his feet. Yudhishthir smiled mischievously at him and said, Bheem, I know what is worrying you. You think that since I am your elder brother you must not take a wife until I do. Do not let that worry you. When I meets I, then is a marriage performed. You can take her for wife. I want you to be happy. The two beings who were in love looked at each other and looked away. 29. Birth of Ghatoat-kuch. Hidimbi took them all to the sacred lake called Salivahana. She built a beautiful cottage for them. She brought good food. Then she told Kunti, Mother, I know how much you love your son. I will take him with me now. But every night, I will bring him back to you. Bheem told her, I am happy to see how much you care for me. I will remain with you for some time. But knowing the story of our lives, you must realize that there are many things we have to do to punish our evil-minded cousins. I will remain with you until a son is born to us. We will then have to leave you and go, not because I want to, but because we have to. Bheem spent a very happy time with her. She pleased him with 1,000 ways of love. She took him to many beautiful spots in the forest. With her he saw many rivers, mountains and valleys. He saw the ashrams of so many rishis. They all looked at them with affection. 7 months were now gone. Vyas came to see them. He was full of words of comfort to his daughter-in-law, Kunti. He spoke about Hidimbi. He said, This your dear daughter-in-law will bear a brave son to Bheem. He will be famed all the world over for his valor and his fearlessness. Your son's wife will, henceforth, be called Kamala Malini. When a son is born to her, the time of your departure is imminent. Dress yourselves in tree barks and matted hair. You must proceed to the city called Ekachakra. I will meet you there. Your sons are born to rule the world. Ignore these troubled days. They are but passing clouds. Dharma will win in the end. Calm yourselves and go your ways. We are all here to keep watch over you. Vyas went away after that. 7 months passed as 7 days. Bheem's son was born. He was named Ghatoat-kuch. He became the favorite of all his uncles, of Yudhishthir in particular. His love for his nephew was immense. He would spend hours together playing with this child. The time of departure had come. Bheem pacified his weeping wife and said, "Wipe your eyes. You have, with you, our son. Take good care of him. You can see me in him. Whenever I want you, I will think of you. You must come to me at once, with a speed greater than that of thought. But now, we have to go." Hidimbi bade them adieu with tears blinding her eyes. She was so unhappy. Taking up her son in her arms, she walked with heavy steps towards the ashram which held such sweet memories for her. She had only these memories to keep her company now. Dressed in tree barks and deer skins, with their hair matted, the Pandav princes proceeded towards Ekachakra. They did not know what the future held in store for them. It was not in their nature to doubt the words of the elders. Vyas had asked them to go to Ekachakra. That was enough for them. They would obey him. Yudhishthir had decided early in his life never to say no to the commands of an elder. Vyas was their grandfather. He knew what was good for them. With their minds troubled about the uncertain future, but with a strange sense of peace in their minds, the Pandav princes and their mother proceeded towards the unknown city called Ekachakra. 30. Ekachakra and the killing of Baka. They passed many beautiful spots and rivers. They reached Ekachakra. There they stayed in the house of a Brahmin. They earned their food by begging. The people in the city were intrigued by these silent Brahmin youths who did not look like beggars. They decided among themselves, "These young men seem to be high-born. They do not seem to be fitted for this life. Perhaps they are here for some unknown reason. They are perhaps disguising themselves for fear of something or someone. Whatever it may be, they distinguish themselves by their behavior and their devotion to their mother. Let us be good to them." The Pandavs never left their mother alone for a long time. Collecting their alms, they would hurry back to the Brahmin's house and place it at the feet of their mother. Brushing away her tears which were incessant, Kunti would divide it. Half of it would be given to Bheem. He would always be hungry. The rest she would divide among themselves. But poor Bheem was never satisfied. He became thin and pale. There was a potter in the neighborhood. Bheem would help him by carrying immense loads of clay for him. The potter was so pleased and amazed at the strength of this young man that he made a huge big pot for him. Bheem was pleased with it. He took it with him the next day when they went out to beg for alms. The people smiled indulgently at him and his enormous begging bowl, and filled it up with the tasty food which they had prepared in their homes. One day Bheem was at home, alone with his mother. The others had gone out. These two were talking about things in general, and about the Kauravas in particular. Suddenly they heard the sound of weeping from inside the house. They listened and found that the Brahmin, who had given them shelter, was talking to his wife, and they were both weeping. Their curiosity was aroused. They listened more intently but could not make out anything. They only knew that the Brahmin and his wife were in trouble. Kunti said, "They have been so good to us. They have given us a home when we were without a home. If it is possible, we must help them when they are in trouble. Bheem, you stay here. I will go and find out what is troubling them." The Brahmin had a son and a daughter. The son was just a child. They were all talking together. Each was saying, "I will go." Kunti could not make out what they were talking about. She went to the Brahmin's wife and said, "I can see that some terrible event is making you unhappy. My son and I could not help overhearing you. If you can tell me your troubles, we will try to help you." The Brahmin looked at her and said, "You are indeed kind. Your heart is full of sympathy for those who are in trouble. But I am afraid no human being can help us out of the trouble that has visited us. I will, however, tell you about it. In the neighboring mountain there is a cave. In that cave dwells a cruel Rakshas called Baka. He has been harassing our city for the last 13 years. He would descend into the plains and kill anyone he found and eat him. The city would be dreading his descent. He would kill indiscriminately. At last, the citizens conferred and went to Baka with a proposal. The deputation said, "You are striking terror into the hearts of everyone. We are living in constant dread of your attack. We are living just from day to day. If you are willing to listen to us, we have a suggestion to make. Every week you will get a cartload of excellent food. You will also get a human being every week. We will take turns and arrange to feed you as you desire. But please stop these surprise attacks. You must not come into the city and kill us out of turn. This is the only way in which we can have some peace of mind. We will keep you fed well and regularly. In return for this you must guard our city from intruders from across the mountain." The Rakshas agreed to this. For the last few years we have followed this rule. From one house one person is chosen. The house has to provide the cart load of food also. Today we are crying because tomorrow is my turn to go. If I go, my wife and my children will have no one to take care of them. If my wife dies, however, my children will be orphans since I cannot live after she is dead. So we have decided that all of us will go to him and get killed. Life is so sweet that the thought of death is very painful." Kunti was sorry to see their unhappiness. She said, "Do not worry. None of you need die. You prepare the food. I have 5 sons. I will send one of them with the food. I wish to repay you for your kindness in giving us a home these many days." The Brahmin was indignant. He said, "No, no. You are my guests. Do you think I am selfish enough to sacrifice one of your children in my desire to live? You are so good. I would rather die than commit the sin of killing a Brahmin. Please do not speak such words." Kunti smiled and said, "I can assure you that my son is not like ordinary mortals. He is a favorite of the gods. He is very strong and powerful. He will be able to destroy this Baka. Please have faith in me, agree that I may send one of my sons and provide the cartload of food. I have only one request to make. I do not want you to tell anyone about this. If it is known, my son will lose his power." The Brahmin and his wife did not know what to say to this. Kunti spoke with such confidence that they decided to accept this offer. Kunti went to Bheem and told him about everything. He was delirious with joy. He shouted, "Mother, think of it. I will have a cartload of food. I will do anything. I will kill that Rakshas and rid this city of its terror. But mother, please make sure that there is enough food, and please ask the lady of the house to make it tasty. I am very hungry." Kunti laughed and said, "The Brahmin's wife is a very good cook and she is very generous. I know it for a fact. Come, let us go and comfort them." Together, they went to the Brahmin and told him that Bheem would certainly go to the mountain cave in the morning with the cartload of food. They returned to their apartment. Hardly a few moments later, the other 4 returned with the alms which they had collected. Bheem was sitting in a corner. One look at his face was enough to convince Yudhishthir that he was extremely pleased about something. He was intrigued. Yudhishthir went to his mother and said, "Mother, what has happened? It looks as though my brother is up to some mischief. His face has the same look which he used to have whenever he had played some trick on the sons of Dhritarashtra. I want to know what he is up to now. Has he your permission to do what he is planning to do? Or is he doing it on his own accord?" Kunti said, "No. He is not planning to do anything by himself. In fact, he is doing it at my request. I have asked him to do something to help the Brahmin, who has given us shelter, and also to help the people of this city." She narrated to Yudhishthir, in detail, all that had happened during his absence. For the first time in his life, Yudhishthir became very angry with his mother. He spoke to her in a voice which was harsh with pain. He said, "Mother, why did you do this? You know what Bheem means to all of us. It is because of him that we were able to escape from the dreadful house of lack. It was his strength which helped us then. It is because he is here that we are sure of vanquishing the Kauravas some day. He is the star of hope in my dark and dreadful sky. But you have offered him up as a victim for some dreadful monster. Your gratitude to this Brahmin need not have assumed this form. O mother, you have done a wrong thing. It looks as though this mighty Bheem was born just to be an offering for this terrible Baka. Mother, the sufferings of the past few months have made you lose all sense of proportion. Or else you would not have been so impulsive. Kunti spoke coldly. She said, I am not pleased with your words, my son. Please do not consider me to be so foolish. It is because I know the strength of my Bheem that I suggested this plan. I saw his immense energy when he carried us all for hours together. I was again reminded of something else. I remembered how he killed Hidimbi. There is no one in this world who is more powerful than my Bheem. He has drunk the elixir of the serpent gods. When he was a baby, one day, a tiger came near me. This was in the valley of Satasringa. I was sitting in the ashram garden with this child in my lap. Seeing the tiger, I became terrified and got up to flee fast from the spot. In my terror I forgot all about the child in my lap. Hearing my cries of panic, your father came out of the ashram. With his bow and arrow he killed the tiger. I realized that the child had fallen down from my lap and rolled down the slope of the hill. Your father and I rushed to the foot of the hill, dreading the sight that was sure to meet our eyes. We saw Bheem sleeping peacefully. The rock on which he had landed had been ground to fine dust. Such is the strength of my son. I know that he will kill this Baka in no time. Do you not know that, if a Kshatriya helps a Brahmin, his life on this earth will be blessed by those above? I wanted to repay the kindness shown by the Brahmin family to us, and also the people of the city, who have given us food all these days. And it is an easy task for Bheem. Do not let this worry you. Yudhishthir was ashamed of his hasty words. He begged for pardon. He went to the Brahmin and said, My mother told me about the predicament in which she found you. I am happy to know that she has suggested this plan to you. We are very happy to have this chance of helping you. You need not be upset or worried about this. My brother is a very powerful young man. I will not be surprised if he kills this Baka. As a matter of fact, I will be surprised if he does not kill Baka. Early in the morning, the Brahmin's wife had finished her cooking. She called Bheem and fed him. The cart was then piled high with food. Bheem bade adieu to all of them and went alone towards the cave in the mountain. He was driving the cart himself. Soon he reached the top of the mountain. He was about to call out to the Rakshas. Suddenly he paused. He said to himself, Here is some lovely food meant for me. The Rakshas thinks that it is meant for him, but it is meant for me. He is not going to eat it. I will kill him before that. Only now I realize that, once I kill him, I will become unclean, and I will be unfit to eat. That will be tragic. The best thing for me to do is to eat up all this food first, and then summon him to fight with me. He stationed the cart under the shade of a tree, and began to eat. He was enjoying himself immensely. His mother was right. The Brahmin's wife could cook well. He finished eating, rather, he had almost finished eating. He called out to the Rakshas. Baka heard the call. He hurried to the place from where the call came. To his consternation, he saw a young Brahmin lad eating up all the food meant for him, and looking quite unconcerned over it. He came near and said, Who are you? How dare you eat all the food meant for me? It looked as though Bheem did not hear him. Smiling to himself, he continued his eating. This was too much for Baka. He rushed up to Bheem and tried to hit him. Bheem was unconcerned. Baka uprooted a tree, and he tried to hit Bheem with it. With his left hand Bheem warded off the blow, and his right hand was all the while carrying a bowl of curds to his mouth. He had now finished eating. Wiping his mouth with his forehand, he looked at Baka and said, "You have been living on this city too long. Your body has become too fat. It is time you leave this world. I will help you to reach the abode of Yama. I want to rid this city of you and your cruelty. Come, get ready to fight with me." Then there took place a terrible fight between Bheem and Baka. It went on for a long time. Baka was immensely powerful. But he was not a match for Bheem, who was far his superior. Finally Bheem took Baka in his arms, put him across his knees, and broke him in two as an elephant would break a piece of sugar cane. With a terrible cry of pain, Baka fell on the ground, dead. Bheem dragged his body by the legs, intent on installing it near the gates of the city. Seeing Baka dead, Baka's companions approached Bheem. He said, "If you promise not to harass the city anymore, I will allow you to go your ways. Or else you will suffer the same fate as your friend." They went away from the city, never to come back. Quietly, Bheem left the body of Baka at the gateway of the city and went to the house where they were staying. He returned the empty cart to the Brahmin and asked him not to talk about the real killer of Baka. Then he went and bathed himself and went to sleep. He had eaten too much food. In the morning, the people of the city were amazed to find the body of Baka in the gateway. They did not know how it had happened. They knew whose turn it was to send food to the Rakshas that day. They came to the Brahmin and asked him how it had happened. Already coached by Bheem, the Brahmin said, "Seeing me crying, some gifted person from the heavens came and told me that he would carry the food to the monster and kill him too. I did what he asked me to do. He went away. I have not seen him since." 31. The Brahmin's story. The Pandavs continued to live in the house of the Brahmin even after the killing of Baka. One day, a Brahmin traveler came to the house of the Brahmin to stay for the night. He had been to many countries. They welcomed him. In the night, when their work was all done, they all crowded round him and asked him to tell them about his wanderings and about the interesting things he had seen on the way. They had been alone all these days, and the coming of a stranger from another country was a great event for them. They wanted to know how the world had received the news of the terrible burning of the house of Lak and the tragic death of the Pandavs. The Brahmin told them about his wanderings and then said, "The real mission, on which I have been made to travel like this, is to tell the world about the Swayamvara of a princess. It has been arranged by Drupad, the icing of the Panchals, in his city, Kampilya. The princess is his daughter Drupadi. She was born from the sacred fire along with her brother, Drushtadhum." The Pandavs expressed a desire to hear more details about this Swayamvar. The Brahmin said, "There is a very long and interesting story behind the birth of these two, and about this Swayamvar too. If you are willing to listen, I am willing to talk." There were two friends called Drona and Drupad, who studied together in the ashram of Bharadvaj. When they were together, Drupad told Drona one day that he would share his kingdom with Drona when he became the king of the Panchals. The Pandavs knew the story only too well. But for the sake of courtesy, and because they did not have the heart to damp the enthusiasm of the garrulous Brahmin, who seemed to enjoy telling a story, they did not let him know that they knew. He told them all about the Gurudakshina paid by Arjun, the greatest of the disciples of Drona. Drupad was amazed and charmed by the prowess of this young man, continued the Brahmin. Indeed, so great was his admiration that he told himself, "There is no one in the world like Arjun." Also, Drupad's hatred for Drona was born in that moment. The Brahmin paused for breath. The Pandavs sat up. They did not know this part of the story. This hatred of Drupad, for their Acharya Drona, was news to them. They were now listening intently. The Brahmin continued the story. He said, "The hatred for Drona was born in the heart of Drupad at the moment when Drona ceased to hate Drupad. It was a strange thing. Drupad could not look on Drona as his friend. He wanted to take revenge for his humiliation. It almost looks as though the hatred left the heart of Drona and leaped into that of Drupad to dwell there forever. Drupad's only aim was to get a son great enough to kill this man, Drona. No ordinary man could kill him since Drona is a disciple of Bhargav and has in his possession all the divine astras. So Drupad decided to perform a yagna for this purpose. He told himself, a son to kill Drona and a daughter as my gift for Arjun. He wandered far into the forest. There were two rishis, Yaja and Upayaja, whom he approached with his request. After a year spent in pleasing Upayaja, he was told that Yaja would be able to help him. The two rishis performed for him the yagya called Pitrakama. At the end of the yagya, there arose a chariot out of the sacrificial fire. Seated in the chariot was a godlike youth. He was dressed in the manner in which a warrior dresses just before he sets out to battle. Drupad was speechless with joy. He knew that the death of Drona was certain. Then followed a great event. There arose out of the fire a very beautiful woman, the prospective gift of Drupad to Arjun. She was dark and her flashing eyes bewitched everyone. Her eyes were like the petals of the lotus, long and liquid. From her long lustrous hair arose the perfume of the blue lotus. There was no one to equal her in beauty, charm or splendor. Drupad thought that she was a worthy bride for Arjun. When she appeared, there was a voice from the heavens which proclaimed, "This woman, who is the most beautiful of all women, will be the cause of the destruction of all Kshatriyas. She is born to fulfill a divine purpose." The children were named Drishtadhum and Krishna, better known as Drupadi. Bheem now spoke. He said, "But I have heard that Drishtadhum is a student of Drona. He learned archery and the use of all arms from Drona." "So they say." The Brahmin said, "Yes. You are right." Drona, knowing that the prince is born to kill him, still taught him everything. He knew that there is no use in fighting fate. Drishtadhum was a good friend of Bheem, one of the Pandavs who were burnt in the house of lac, which brings me back to the reason for my wanderings. The Pandavs, you know, were the sons of Pandu. They were the nephews of King Dhritarashtra, who rules in Hastinapur. He is a son of the house of Kurus. But what is the use of being born in such an illustrious race? Dhritarashtra did nor behave as a father to the fatherless sons of Pandu. He asked them to spend a few months in Varanavat, a beautiful city. There he had a house built of lac and he made this house to be burnt and the Pandavs along with it. The Pandavs are now dead and their mother too. When Drupad heard about the death of the Pandavs at Varanavat, he was almost mad with grief. He knew that the evil-minded Dhritarashtra, his son Duryodhan and Shakuni, the uncle of Duryodhan, had been the persons who were the cause of this tragedy. It looked as though Drupad was mourning the death of his own sons. So great was his lament. His guru approached him and said, "Do not grieve so much. I have a feeling that the Pandavs are not dead. The words of the rishis cannot go wrong. Yaja and Upayaja performed the sacrifice for you. Out of the sacrificial fire were your children born. Do you mean to say that the words of the sages can go wrong? The Pandavs have always been righteous. No evil can befall the Pandavs. I will suggest a plan to you. You must have it proclaimed all over this Bharatvarsh that there will be a Swayamvara held in the city of Kampilya, in Panchal. You must stipulate a condition for winning the hand of your daughter Drupadi. Let it be a test in archery. The archer in Arjun can never resist the challenge. I am sure the Pandavs are somewhere disguised. Arjun will surely attend the Swayamvara and win the hand of Drupadi." Drupad sent out the proclamation to the four quarters. He has asked a large number of us to go from place to place spreading the news that a great Swayamvara is to be held in Kampilya. Who knows, somewhere, I may even be telling Arjun about this event. With a loud laugh appreciating his own joke, the Brahmin said that he was too tired to keep awake any more, and went to sleep. The princes sat silent for a long time after the Brahmin had retired. None of them spoke a word. Kunti looked at them and realized that they all wished to go to Panchal but were unable to say so. She thought that she would make it easier for them. So she said, "We have been living too long in the house of this Brahmin. I have become slightly disgusted with looking at the same things every day. Why should we not think of moving? After hearing the words of this Brahmin, my thoughts are turned towards the city of Campilya in Panchal. They say that Panchal is the land of plenty. We heard too about the Swayamvara of the princess. It is sure to be a grand event. There will be a great crowd, and it will be amusing to walk about the streets of the city in the midst of all the celebration. There will be a lot of excitement in store for us. I feel a desire to go to Panchal if you are all willing. The Pandavs were only too willing. They were happy at the thought of the adventures ahead of them. All through the night they did not sleep. They knew that Drupad was meant for Arjun. But ever since they heard the description of this woman, the thoughts of all of them were hovering round her. Even the eldest Pandav Yudhishthir felt that he wanted this woman for himself. He was distressed at these thoughts that haunted him. But he could not help it. He felt it in his blood that something very unusual was about to happen. All the omens indicated that something good was in store for them. Impatiently they waited for the sun to rise. Kunti took affectionate farewell of the Brahmin and his wife, and they all 6 of them set out for the country of Panchal. On the way they met Vyas. He had promised to meet them. He blessed them and said, "What you are doing now is right. Panchal should be your destination now. Great good fortune awaits you there. I know the thoughts that are crowding in your minds. I can only say that your wishes will all come true. I will come again to Campilya. You will need me there. Your dark days are at an end. Happy days are just waiting to be born. The clouds are lifting and you will be happy soon, very soon." With these words of cheer Vyas went away. Strangely exhilarated by the words of Vyas, the Pandavs walked towards Campilya, the capital city of Panchal. 32. The Advent of Dhaum-ya. It was midnight. They were passing the river Ganga. They thought of cooling their limbs in the sweet waters of the river. They went near and began their preparations for the bath. A Gandharv was there. He was with his wives, and he resented the intrusion of human beings on his privacy. He tried to stop them. He said, "I am a Gandharv. My name is Angarvarna. It is not proper on your part to enter the river now. This river has always been mine." Arjun was furious with him for his arrogance and pride. He said, "Listen to me. The sea, the slopes of the mountain, and the waters of the river are common to all. You have no right to call this river your own. You are eaten up with conceit. We are strong and powerful. If you try to frighten us, you will not succeed." The Gandharv was becoming impatient with these mortals. He said, "Go away from here, and do not waste my time and yours. If you do not, I am afraid I will have to use violence and force you to leave the place." Arjun said, "Please do not be so foolish. If you try to threaten us with your violence, so can we." The Gandharv was now quite angry. He began to shoot arrows at all of them, and at Arjun in particular. Arjun warded them off with his own. He said, "If you send your arrows against someone who knows nothing of archery, then, perhaps, they may be effective. As for me, I know all that you know and much more too. Your arrows give the appearance of foam on the surface of the sea. They are childish and ineffectual." The Gandharv was bent on sending arrow after arrow. Arjun's patience had worn out. He sent the astra called Agneya, the astra presided over by Agni, the god of fire. It went spitting fire and burnt the chariot of the Gandharv. Arjun caught him and pulled him out of the chariot. The wives of the Gandharv fell at the feet of Yudhishthir and begged him for mercy. At the commands of his brother, Arjun released the Gandharv. He was now all penitence. He said, "I have been defeated by an ordinary mortal. Till now I was called Chitrarath because of my very beautiful chariot. But from now I will call myself Dagdharath since my chariot has been burnt by a man." The Gandharv wanted to make friends with them. He wanted to learn the incantations for the astra which burnt his chariot. In exchange, he gave Arjun the power to see the happenings in all the three worlds. He gave beautiful horses that knew no fatigue. He learned who they were. He was happy to know that the Pandavs were alive. He offered them a suggestion. He said, "You are going to be lords of this earth. It is necessary for you to have a guru, a Kulaguru. You will need him. It is but fitting that kings should have high priests. With the help of a Brahmin to advise you, you will rule the earth as your fathers did." The Pandavs asked him to suggest a priest. The Gandharv suggested Dhaum-ya. Arjun thanked him and said, "As for your gift of horses, let them remain with you. When the dark days of my brothers are over, when circumstances have changed, I will claim them from you." They took affectionate farewell of him. The Pandavs then went in search of Dhaum-ya. Dhaum-ya was very pleased with their humility and behavior. He agreed to be their guru. They felt that the dark clouds were lifting, and their hearts were light. With quickened steps they hurried towards Panchal where, according to Vyas, great good fortune awaited them. 33. Kampilya. The Pandavs arrived in the city called Kampilya. They stayed in the house of a potter. Their daily food was still the alms which they collected by begging. In the course of their daily wanderings throughout the city they heard a lot of news. The people said, "Our king is certain that the Pandavs are alive. He has been told by the rishis that Drupad will be the bride of Arjun. The king has therefore placed a mighty bow in the Swayamvara hall. There is also placed a target which is a fish fixed to the ceiling of the hall. The fish is always rotating and the person who wins the hand of Drupad is the one who will fell this target with 5 arrows. It will not be possible for just ordinary archers to tackle that target. Only Arjun can do it. Let us wait for the day of the Swayamvara. In that great hall something dramatic is sure to happen." Everyone was waiting impatiently for the day of the Swayamvara. Kings from all over Bharatvarsh had assembled in the great city in response to the proclamation of the king. The Pandavs were there disguised as Brahmins. The Kaurav hosts, with Duryodhan and Radhaya in the lead, had already arrived. All the Yadavs, Pajays, Vrishnis and Andiks were there. The chief among them was Balram, Krishna and their cousins. Special mansions had been erected to accommodate the guests from all over the world. It was the day of the Swayamvara. The hall was splendid. It was decorated like the hall of Indra. With flowers and perfumes everywhere, the guests were caught in a web of pleasure and happy anticipation. The kings, rivals all of them, had already arrived. Lions among men, with their powerful arms and shoulders, the kings filled the immense hall and beautified it. It was an unforgettable, momentous scene. The sky was crowded with the denizens of the heavens intent on seeing this Swayamvara. All were eager to see the beautiful Drupad and the man who was to be her lord. The Brahmins sat in their places. The Pandavs were there scattered among them. They had arrived, one by one, without attracting the attention of anyone. All eyes were turned towards the entrance hall. Drishthadhum led his lovely sister to the hall. She was dressed in rich and beautiful silk. Golden ornaments added beauty to her graceful figure. She carried the garland of flowers in her hand. Drishthadhum led her to the stage that was built at the center of the hall. The word stage is used by the poet here. It is singularly apt. With Drupad installed on the stage, the first act of the tragedy was to be played. She was to be in the lead all the time. Several years would have to pass before the last act. She would fulfill the purpose for which she was born, the destruction of all the Kshatriyas. But that was a long time after today. Now, with the appearance of Drupad on the stage, the first act of the play had begun. Sacred mantras were chanted. Oblations were poured into the fire. Absolute silence now prevailed in the hall. Drishthadhum ascended the stage. In a voice like the low rumbling of a thundercloud he addressed the assembly, "Please give me your attention. Here is the bow. Here are the 5 arrows. With these 5 arrows the target has to be hit and felled to the ground. The person who is able to perform this difficult feat will win my sister Draupadi's hand. This is my solemn promise." Drishthadhum then advanced to his sister. He spoke to her the names of the several kings who had come there. He said, "Draupadi, look at all these kings who have assembled here to win your hand. I will tell you the names and point them out to you. There sits the noble Kuru prince, Duryodhan. His brothers are all there by his side. There is Radhaya, the dear beloved friend of Duryodhan. He is the greatest archer. Here is Shakuni, and these are his famous sons. There you can see Ashvathama, the powerful son of Drona." Drishthadhum showed them all to her one by one. Jarasandh, Salya, Bagadat and many other heroes were there. He said, "There sits Balram the son of Rohini. By his side sits Krishan, the son of Devki. The other heroes of the great Vrishni house are there, Samba, Sarana, Gada, Satyaki and Kritvarma." She was shown Jayadratha, the lord of the Sindhus. His wife was Disala, the sister of Duryodhan. Shishupal, the king of the Chetas, was there. The kings went near the bow one by one. The bow was divine. It was called Kindhura. Its string was of steel. It was very hard to bend the bow and string it. Kings went near it with hopes high in their hearts. Unable to tackle it, they returned crestfallen. The Yadav hosts, however, had decided to be just the audience. Not one of them got up to try for the hand of Draupadi. Krishan's eyes were roving round the assembly. Finally they came to rest on the forms of the Pandavs who sat scattered about among the Brahmins. Quietly he drew his brother's attention. He said, "Look there, brother. Look at those Brahmins, 5 of them, sitting there. They, I am sure, are the Pandavs hiding their princely forms in the serene dress of Brahmins. They look like live coals covered by ashes. The heroes are alive and they are here. Let us wait and see what happens now." A sweet smile lit up the face of Krishan. It was because he knew that the Pandavs would be living somewhere, that he had forbidden the Yadav hosts from competing in the contest. The tournament went on. King after king tried and failed. But some of them very nearly succeeded. Shishupal, for instance, missed the mark by the width of a sesame seed. The bow flung him down. He returned to his seat with disappointment burning his frame. The next person who was also very nearly successful was Jarasandh. He missed the mark by the size of a mustard seed. Duryodhan rose up from his seat. He walked majestically towards the bow. He tried to hit the fish. He missed by the width of a little finger. Salya missed by the width of a bean seed. All the kings began to lose hope since the great archers were all unable to hit the target. Radhaya now walked towards the stage. He looked wonderful as he walked like a panther across the hall towards the stage. Krishan was looking on with grave concern when he bent the bow and strung it. Radhaya was taking aim. All the kings were matching him tense with excitement. Krishan did not dare to breathe. Everyone was sure that he would do it. Now that Arjun was dead, there was no one to equal Radhaya, the disciple of Bhargav. It was a pleasure to watch him bend the bow and string it effortlessly. He took aim and sent the 5 shafts. They missed the mark by just the breadth of a hair. Krishan sighed a great sigh of relief. Silence reigned in the entire hall. No one dared to try after even Radhaya failed. 34. Draupadi's Swayamvara. Like a sudden flame leaping up from a heap of ashes, Arjun stood up. It was a startling sight. Krishan was waiting for this. He took his brother's hand in his and squeezed it in his excitement. He smiled and looked at the Brahmin as if to say, "The hand of Draupadi has been won by the right man." All eyes were turned towards this young Brahmin. No one in that hall knew who he was, no one except Krishan, Balram, Dhaum-ya, Bheeshm and the Pandavs themselves. Arjun ascended the stage and addressed Drishthadhum. Is a Brahmin allowed to try and fell the target? It looks as though no Kshatriya is able to tackle this Matsya Yantra. His eyes swept the entire hall with a look half amused and half contemptuous. Drishthadhum said, "Why, certainly. Anyone is at liberty to try, whoever he may be, whether he is a Brahmin, a Kshatriya, a Vaishya or even a Sudra. I suppose you know what is to be done. With these 5 arrows you must fell the fish, which is revolving so high up in the ceiling. If you do it, my sister will be your bride. I assure you, I am sincere in my promise." Arjun approached the great bow. He made a pradakshina to it. He prostrated before it. Then, with a slight smile on his lips, he took up the bow in his hand. He strung it. After twanging the string, he sent the 5 arrows in quick succession. The target was hit in a moment. The Matsya, which had baffled all of them so long, fell on the ground. There was a terrific uproar in the hall. The Brahmins were also excited at the thought that a Brahmin could do what the Kshatriyas could not. Flowers rained on Arjun from the sky. With the gait of a swan, Draupadi walked up to Arjun and placed the garland on his neck. The hall was resounding with the blare of conchs and trumpets and all the musical instruments. The sky resounded with the music of all the heavenly instruments. Arjun and Drupadi made a beautiful pair, like Indra with Sachi, like Agni and Svaha, like Vishnu with Lakshmi, like the sun with Usha, like Manmath and Rithi, like Lord Shankar with Uma, like Ram and Sita, like Nala and the Mayanthi. Arjun took Drupadi by the hand and descended from the stage. The king Drupad was pleased to see that the young man was very handsome and looked noble. The kings were, for a moment, nonplussed. Then their anger showed itself. They said, "This Drupad has insulted us deliberately. When so many kings have assembled here, he has insulted us by giving his daughter to a Brahmin. If no one could hit the target, his daughter should have killed herself rather than be wedded to a Brahmin. We cannot brook this insult. This act of the king must not go unpunished. Let us attack him and kill him." Drupad was upset at this anger of the other kings. He looked at the young Brahmin who was the cause of all this. Arjun smiled reassuringly at him and said, "Please do not fear. I am able to handle all of them." Bheem came and stood near Arjun. He uprooted a tree which was near, and was ready to fight alongside his brother. Arjun stood firm with Bheem by his side. Draupadi stood clinging to the deer skin which Arjun was wearing. In the meantime Yudhishthir and the twins went home to tell Kunti that Arjun had won the hand of Drupadi. They returned and joined the brothers. All the while, Krishna was watching them. He spoke to his brother Balram, "Look, brother, the one who bent the bow and won the hand of Drupadi is, of course, Arjun. This young man, who looks so powerful, must be Bheem, this young man who just uprooted a tree. He is reputed to be very strong. These 2 dark men, who look very much alike, these handsome men, must be Nakul and Sahdev. This gentle-looking young man, with the fine kind eyes and noble brow, must be Yudhishthir. I am sure of it, as sure as I am that I am Krishna and you are Balram. Fortunately the Pandavs are saved from that dreadful house of lack." The Brahmins who had assembled there said, "Young man, do not mind these kings. We are all here to help you. You must fight with them." Arjun smiled a gentle smile of thanks and said, "You can all watch. I will be able to handle them myself." With Bheem to help him, he stood ready to fight. He was prepared for the onslaught of the many kings who were approaching them. Yudhishthir and the twins joined the 2 brothers Arjun and Bheem. The 5 fought with all the kings who were attacking them. Salya was accosted by Bheem, Duryodhan by Yudhishthir, and Shakuni by the youngster Nakul. There were no chariots. The fight was on the spur of the moment. Duryodhan and the rest of them thought that it would be an easy task to subdue this Brahmin. But the arrows of Arjun surprised them all. Seeing it, Radhaya hurried to the spot. Arjun and Radhaya fought with each other. They were equally matched. They fought with great vigor. Radhaya was all admiration for this unknown archer, and he expressed his delight. Radhaya was the flower of chivalry. He said, "Whoever you are, young Brahmin, I am pleased with your skill. Who are you? Are you the great Bhargav? Are you Indra? Or are you the great Lord Vishnu himself? You must be one of these three who has come to Campilya to show his prowess to the world. I have never met my equal so far. No one has been able to meet me in fight. Only one is able to do it, that is Arjun, and he is dead. I am Radhaya, the lord of the Angas. I am a great archer. I am a disciple of Bhargav. But I must admit my defeat at your hands. Tell me who you are." Arjun said, "Radhaya, I am happy to know you and I thank you for your words of praise. I am not the famed Bhargav, your gum, nor Vishnu nor Indra, nor any other famous archer. I am an ordinary man, a Brahmin, as you see. Like you, I too learnt my archery at the feet of a Brahmin. Come, let us continue to fight." So saying, Arjun cut the string of Radhaya's bow. "You have won," said the noble Radhaya, and withdrew. The fight went on between the other pairs. Salya was being harassed by Bheem. After defeating him, Bheem left Salya alive. It was surprising that Bheem should have let him off so easily. Salya was the uncle of Nakul and Sahdev. And that was the reason why Bheem did not want to kill him. The fight between Yudhishthir and Duryodhan was one of the highlights of the day. Yudhishthir hurt the prince with sharp arrows. Duryodhan looked like a cobra which had been wounded with a blunt stick. He fought back valiantly. But it was not of any use. The mildness of Yudhishthir had vanished. Perhaps he remembered the injustice done to them by this cousin of theirs. Nothing else could account for the fury with which he fought. Arjun and Bheem were amazed to see this new Yudhishthir. They had never seen him so angry before. The entire army was routed. The Pandavs were free to go home. Seeing the Kuru hosts with Radhaya defeated, the other kings were standing there, undecided, when Krishna intervened. He said, "I do not think it is right to fight. After all, this Brahmin has won the hand of Drupad by fair means." He asked Drishthadhum if Brahmins were allowed to try. The Panchal prince said, "Whoever he may be, whether he is a Brahmin, a Kshatriya, a Vaishya or even a Sudra, he is allowed to try. If he wins, my sister will be his bride." When these words were spoken by Drishthadhum, none of us objected. Now to fight because this Brahmin is the better man does not become princes born of noble houses. Let us all refrain from further fighting. The kings were sure that they stood no chance against these unknown Brahmins. They were all willing to take the advice of Krishna. They went away, curious about the identity of the Brahmins. The Pandavs, followed by the Drupadi, reached the house of the potter, where their mother was waiting for them. They announced their coming with the words, "Mother, we have brought a bhiksha." Kunti was inside the house. She did not see them. As usual, she said, "All of you can share whatever bhiksha you have brought." She then came out and saw the lovely Drupadi standing beside Arjun. Yudhishthir said, "This maiden was won by our brother in the tournament. We meant her when we said, bhiksha. Kunti was horrified at the words she had spoken. Hiding her discomfiture, she embraced the young girl who stood bashfully silent. She said, "You are welcome to our home. Come in, my child." Draupadi fell at her feet, and took the dust of her feet. Kunti led her in. Later Kunti came to Yudhishthir and said, "My son, what is this I have spoken? I have never once spoken a lie, nor have I done anything wrong. These words of mine have been spoken. I do not know what is to happen." There was silence for a few moments. Yudhishthir then pacified her and said, "Please do not worry, mother. I will see that nothing happens." He looked at Arjun and said, "You have won her hand. It is but right that you should wed her." Arjun said, "Please do not say so. You are the eldest. You must take her. After you, my beloved brother Bheem is here. He should marry. I come only after that." I leave it to you to untangle this knot and make the final decision. Yudhishthir pondered for a few moments and said, Mother has said that we should all share Drupadi. She has spoken. There is nothing more sacred than the words of Mother. She is our guru. Let us obey her. I have never thought wrongly all these years. And it is evident that all 5 of us love this woman whom you have won. Let us all marry her. I feel that I am not committing any sin in suggesting this to you. I feel that my decision is right. Let us not worry about it any more. 35. The Lord meets the Pandavs. When the great Swayamvara hall emptied itself, Krishna, accompanied by Balram, went to the house of the potter where the Pandavs were staying. There he saw the famous brothers. He had not met them before. Glowing like fire, they sat round their mother. Krishna entered and fell at the feet of Kunti. He went next to Yudhishthir and prostrated before him. He said, I am Krishna, the son of Vasudeva. It was a momentous meeting. If we call the entrance of the beautiful Drupadi as the first act of the great drama, then this meeting of the Pandavs and Krishna can indeed be called the second act. At that instant was forged a friendship that nothing could equal except, perhaps, the friendship between Duryodhan and Radhaya. Balram prostrated before Kunti and Yudhishthir and said, I am Balram, the son of Rohini. The other Pandavs saluted him. He embraced his student Bheem. Bheem was a little older than Krishna, but younger than Balram. Arjun and Krishna were of the same age. Krishna smiled at them all and said, I am happy to see my and Kunti and my cousin safe and well. I am pleased to know that you have all escaped from that dreadful house of lack. Yudhishthir spoke sweet words of welcome and then asked Krishna how he knew that they were the Pandavs. Again that sweet smile. Krishna said, even if it is concealed, fire cannot lose its luster. Who but the Pandavs can achieve what they have achieved today? I am indeed extremely happy to have seen you all. Please be careful about yourselves for some time more. Do not let the sons of Dhritarashtra know who you are, not just yet, anyway. They will know it when it is safe for you to be known. We will now take leave of you and return to our mansion. We will meet again. The 2 brothers took leave of them and went back to their mansion. Drupad was sunk in the depths of sorrow. He had planned the Swayamvara solely with the purpose of bringing Arjun out of his disguise. He found that some Brahmin had won the hand of his dear daughter. The youth was noble, no doubt. He was a great fighter too, which was unusual in a Brahmin. He had routed the Kaurav army in such a short time. He had defeated the great Radhaya. But he was not Arjun. Drupad asked his son Drishtadhum to follow the Brahmins and find out who they were. He wanted to know more about them. He said, What have I done? I thought that I was cleverer than fate. I was sure that Arjun would win the hand of my child. I feel that I have done her a great injustice. This Swayamvar should not have been arranged. I should have waited for the coming of Arjun. I have now, because of my foolishness, thrown away a beautiful gem on a dust heap. If she is insulted, I will never be able to live. Drishtadhum comforted his father who was lamenting thus, and said, Father, do not give way to despair. I feel that something wonderful is about to happen to us. I cannot define it. I will follow these Brahmins and find out who they are and where they come from. Please do not worry about my sister. She is sure to be happy with the young man whom she garlanded today. Drishtadhum followed the Pandavs at a distance. He stood outside the house and, seeing without being seen, watched and heard all that was happening inside. Evening drew near. The 5 Brahmin youths went out and came back with the alms they had collected. They gave it to their mother. She spoke to Drupadi, apportion some of it for Brahmins who may come in search of food. The rest should be divided into 2 portions. 1 portion should be given to this dark young man. He is always hungry. A tender smile lit up the face of the mother. Drupadi hid a smile after looking at Bheem, who was so embarrassed. Kunti continued, the rest should be divided among all of us. Draupadi did as she was bid. Drishthadhum looked at her as she ate the alms for which these men had begged. He saw that she was very happy. She did not look sad or upset. He was surprised to see the happiness in her eyes and the smile that lurked at the corner of her lips. The sun had set. Still Drishthadhum looked on. The young men now spread kusa grass on the floor. They lay down to sleep. Kunti lay down at the head, and Draupadi lay down at the feet of these men. Drishthadhum came nearer to hear what they were talking about. Their conversation was strange. It was not the talk of Brahmins. They talked about arms, weapons, astras and the like, as though they were quite at home in those things. Drishthadhum was quite sure that they were not Brahmins. He was so very excited. He went back to the palace. He went to his father and said, Father, do not grieve. They are not Brahmins. He related to his father all that had happened in the house of the potter, and added, I have a feeling that they are the Pandavs. I saw an elderly lady whom they all hold in great honor. I think she is Kunti Devi. The young man who won Drupadi must be Arjun. The other strong man who uprooted a tree and fought with it must be Bheem. They have disguised themselves well. But once the doubt came to my mind, I thought that I could recognize them. I am sure it was Bheem I saw there. I think it was Yudhishthir who defeated Duryodhan. There were two young men who resembled each other so very much. I am almost sure that they are Nakul and Sahdev. They talked about all the things that only Kshatriya heroes know. I am certain that they are Kshatriyas, and what is more, I am sure they are the Pandavs. I feel that the Pandavs have escaped from the house of Lak. They are alive and they have come to Panchal. They must have heard the proclamation and hurried to our city. Drupad did not dare to believe that it was true. He sent Purohits from the palace to the house of the Pandavs. He sent them costly dresses and gifts. He sent word that the arrangements for the wedding had to be made, and that it would be better if they all came to the palace with their mother and Drupadi. Hope was burning in the heart of Drupad. He felt that the words of the rishis could not be false, and that Drupadi's hand had been claimed by Arjun and only Arjun. 36. All 5 of us will marry your daughter. The Pandavs with Kunti and Drupadi arrived in the palace. Drupad received them with great excitement and happiness. Kunti took the hand of Drupadi and went to the inner apartments to join the women of the house. Drupad made the 5 young men sit on seats covered with rich material. Looking at the Brahmins who were so casual about the grandeur of the reception given to them, the king knew that they were familiar with the atmosphere of a palace. While passing the many halls they paused only when they passed the hall where the weapons were kept. Their eyes gleamed as though they were familiar with these. The king noticed this too. Looking at them who walked like panthers, the king knew that they were not Brahmins. After they were all comfortably seated, Drupad said, We do not know who you are. You are all very brave. Beyond that we know nothing. Please tell us about yourselves. Yudhishthir thought that the time had come when they could safely announce themselves. He said, Please do not worry. We are not Brahmins. We are all Kshatriyas. We are the sons of Pandu, who was a son of the Kuru house. I am the eldest of the 5. My name is Yudhishthir. This is Bheem. The young man who won the hand of your daughter is Arjun. These 2 are Nakul and Sahdev, the sons of Maadri. Your daughter has left a lake of lotuses only to enter another lake of lotuses. She will find happiness in our house. Drupad was dumb with joy. Drishthadhum rushed to Bheem and embraced him. The old king Drupad was speechless with emotion. Tears choked his voice and ran down his cheeks. He composed himself and said, I am overcome with joy. I do not know what to say. Please recount to me how you escaped from the house of Lak, and what you have been doing all these days. Yudhishthir told him all about their many adventures. Drupad offered them his kingdom and said, You need fear the Kauravas no more. We are all here to aid you." After talking about so many things, the king said, "We must hurry with the arrangements for the wedding of my daughter with Arjun." Yudhishthir said, "I am the eldest son of Pandu. I have to be married first." "If that is the case," said the king, "you are certainly welcome to marry my daughter. I will consider it a great honor to have you as my son." Yudhishthir smiled and said, "Please do not be amazed at my proposal. We will, all of us, marry your daughter. She will be the wife of the 5 Pandavs." Drupad was very much upset by the words of Yudhishthir. He did not want to offend the powerful Pandavs. But this proposal was against all them. He said, "But that is impossible. A man is allowed to take more than one wife. But a woman cannot have more than one husband. This has been the dharma set down by our ancients. I do not know how I can countenance this. It is wrong. It is immoral." Yudhishthir said, "I can understand your distress. What you say is right. It is not the custom for a woman to have more than one husband. But we are different. We have always shared everything. We have always been together and nothing can come between us, nothing can separate us. And again, there is our mother. She has never spoken a wrong word. When we went home with your daughter, she said, 'All of you share the bhiksha.' To us, our mother means more than all the dharmasastras put together. As for this marriage being wrong, I have heard of many occasions when rishis are said to have shared the same woman. The daughter of the sage Jadala had 7 husbands. There are several other instances. I feel that this my suggestion is not against them. I have never thought unworthy thoughts, nor has my mother. So you may rest assured that it is quite right." Drupad was not pacified by these dubious arguments of Yudhishthir. He was at a loss as to what he should do. Vyas came then. They all looked to him for helping them out of this predicament. Drupad welcomed him with great reverence. He was honored by the visit of this great man. Vyas was the home of wisdom. He was the personification of righteousness. After they were all seated, Drupad told him about his dilemma. Vyas smiled at him and said, "That is the reason for my coming. I want to know all your opinions on the subject." He heard it all and said, "No doubt, what Drupad says is true. This custom of a woman taking more than one husband has not been common in recent times. But it has been done before. There is also the sanction of divine beings in this instance. Draupadi, in her previous birth, prayed to Lord Shankar, and he had granted her 5 husbands in her next birth. I know the secret that is beyond the veil. I am not allowed to tell you what it is. But you can take my word for it, Drupad, you will not be doing anything against them in allowing this marriage. There will not be any lapse of them." Drupad had to be satisfied with these words. The great Vyas had sanctioned the marriage. He agreed to this unusual marriage of one woman with 5 men. On an auspicious day, when the moon was in conjunction with the star Rohini, the 5 brothers married Draupadi. The sons of Pandu were now secure from fear of the sons of Dhritarashtra. With Drupad and his son, the fire-born Drishtadhum, to support them, and with the Vrishnas led by Krishna to side with them, they had nothing to worry about. They spent happy days in the court of Drupad in the city Kampala. 37. Panic in the Kaurav court. News spread like wildfire, the news that the Pandavs were alive, that they were now the sons-in-law of the powerful King Drupad, that the Brahmin who won the hand of Draupadi was Arjun. The feelings of the Kauravs can easily be imagined. It was terrible news for them. Shakuni was furious. The escape of the Pandavs from Varanavat was a greater miracle than Bheem's escape from death, when he was made to be stung by snakes. Shakuni suggested that they should challenge the Pandavs and fight with them. Some of the elders said that it would not be politic to do so. They said, the Pandavs are not helpless as they were till now. They have Drupad, Drishtadhum, Krishna, Balram and the entire hosts of the Vrishni house to help them. It is better to make it up with them. Radhaya said, no doubt, there is a lot to be said about the strength of the Pandavs. But to divide the mind this way, and that is not proper for Kshatriyas. If we want supremacy, now is the time for it. They may be powerful now, but we are not all. Women, we can fight. It is now or never. Let us all descend on the country of the Panchals and challenge the Pandavs. We can vanquish them easily. This warlike speech of Radhaya pleased most of them. An army was collected and there was a march to Campilya. The war was of short duration and decisive result. The Kaurav army was routed. The wrath of the Pandavs was like that of a snake which had been hurt. They proved too strong for the Kauravs. Duryodhan and his army returned to Hastinapur. He had to get used to the fact that the Pandavs were more powerful than he had thought. His heart was near the point of breaking. He would not talk to anyone, not even to his brothers and his friends. He sat alone, for hours together, in his apartments and pondered on the way he had been cheated by Providence. He thought of nothing else but the Pandavs. Dusasan went to him to comfort him. To him he poured out his grief. Duryodhan said, "Whoever thought that Purochan would bungle like this? He was a fool. Indeed, the Pandavs are favored by the gods. Else, how can we explain the fact that the great Radhaya was defeated twice by that conceited ass, Arjun? When they were sent to Varanavat, I was sure that we would see them no more. But here they are, stronger than ever. I have realized that fate, after all, is too powerful. Strength and arms stand no chance against fate." Duryodhan's grief could not be described. He was on the point of losing his senses. Vidur heard all the news. He also heard of the stupid way in which the Kauravs again attacked the Pandavs, and their humiliating defeat. He went to his brother Dhritarashtra and said, "It is indeed very, very fortunate that the children of the Kuru house are flourishing." Vidur used the name Kuru deliberately to see the reaction of the king. He continued, "The eldest son has now married the daughter of the king of the Panchals." The king fell into the trap. He was very pleased and said, "Why have you not brought her before me? Indeed, as you say, it is fortunate that the sons of the house of Kuru are flourishing." Vidur said, "My dear brother, from your tone I can see that you have misunderstood me. You seem to be under the impression that the daughter of the king of the Panchals has chosen your son Duryodhan as her husband. I am sorry. When I said the sons of the house of Kuru, I meant the sons of Pandu. They are also the sons of the house of Kuru. Arjun won the hand of the princess in the Swayamvara, and now all 5 of them have taken her for wife." The king had to hide his disappointment from Vidur. He composed himself and for the sake of decorum said, "It is even more pleasing news. I am very happy to know that those well-behaved children have one relationship with the powerful and invincible Drupad and his son. I am very happy to know that the sons of my dead brother are alive and well. I have never been so happy as I am today. Embrace me, Vidur." As he was saying this, Vidur smiled to himself and said, "My lord, your words are now very sweet and affectionate. I hope they are not like foam on the surface of water. I only hope that the feelings you have expressed are deep-rooted, and will remain so forever. I hope your mind will not waver any more." Vidur left him and went away. Even as he was leaving, Duryodhan entered the palace of the king, and with him was Radhaya. They heard the latter part of the conversation between the king and Vidur. At once Duryodhan began his tirade. He said, "I am surprised, father. What is all this I hear about the great joy in your heart on hearing that those hated cousins of mine are alive? Are you dreaming? Are you not well?" The king said, "I am more upset than you are. The rise of the Pandavs is not pleasing to me. But I could not say it to Vidur. He is very astute. So I make it a point to praise the sons of Pandu in front of Vidur. He will not be able to find out my real feelings. Now that you are here, tell me what should be done." Poor Duryodhan could not think of anything practicable. He said, "This hated team of 5 brothers has got to be broken. It should be done at all costs. Can we not bring dissension among them? Can we not bribe King Drupad with costly gifts and make him friendly with us? Can nothing be done to make the beautiful Drupadi the cause of dissension among the brothers? Or why should we not try and arrange to kill Bheem? He is the strongest of the 5. If he dies, their spirit will be broken. Arjun is powerful because he is always backed up by Bheem in all his fights. If Bheem should die, it will be child's play for my Radhaya to kill Arjun. Father, something must be done. Or why not we try and influence Drupadi against the brothers? Then, with Drupad and Drishtadhum against them, the Pandavs can do nothing. These are some of my suggestions. If Radhaya approves of any of these, let us adopt it and act quickly. As it is, time is passing. I, for one, cannot live if they come back to Hastina and live with us." Radhaya smiled at his friend. He said, "Duryodhan, my friend, you have taken leave of your senses. I am sure of it. Or else you would not have thought up these fantastic things. Your attempts at treachery are all futile. From the beginning, by the advice of your uncle Shakuni, you have tried underhand methods. Have they succeeded? No. Not one. You cannot bring dissension among them. They are very much attached to each other. Nothing can come between them. They are too good at heart to be jealous of each other. They cannot be led astray. As for your suggestion that Drupad can be tempted with bribes, that is impossible too. Drupad is too well reputed for his upright nature. Nor can Drupadi, his daughter, be won over. Do you not know that by nature, a woman will be happy to have more than one husband? Drupadi has 5. She will never be unhappy enough to be moved against her husbands. You cannot kill Bheem either. You have tried to, more than once, years back. You could not do it. My suggestion is, fight. Why should we adopt these foolish plans? Let us fight them. They will become more powerful as the days pass by. We must fight and remove the obstacle. The sooner we do it, the better. Fighting is the only honorable way that I can think of. This wide, wide world, my dear Duryodhan, can be wooed not by deceit but by valor. It is not right that such a great noble prince like you should resort to methods employed by women and cowards. You are a Kshatriya. You have us. We are prepared to lay down our lives for you. In after years, it is the valor of a king that lives after him. These rules of Sama, Danam Beda, are all ineffective. You must use the 4th one, Danda. Challenge the Pandavs to fight with you. Then enjoy the kingdom which you have won with your bravery. Do not try to demean yourself by these crooked thoughts so typical of your uncle Shakuni. You are easily led. Follow me, and I will lead you into the honorable path trodden by real Kshatriyas. Fight. My friend. I do not want men in future times to talk ill of you, my beloved friend. Dhritarashtra was pleased with the words of Radhaya. He said, "A hero like you can speak only such words. You cannot think in any other manner. But today there is to be a conference in the great palace hall. Bheeshm, Drona and all the Kuru elders will be there to discuss the future of the Pandavs and the Kauravas. I hope your suggestions will please them. But I am afraid that they will not be favored by them. Anyway, let us proceed to the council hall, and see what the talk is going to be like, and what the final decision is to be." The 3 of them went slowly towards the council hall. 38. The Assembly Hall. They were all there, Bheeshm, Drona, Kripa, Balika, Somadatta, Vidur and the others. Bheeshm began to talk in his deep sonorous voice. It is not proper to nurse anger against the Pandavs any longer. It is not right to hate them. Dhritarashtra and Pandu are both my nephews, and their sons are equally dear to me. Duryodhan is as dear to me as Yudhishthir. It pains me to see the state of affairs. I feel it is time we do the right thing by the sons of Pandu. They are fatherless children. Duryodhan, my child, they have as much right as you have over this ancient kingdom of the Kurus. You must ask them to come here and share this big kingdom with you. That is the course of action which will win for you everlasting fame. Any other idea of yours will only end in unhappiness, and more than that, infamy for you and your name in after years. In this short span of life that is granted to us, my child, a good name should be jealously guarded. It is the only thing worthwhile. Once you lose your good name, your life will be just a waste. You live as long as your good name lives. You perish when you lose it in the eyes of men. Do what befits a noble prince like you. It looks as though fate has given you a second chance. This is a unique opportunity. Fate is usually so relentless. Like the spoken word, like the lost chance, fate never comes back to redress a wrong done. But in your case, fate has been kind. God has allowed the Pandavs to live after the accident of the House of Lac. I choose to call it an accident. Kunti is alive, the 5 brothers are all alive. The sinful Purochan is, fortunately for you, dead. If you behave with affection towards the Pandavs, this stigma attached to your name, and that of your father, imputing the burning of the House of Lac to you both, will all be washed away. Now is the chance to do something to establish your reputation. You are a good man. You can understand the ways of them. You must do this for your own good. Give half the kingdom to the Pandavs and rest in peace. Drona got up. He was also of the same opinion. He said, "It is the best thing to do. Let the king send messengers to the court of Drupad with gifts. The sons of Kunti must be pacified, and they must be asked to come here, to Hastinapur. It is the duty of the king to be kind to these orphans." Radhaya was not for this unnatural friendliness on the part of the Kauravas. He was for fighting. He propounded the theory that on the battlefield should be decided who should rule the entire world. Vidur got up and said, "My dear brother, all of us here are your well-wishers. We really want to save your reputation and that of your son. The great Bheeshm and Drona have spoken what is correct. Please do not pay any attention to Radhaya. He is so impulsive. He is as full of wrath as your son. Duryodhan and Radhaya do not realize the gravity of the situation. It may please you more, I know, to listen to their words than mine. But you have got to listen to me. The burning of the House of Lac has stamped your name with the seal of ignominy. Now is the chance to cleanse your soul of all evil thoughts. Apart from the fact that it is proper for you to give half the kingdom to the Pandavs, there is this other fact. It is not advisable to antagonize them. They are now strong. It is not as in the past when they were helpless in your hands. Drupad and his son, the fire-born Drishtadhum, are their relations by marriage. They now have the support of Balram and Krishna. With Krishna on their side they will surely be invincible. Who can equal the strong and powerful Bheem and his wrath? Who can defy Arjun? Some of the kings tried twice very recently and found that it was not possible. Again and again, I tell you that peaceful methods should be adopted for the sake of the peace of the kingdom. Duryodhan and his Radhaya are too young to appreciate my words. But you are different. It will be a fine gesture on your part if you take the advice of Bheeshm, your uncle. Send for the Pandavs and do what is right." Dhritarashtra said, "I agree to all that you have all said. I am really of the opinion that the Pandavs should be treated well. It is fortunate that they are alive to enjoy their birthright." The king asked Vidur to carry his message to Panchal. Dhritarashtra was forced to take the advice of the elders. He could not defy them and listen to his son Duryodhan. He had not yet become quite so hardened against the Pandavs. There was still a spark of decency in his heart. Vidur went to Panchal. He was honored by Drupad and the Pandavs. When the Kauravas tried to fight with the Pandavs after their identity had been revealed, the news reached Krishna in Dwarka. He heard too that the Kaurav army had been routed. But he came to Panchal with his army. He was in the court of Drupad when Vidur came there, also Balram. Tears flowed down the cheeks of Vidur when he saw the Pandavs. He was overcome with emotion. The value of a thing is never so poignantly precious as when we contemplate the loss of it. It was even so with Vidur. The thought that they had escaped from the dread fire in Varanavat made him realize how much they meant to him. He offered the costly gifts that had been sent by Dhritarashtra to Drupad, to the Pandavs and their bride. They spent some time together talking of 1,000 things. Finally, he came to the subject in the minds of all of them, the king's message. Vidur addressed Drupad and said, "My brother Dhritarashtra asked me to remember him to all of you. Bheeshm and your friend Drona send you their affectionate greetings. The king considers himself very fortunate in having you as his relation. So do all the Kaurav princes and their elders. The king is desirous of seeing his sons, the Pandavs. So great is his relief at their escaping death at Varanavat that he wants to embrace them with affection." Here, a smile of pure mischief lit up the face of Krishna. Bheem's face was a study. Arjun was biting his lower lip with his teeth. And Yudhishthir was trying not to smile. As though he did not see all this, Vidur continued, "The king wants his daughter-in-law to come to Hastinapur and please the city, which is all excitement at the thought of seeing the Pandavs with their bride. They are all delirious with joy on hearing about the good fortune that has befallen the Pandavs." That was the end of the king's message. Vidur then said, "If you will let them accompany me to Hastinapur, we will be honored." Drupad said, "I am also immensely pleased and honored because of this our alliance with the noble house of the Kurus. As for their going to Hastinapur, it is not proper for me to say anything about it. I leave it to Yudhishthir and his brothers to decide. Balram and Krishna are also here. I will abide by their decision." Krishna said, "I think they ought to go to Hastinapur." Arjun turned his startled eyes to the bland face of Krishna as he said this. But he said nothing. Drupad said that the Pandavs were free to go and please the king, since he seemed to be so kindly disposed towards them. Vidur went to the apartments of Kunti. He fell at her feet. Tears from his eyes washed her feet. Kunti made him get up. She led him to a seat and comforted him. She said, "Your sons are now alive because of your wisdom and love. I think of you day and night. Your devotion to us is a thing which cannot be forgotten in a hurry. I do not know if it is safe to go to Hastinapur. My mind is upset, I cannot think for myself." Vidur said, "My dear sister, no evil can befall the sons of Kunti. Please do not be afraid. Very soon, you will see your sons as lords of the earth." The Pandavs set out for Hastinapur. They were accompanied by Krishna. Soon they reached the capital city. The citizens were all eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Pandav princes. It was so long since they went away. The city was beautifully decorated. The streets were sprayed with perfumed water. There were flowers everywhere. The sons of Dhritarashtra who welcomed them were Vikarna and Chitrasena. Drona was there with Kripa. The palace was reached and the Pandavs fell at the feet of Bheeshm and Dhritarashtra. They were cordially received by everyone. The princess of Kasi, who was the wife of Duryodhan, received the young bride. She was accompanied by the other daughters-in-law of the king. She prostrated before Kunti. Gandhari's palace was reached. Kunti, with Drupadi, fell at the feet of Gandhari and asked her for her blessings. Gandhari, who had the power to see into the future, embraced Kunti and then Drupadi. While she threw her arms about the soft form of Drupadi, she told herself, "This woman is fated to be the death of my sons." She blessed them both and then gave orders for the house of Pandu to be prepared for their residence. 39. Kandavpras, the gift of the king. An official reception was arranged for the Pandavs in the great hall of the palace. There they went, accompanied by Krishna. Dhritarashtra, after the preliminaries, said, "Yudhishthir, listen to my words. This kingdom of mine owes its existence to your dear and illustrious father. You are entitled to rule this kingdom too. Therefore, I suggest that the kingdom be divided between you and my son, Duryodhan. I have decided to make you Lord of Pandavs. I want to know all your opinions and that of Krishna. Krishna smiled a scathing smile. Yudhishthir saw it and said nothing. He went to the seat where the king was sitting, and he saluted him and said, "Whatever you say I will obey." Krishna still smiled and said nothing. There was a suggestion of a sneer on the lips of the wise Vidur also. Dhritarashtra called Vidur to his side and said, "You must hurry with the preparations for the coronation. Let the city put on her best attire to celebrate this great event. I am extremely pleased with the course of events. I am now feeling as though a great load is off my mind. I will see the son of my brother the king of the land." Bheeshm, Drona and Kripa were pleased with the affectionate words of the king. Finally Krishna spoke. He said, "I can understand the king's eagerness to hurry with the coronation. It is but right that the preparations should be prompt. We are all eager to see Yudhishthir crowned as king." Vyas came at that moment. The entire hall stood up as one man and honored him. He was there to preside over the function. The preparations were indeed lavish. It seemed as though the king was celebrating the coronation of his own son. He was so very warm and enthusiastic about the whole thing. On the auspicious day suggested by Vyas, the coronation was duly celebrated. Kripa, Bheeshm, Drona, Dhaum-ya, Vyas and Krishna blessed Yudhishthir with the words, "May you conquer the entire world. May you perform the great Rajasuya and Asvamedyagyas. May you live long and rule the world as your forefathers did before you. May your fame spread to the four quarters like the perfume of the flower carried by the breeze." There was nothing but joy in the heart of everyone. The exception was, of course, Duryodhan. The king knew the sorrow that was burning his son, and had tried to find a way to pacify him. Duryodhan was his very life. In the presence of all the courtiers and Krishna, he told Yudhishthir, "You are now lord of Pandavs. It is but proper that you should go to your kingdom, and begin your rule as early as possible. It was at Pandavs that our ancestors Pauravas, Nahush and Yayati ruled. It was the capital of the Kuru kingdom for a very long time. I hope you will have a happy life there." Yudhishthir received his commands with the humility that was part of him. He took leave of all the people in the palace and in the city and set out for his kingdom, Pandavs, accompanied by Krishna. The country called Pandavs was once the capital of the Kurus. But it was later destroyed by the curse of the rishis. This was to punish the misdemeanor of the son of Buddha. The capital had to be abandoned. It was now a barren waste. No one could live there. Nothing would grow. Not even animals could exist there. Such a terrible waste of land was given to Yudhishthir as his share of the Kara land. Literally, the king spoke the truth when he said that half the kingdom should be ruled by Yudhishthir. In extent, Pandavs was half of the kingdom. Yudhishthir knew the nature of the land over which he was crowned so pompously by his dear uncle. Krishna knew it well enough. But Yudhishthir was tired of the incessant quarrel with his cousins. He was peace-loving. If Duryodhan resented his presence at Hastinapur, Yudhishthir reciprocated his feelings. He could not think of living forever in the court of Dhritarashtra. He wanted peace. He agreed to accept this injustice, not because he could not fight, but because he would not fight. He hated the thoughts of war. He had the mind of a sannyasin encased in the body of a kshatriya. His other name was Ajatasatru. The name fitted him. He did not want to be the enemy of anyone. They reached Pandavs. They all looked on the desolate country spread out in front of them. Krishna said, "Yudhishthir, look at the very beautiful country that has been given to you by your loving uncle." The person who looks at lightning and thinks how beautiful it is usually forgets the thunder that is sure to follow in its wake. The king is like that. To think that this injustice has been sanctioned by that old man Bheeshm shows that they are all to meet their fate. They will all, every one of them, reap the fruits of their actions. But that is all in the future. Now let us see what we can do to disappoint the blind king. Krishna summoned Indra. He said, Indra, the Kuru monarch Dhritarashtra has been magnanimous enough to grant this piece of land to the Pandavs. It is now up to you to change the face of the country. It is called Kandavprasth. But from now on, it will be called Indraprasth, since you will give new life to it. Please do the needful and beautify the place. Make it so wonderful and so fertile that its equal will be only your world, the Indralok. Indra said. Visvakrama, the divine architect, will take charge of this. It will become the most wonderful place in this entire world. On an auspicious day, the reconstruction of the place was begun. Vyas was there to recite the holy incantations. Visvakrama's magic started to work. In a very short time he transformed the place. The city was ready for the Pandavs very soon. Yudhishthir entered the city in the midst of joyous shouting from the people. The fame of Indraprasth spread far and wide. People from distant countries came to see Indraprasth, and those who came did not return to their countries. The work on the city being completed, Visvakrama went away. Yudhishthir was very happy with his brothers and Krishna. A few days were spent thus. Krishna approached Yudhishthir and said, My lord, I have a request to make. Yudhishthir turned his startled eyes on him. Krishna told him that he had to go back to Dwarka since he had been away from there for a very long time. Yudhishthir was very unhappy. Krishna reassured him that he was always thinking of the Pandavs and their welfare. I will come to you, said Krishna, whenever you think of me. I will travel faster than thought. But now give me leave to go back. He took leave of all of them and proceeded towards Dwarka. His chariot was going forward. But he had left his heart in the keeping of these men who were like gods on earth. 40. Arjun's Tirthyatra. The Pandavs were very happy in Indraprasth. A few days after Krishna had gone away, the sage Narad came, by chance, to see them. Yudhishthir received him with all the honor that was due to him. Narad was one of the sons of Brahma, the creator. He was a great man. He was a devotee of Narayan. When they were all seated, Narad asked Yudhishthir how he was ruling the kingdom. He gave him valuable advice on so many things. Yudhishthir sent for their queen Drupadi. She came and prostrated before the sage. After receiving his blessings, she went back to her apartments. Narad said, This Drupadi is the wife of all 5 of you. You must be careful that there is no dissension amongst yourselves because of her. There were 2 brothers by name Sunda and Upasunda, who were inseparable. They met a beautiful Apsara by name Tilottama. Both of them fell in love with her. In their rivalry they destroyed each other. I am telling you this story so that you may not let anything come between you and your brothers. You are powerful as long as you are united. But once your team is broken, the sons of Dhritarashtra will find it easy to defeat you. Before he went away, the Pandavs came to a decision. Drupadi had to spend 1 year in the house of each of the 5 brothers. If, when she was alone with one of them, any other brother should intrude on their privacy, he must go away to the forest and stay away for a year. They were happy now that they had no chance of quarreling with each other. One day a Brahmin came to Arjun. His cows had been stolen by a thief. The Brahmin was frantic with the loss of his beloved cows. He asked Arjun to recover them for him. It was not a hard thing to do, and Arjun agreed at once. He rushed towards the place where their weapons were kept. He then suddenly remembered that it was the house of Yudhishthir. The time was inopportune since Yudhishthir and Drupadi were there by themselves. Arjun did not know what to do. He told the Brahmin that it was not possible for him to get his bow just then. He said, Please do not be worried. I will get your cows for you. You can be sure of it. But not immediately. I must wait for my brother to give me permission to get my bow and arrows. But the Brahmin would not listen. Arjun tried in vain to pacify him. Finally Arjun had to fall in with his wishes. He decided to go and get his weapons. He did so. He followed the thieves. They had not gone very far. Their tracks were still fresh. Arjun followed them, rescued the cows effortlessly, and gave them back to the Brahmin. He went away blessing Arjun and praising his valor. Arjun went to his brother and asked him for permission to go on a pilgrimage to all the sacred rivers. Yudhishthir was distressed. He said, "Arjun, I do not think it is necessary. It was an emergency. It is not as though you deliberately came and disturbed us. You had to enter. Please desist from this course of action. I do not blame you and I am not offended. You did no wrong." But Arjun was adamant. He said, "My lord, it is not right to find excuses to prevent my going on pilgrimage. We had imposed upon ourselves certain conditions. I must go according to that. Being a person who has always been righteous, you must not let your affection for me sway your judgment. Please grant me permission to go." With great unwillingness, Yudhishthir allowed Arjun to go on this voluntary exile for a year. Arjun had a pleasant journey. He reached the banks of the river Ganga. He went into the river to have a bath. When he was about to get out of the waters, he was captured by a very beautiful maiden. She took him to her palace under the water. Arjun was astonished. He asked her the reason for her strange conduct. Looking at him who stood looking at her with a smile in his eyes, she was overcome with shyness, and said, "I am the daughter of the king of Naglok. My name is Ulupi. I saw you when you were in the waters of the river. I have fallen in love with you. You must accept my love." Arjun told her who he was and how he was on an exile for a year. He added, "Now that you know everything, you must let me go. I have to observe brahmacharya. You must see how impossible it is for me to please you, much as I would like to." He stood looking at her with a smile on his eyes. She said, "I see what you mean. You have not, however, understood the conditions of your exile. You do not understand the position at all. Your brahmacharya stands as far as Drupadi is concerned. It does not apply to any other woman whom you are pleased to take." She bent her head in shyness. Arjun was pleased with her and her beauty. He spent a happy night with her. The next day he returned to the earth. He related his adventure to the rishis on the banks of the Ganga and resumed his journey. Arjun proceeded towards the Himalaya mountains. After visiting all the sacred rivers there and in its neighborhood, he turned southwards. He bathed in the rivers Godavari and Kaveri. He then reached a place called Manalur. The king of the place was called Chitrasena. He had a daughter, Chitrangada. Arjun fell in love with her. He went to the king and asked him for her hand. The king replied, "In our family, for the last so many generations, there has been an only child. This my daughter is an only child. She is all I have. I have brought her up with all love and care. Her child will be heir to my throne. If you are willing to leave the child to me as my heir and not claim it, I will be very happy to give my daughter to the greatest hero in the world." Arjun agreed to the condition. He married Chitrangada. He spent 3 months with her. He then left her and went further south. He saw the sea at the southernmost end of Bharatvarsh. He turned north and turned homewards. He traveled along the west coast. He bathed in the sea which hugs Bharatvarsh on the western side. He was nearing the end of his journey. Subhadra's Gardens. When the sons of the Vrishni house were learning archery from Drona at Hastinapur, Arjun's good friend had been Gada, the cousin of Krishna. Gada had told Arjun about his cousin Subhadra. She was the sister of Sarana. Arjun had heard so much about her beauty that he had fallen in love with her without having even seen her. He now remembered her. Arjun considered ways and means of seeing her without being seen. He did not want to be recognized by anyone. He knew that Subhadra was in Dwarika. Arjun went to Prabhas Tirtha, a place very near Dwarika. He had disguised himself as a yeti. With a trident in his hand, and with holy ashes covering his entire body, with garlands of Rudraksh on his neck and in his matted hair, Arjun walked about the streets of Prabhas. During the night he sat under the shade of a spreading banyan tree, and gave the appearance of being in deep thought and meditation. The thought of Krishna was uppermost in his mind. He wished that he would come to him for help. Suddenly it began to rain. It was pouring down in torrents and Arjun was still sitting under the banyan tree. Krishna had already heard about the arrival of a sadhu at Prabhas. From the description, he guessed that it must be Arjun. It did not take him very long to guess the secret in the heart of his dearest friend. That night he was spending with his favorite wife Satyabhama. All on a sudden, he began to laugh loudly till tears ran down his cheeks. Satyabhama wanted to know why he laughed. He continued laughing without saying anything. Finally, after some time, Krishna wiped his eyes and said, "My cousin Arjun had left his city Indraprastha a few months back. He had been on a Tirthyatra. The yatra is almost over. Only 4 months are left. Now, with his heart filled with the image of my sister Subhadra, he has come to Prabhas. He has come in the guise of a yeti. It is the thought of him sitting under the shade of a big banyan tree, while this rain is pouring down in torrents, that made me laugh so much now. I think it is but right that I should go to him now and welcome him to Dwarika." Krishna went in the pouring rain towards the banyan tree under which poor Arjun was sitting. The meeting of the friends was very tender. Krishna asked him all about his wanderings. Arjun related everything to him. Krishna smiled slyly and said, "So these wanderings have had such a sobering effect on the great Pandav that he has renounced the world and taken to Kashaya." Arjun said, "My lord, you know how it is with me. You know the innermost thoughts in my heart. You know why I have put on this attire. You must help me to win the fair Subhadra." Krishna assured him that nothing would please him more than to see his dear sister as the wife of his dearest friend. He took him to the hill called Ravatak and asked him to spend some time there. Krishna returned to Dwarika. A few days elapsed. There was a feast on the top of the hill. The Vrishnis went to the hill to spend some time there. Arjun was there without being seen by anyone. He watched them all passing by. He knew them all. Suddenly his eyes were arrested by the beauty of a woman who passed by. She was surrounded by several maids. Arjun looked at her, and his eyes expressed all the feelings in his heart. He heard someone by his side. Krishna had managed to escape from the crowd, and he came to Arjun. He said, "My friend, your expression does not become the attire you are now sporting." Arjun said, "Please, Krishna, please do not tease me. Who is she? Who is that beautiful woman who passed by just now?" Krishna replied, "She is Subhadra, the sister of Sarana. She is my half-sister. If you are interested in her, I can tell my father about it." Arjun was extremely happy to know that the woman he had been loving without having seen her was as beautiful as she was reputed to be. He said, "My lord, I leave it to you to find a way out of this problem of mine. I love your sister. Tell me how I can make her mine. I must marry this girl. You must make it possible." Krishna laughed at him. He said, "My dear Arjun, you know that marriages are of many kinds. But the most wonderful of all these is the marriage of two people in love. If you can make my sister fall in love with you, then you can carry her away to Indraprastha and marry her. This is the method most common among Kshatriyas. As for the method, you must now go and sit in the temple courtyard. It will look better if you are absorbed in meditation, which will not be hard since you have something pleasant on which you can meditate. The rest will follow. Remember, Arjun, you must not lose your nerve." Arjun did as he was told. Krishna went away and lost himself in the crowd. of the Vrishni heroes. The worship in the temple was over. Subhadra and her maids had gone away. Balram, Kritvarma, Samba, Sarana, Pradyumna and Gada, attended by others, went round the temple. They saw the Yeti sitting under the tree in the courtyard. He was deeply absorbed in meditation. His eyes were closed and Balram was greatly impressed by the personality of this young Yeti, who looked so pure and unearthly with his handsome face and body covered with holy ashes. His eyes were closed and that lent a mystery to his entire pose. Actually, Arjun was highly nervous. He was afraid that they would see through his disguise in a moment. But they did not. Arjun had been told not to lose his nerve. Very cautiously he opened his eyes and found Balram standing before him with his palms clasped together in an attitude of worship. The miracle had happened. He was not found out. Balram prostrated before the Yeti. He welcomed him to Dwarika and said, "May we know the plans of your holiness? Where have you come from? What can we do to make you comfortable?" Arjun sighed a deep sigh of relief and said, "I have been all over the world. I have seen many places. I have never spent more than 3 nights in any place. But now the rainy season has come in full force. The sky is dark with the dense black rain clouds. I must spend these 4 months somewhere. I thought that this picturesque Ravatak hill is comforting to me. In its silence I am able to concentrate on my meditation." Balram was greatly impressed by this young Yeti, who spoke so beautifully. He was determined to play host. To him, he seemed young in age but old in wisdom. It was lucky that his Dwarika should have had the good fortune to have been chosen by the Yeti for his 4 months' stay. Krishna came to the spot just then. Balram made him worship the great Yeti. Hiding a smile of mischief, Krishna fell at his feet and received the holy ashes with becoming humility. Balram told him all about the Yeti, how he had traveled all over the world, and how he had honored their Ravatak hill by his presence with the intention of spending the rainy season there. He asked Krishna to suggest a proper place for the Yeti to stay. Krishna said, "When you are here, you, my elder, it will not be right on my part to talk. It will be impertinent." Balram was pleased with his humility. He said, "I feel that the best place will be the gardens about the apartments of Subhadra. I will make her attend to all the wants of this great man." It was the custom for young girls to attend on great men. The blessings of rishis and holy men were said to ensure a happy life and future for the young girls. According to that custom, Balram suggested that Subhadra should attend to the wants of the Yeti. Krishna wanted just this to happen, and it had happened. But his appearance belied his happiness. Krishna looked hesitant. He said, "I do not think it is advisable to let him stay in such close proximity with our Subhadra. We know nothing about this man. This Yeti, brother, seems to be young. He is handsome. He has a very beautiful body, too beautiful to have been under severe austerities for long. He seems to have an eloquent tongue. Each of these things is very attractive to a young impressionable girl. This man seems to be endowed with all the qualities that are sure to attract and charm a young girl like our Subhadra. I do not advise it. In fact, I strongly disapprove of this your suggestion. But of course you are wise and far-seeing. You must have considered all this before coming to this decision." Balram was furious with Krishna for talking about the Yeti in such disparaging terms. He said, "You seem to be ignorant of the greatness of this Yeti. He has traveled all over the world. He is a brahmacharin with all his senses under control. It is right and proper for you to beg his pardon for saying such wrong things about him." Krishna was asked to take the Yeti to the apartments of Subhadra. He had to make all arrangements for the stay of the Yeti to be comfortable. Krishna was very pleased at the way things were shaping, and took Arjun to the palace gardens. He took Arjun by hand and took him to Rukmini and Satyabhama. He told them who he really was. They welcomed him with smiles and said, "We have been hearing about you from all the Vrishnas and from our Krishna. We have been wanting to meet you since ever so long. Krishna then took Arjun to Subhadra. He told her about the instructions of Balram, and he left Arjun in the care of Subhadra. With a parting smile of teasing amusement, Krishna went away from there. 42. Subhadra Arjun. Arjun spent several happy days in the gardens of Subhadra. She was following her brother's commands religiously. Arjun's love for her increased day by day. She would sit by his side and attend to all his wants. She would bring him his food and feed him herself. All the time Arjun would sigh and look at her. She could not understand why he looked so unhappy. She would go away. She would be playing in the garden with her friends. Arjun would keep looking at her as Agni, the god of fire, would look at Svaha. Thus time passed, happily and unhappily, for Arjun. In the city of Dwarika, and in the house of the Vrishnis, the name of Arjun was a household word. He stood for all that was brave and beautiful. In the school of archery, the common talk would be, "You must become like Arjun." When little boys quarreled, the talk would be, "Do not dare to defy me or challenge me. Even Arjun is not my equal." Who are you then? When elders blessed the young boys, they would say, "May you become as great a warrior as Arjun." When a woman was to become a mother, the blessing would be, "May you be the mother of a son like Arjun." Living in an atmosphere steeped in the Arjun lore, Subhadra had already become more than interested in this hero. Her brother Krishna would always speak to her about Arjun, and his lovable qualities, and his personal beauty. Gada had told her so much about Arjun. She too, like Arjun, had fallen in love with him whom she had not seen. Rukmini, the wife of Krishna, had fallen in love with Krishna without having seen him. Subhadra was like her now. She was always eager for news about Arjun. Whenever anyone came from the direction of Indraprastha, she would ask him to tell her about Arjun. Days passed by pleasantly for Arjun. Subhadra was intrigued by the behavior of the Yeti. She could feel his eyes on her all the time. He would look at her with such hot eyes that she would run away unable to meet his eyes. Slowly a thought began to form in her mind. This Yeti did resemble her Arjun. The description of Arjun which she had heard fitted this man. His arms and chest looked like those of Arjun. One day she saw his shoulders. Both of them were scarred. She had heard that Arjun could use both his hands when he handled the bow and arrows. A suspicion was forming in her mind. Perhaps he is Arjun, she thought. But then reason would assert itself. How could this Yeti be Arjun? Arjun was not a sannyasin. She decided to talk to him about it. One day Subhadra asked him, "They say that you have traveled all over Bharatvarsh. Tell me about the beautiful spots you have visited." Arjun was only too glad to do so. This became a daily routine. She would spend hours together in his company listening to his charming voice. He was eloquent, as Krishna had warned Balram. Once, when they were together, Subhadra led the talk to Indraprastha. She said, "In your wanderings you must have been to Indraprastha. That is where my Aunt Kunti Devi lives. You must have seen Yudhishthir, our cousin. The Pandavs are our cousins, you know." The Yeti said that he had met them, and that he knew them very well. Subhadra said, "I hear that Arjun has been away from Indraprastha. He too, like you, must be wandering all over the world visiting holy places. Have you, by any chance, met him during your wanderings?" Arjun thought that the time was opportune. He smiled at her and said, "Oh, yes. I have met him. In fact, I know where he is at the present moment." "Where?" asked Subhadra, who was excited to hear that he knew about Arjun. Arjun said, "I will tell you." He addressed her in a very gentle and caressing tone. He said, "Arjun has fallen in love with the most beautiful woman in this world. To get her, he is wearing the garb of a Yeti. He is always here, before you. How is it, you have not recognized me so far?" Subhadra's face became red. She looked down, not daring to meet his eyes. He told her about his love for her. He spoke pleadingly and told her that he could not live without her. She listened without speaking a word, and then went away to her chamber. Subhadra became sick with love for Arjun. Krishna knew how things were now. He felt that it would be wiser if the two young people did not meet for some time. He sent Rukmini to attend to the wants of the Yeti. When she saw the disappointment on the face of Arjun, she could not contain herself. "I am sorry you are not pleased with my coming," said Rukmini with a mischievous smile. Arjun looked sheepish. She told him about Subhadra, that she was unwell and that the cause was beyond the intelligence of all the physicians. Subhadra's illness was the cause of worry to Devki and all the others. Devki went to Balram and Krishna and told them about it. Krishna suggested that they should all go to the island nearby and worship Lord Rudra for a fortnight. He would set the matter right. The credulous Balram thought that it was a good plan. They all left Subhadra alone and went to the island to perform the puja. Krishna managed to spend a few moments alone with his dear sister. He said, "Listen to me carefully, Subhadra. We are all going out for a fortnight. You will be here. I am going to talk to the Yeti now. 12 days from today is an auspicious day. I think it will be the auspicious day for your wedding." He went away with the others. 12 days later, Arjun spoke to Subhadra. He said, "Your brother Krishna must have told you already that today is the day of all days when I will realize my heart's dearest wish. You know how much I love you. I have spent sleepless nights thinking of you and of this happy moment. We are Kshatriyas. We are allowed the Gandharv form of marriage. You must agree to this." Subhadra was silent. Tears coursed down her cheeks. Arjun comforted her. He said, "Do not be afraid or upset. I will carry you away to Indraprastha." He asked her to get a chariot ready yoked with swift horses to carry them away. The chariot had to be equipped with all weapons. She did as she was told. The chariot was that of Krishna. He had left it behind for the sole purpose of helping Arjun. It was fitted with the favorite horses of Krishna, Saibya, Sugriva, Valahaka and Megapushpa. Subhadra came and told Arjun that everything was ready. Arjun knew already that Subhadra was very efficient in the art of driving a chariot. He asked her to take the reins. Discarding the dress of the Yeti and donning his usual princely robes, Arjun ascended the chariot. He looked his old self now. The lovers were ready to go. With a crack of the whip, Subhadra started the horses. The chariot got well on its way. 43. Arjun's return to Indraprastha. The watchmen of Dwarika city saw Subhadra being carried away by some Kshatriya. They tried to stop the progress of the chariot. But they could not. The two had gone beyond the outskirts of the city. The miscreant was recognized by some as Arjun. The warning signal was given. It announced to the Vrishnis that danger was threatening Dwarika. Hearing this, they all returned to the city, led by Balram. They were told that Subhadra had been carried away by someone who looked like Arjun. Balram was furious. He looked at Krishna, who stood silent. He said, "You are silent. This must be your doing. Why did you allow this to happen?" "I allow this to happen," said Krishna with startled eyes. "In fact, it was I who warned you about this possibility. Perhaps you do not remember. Even at the beginning I spoke to you about the danger of bringing these two people together. Both are young and both are beautiful. I knew that something like this would happen. But you would not listen to a word against this Yeti. Now look what has happened, if I may say so, it is all your doing, my lord." Balram said, "Krishna, I know you through and through. You must have had a hand in this. Even now it is not too late. We will all go in pursuit of Arjun. I will destroy him, and also the entire Indraprastha city. I will destroy all the Pandavs. With his eyes spitting anger, the great Balram looked like the god of death. Krishna went near him. He tried to pacify him. He spoke in his soft, gentle, persuasive voice, as though he were talking to a child. He said, "Do not be so angry, brother. If you do make up your mind to destroy the Pandavs, nothing can save them. They will be like wisps of cotton caught in a gale. It is not right that you should be so angry. Let us now consider what has happened. Our Subhadra accompanied Arjun willingly enough. It is obvious from the fact that she equipped my chariot and drove it herself. Surely she has chosen Arjun as her lord. After all, my dear brother, it is Arjun and no one else. What better husband can we get for our sister? This is no insult to our family. He is our dear cousin. He belongs to the great Kuru house. As for his prowess, he is unequaled by anyone. Born of a good mother and the lord of the heavens, he is the brightest star in the galaxy of the Kuru clan. He is indeed a worthy person to marry our sister. Let us make peace with him. Let us not be angry. It is no shame to desist from fighting. It is very commendable. Let us follow him and show him that we are not angry with him." Balram was convinced by the arguments of Krishna. They then set out in pursuit of Arjun. But he had gone too far. They had to return to Dwarika. They decided to wait till Arjun reached Indraprastha. They would go there later and marry Arjun and Subhadra according to religious rites. They made preparations to go to Indraprastha. Arjun, in the meantime, was nearing the gates of the city. He thought of Drupadi and her anger when she knew that he had had this romantic adventure in Dwarika. He told Subhadra, "Drupadi is a very temperamental woman. If she hears that you are my wife, she will be very angry with you and with me. You must win her affection first. If she knows later that you are my wife, it will not matter. So you must dress up in the style common to milkmaids. You look divine in that dress. Go to the apartments of Drupadi. Tell her that you are Subhadra, the sister of Krishna. She will be charmed by you and your appearance. I will come there later." They reached the city. Looking beautiful in her rustic dress, Subhadra went to Drupadi and announced herself as Subhadra, the sister of Krishna. She was received with open arms. Drupadi blessed her with sweet words, "May you become the bride of a hero. May you be the mother of a hero." The two women talked for hours about Krishna and Dwarika. Time passed pleasantly for both of them. There was sudden commotion in the streets of the city. Everyone was saying, "Arjun has come back." Arjun reached the palace. Tai fell at the feet of his brothers Yudhishthir and Bheem. Nakul and Sahdev received his warm embrace. He told them all about his wanderings and about his love affair at Dwarika, about his marriage with Subhadra, the sister of Balram and Krishna. He then went to Drupadi. She smiled archly at him and said, "Do not worry. I have already met the milkmaid. She is very beautiful." She took the coy Subhadra in her arms and said, "Who can resist you and your beauty? You have won my heart already, within a few moments. What chances could poor Arjun have had against your charms?" A few days later the Vrishnis arrived in Indraprastha with costly gifts and precious gems, and 1,000 beautiful things as their dowry for Subhadra. They came to celebrate the wedding of Arjun and Subhadra. They all stayed in Indraprastha for a few days after the wedding. A few days later, Balram, with all his attendants and the other Vrishnis, returned to Dwarika. Krishna, however, did not return with them. He stayed on in Indraprastha with the Pandavs. 44. The hungry Brahmin. It was now summer. The heat was unbearable. One day in the morning before the sun had appeared, Arjun went to Krishna and said, "Krishna, the heat is unbearable. Let us go to the banks of the river Yamuna. It is so near. Let us spend the day there and return home in the evening." Krishna welcomed the suggestion with enthusiasm. They got Yudhishthir's permission, and they all set out for the banks of the river where there was a great forest. It was called Kandav. It was said that the rays of the sun could not penetrate into the place, so dense was the growth of the trees. It was inhabited by wild animals. It was the home of the serpent king Takshak. There was something terrifying about the appearance of the forest. It had a strange fascination for the two friends. They camped on the banks of the river. It was cool and very pleasant to stroll along the banks of the Yamuna. Krishna had a special affection for this river. It was the river which was part of his boyhood days. He remembered the home of Nanda, the king of the cowherds. He thought of his mother in Gokul, Yasoda, and her love for him. He thought of Radha and the place where they were wont to meet. It was a bower covered by jasmine creepers. Even now the perfume was borne to him by the wandering breeze. Krishna sighed. He told Arjun about the many incidents of those days. He wondered what Radha was doing now. He remembered with pain the day when Akrur came to Gokul to take him, and his brother Balram to Mathura. The memory of the agony with which he bade goodbye to his beloved was still fresh in his mind. Years had passed. He now had Rukmini and Satyabhama. They were dear to him. But Radha was the one woman who had captured his entire heart. It was all years ago. But time had not dulled the edge of pain. Krishna's love for Radha was the same as it then had been. Radha was the northern star round which his thoughts wheeled their course, as the mandala of the 7 rishis did round Dhruva. She was constant as the northern star in her love for him. He would never meet her, he knew. He would meet her in the world beyond. But that was not to be in the near future. So many things had to happen in the world before he could go to Radha. It was like the longing of the soul for God, this anguished yearning for Radha, for the touch of her hand on his fevered brow. With a sigh, Krishna shook off these thoughts of the long ago which tugged at his heartstrings. The sun had reached the high heavens. It was almost noon. They had all finished their repast. The rest of the party was in the tents, Draupadi, Subhadra and Satyabhama. Krishna and Arjun went along the banks of the river once again. It held them in thrall, that forest. It could be seen very clearly now. They sat on a tree trunk in a grove on the fringe of the forest. When they were just seated comfortably, there came to their presence a Brahmin. His form was glowing like molten gold. His beard was red. His eyes were red. He himself was red like the sun just risen. Krishna and Arjun got up and honored the Brahmin. He said, "I am hungry, very hungry. You must, both of you, satisfy my hunger." They said, "If you will tell us what you want, we will certainly arrange to have it prepared for you. What kind of food do you favor?" The Brahmin smiled and said, "Ordinary food cannot satisfy me. I am Agni. For a long time, I have been waiting for your coming. I have been told about you. I know that you are the only 2 people who will make me realize my dream. I have been trying again and again to swallow this huge, big Kandav forest. But I have not been able to do it. Lord Indra has a friend called Takshak. He is the Serpent King. This forest is the home of Takshak. So whenever I try to burn it, this Indra sends down a heavy shower of rain, and I am unable to do anything about it. You are both proficient in archery, and you are familiar with the divine astras. If you undertake to ward off the rain by means of your arrows, I can burn to my heart's content. I beg this boon of you both." Krishna and Arjun were amazed at this unusual request. They welcomed this adventure. Arjun said, "You are right about one thing. I have divine astras and so has Krishna. We can easily ward off the rain sent by Indra. But I have no bow powerful enough to stand the astras. I need a strong bow, and it should be endowed with superhuman qualities to make our task easy. I also need a quiver from which arrows will flow endlessly. My chariot too is not quick enough or powerful enough for the task ahead of us. The horses must be the fleetest in the world if I have to succeed in this defense of the forest against the king of the heavens. I assure you I can help you if only you can furnish me with the things I have now mentioned. As for Krishan, he is more powerful than all the weapons of the heavens put together. Agni appreciated his arguments. He summoned Varun, the lord of the oceans. He said, Varun, you have with you a divine bow given to you by Soma, also 2 quivers which can never become empty. Please give them to Arjun. Please give him a chariot with fast horses. Today Arjun is going to perform a great deed with the help of Krishan. Please give these things to Arjun. I have given them already, said Varun. He went and brought a beautiful bow for Arjun. It was famed throughout the world and the other worlds by the name Gandav. It was gifted with rare powers. No warrior who owned it could meet with defeat. It was very beautiful. Varun brought 2 quivers of arrows. The streams of arrows from these quivers would be endless. A chariot was brought. The flag was the emblem of a monkey. It was fitted with 4 horses. They were white. They flew faster than wind or the mind even. This was the chariot which helped the Devas to win the war against the Asuras. It glowed like a new cloud lit up by the sun. The noise made by the chariot thrilled Arjun's heart. Arjun was overcome with gratitude and happiness. He was humble before the gods who had favored him. He made a pradakshina of the chariot. He took up the great Gandav in his hand after saluting it. He strapped the 2 quivers to his shoulders. He prostrated before Agni and then he strung the bow. The twang of the string was terrible. It thrilled Arjun as nothing else had so far. Agni gave the chakra to Krishan. He said, with this chakra you can defeat anyone. No deva will be able to defy you. The name of this chakra is Sudarshan. This is, in fact, yours. In days of yore this was the weapon with which you vanquished the Daityas. It is returning to you after a long time. Varun then gave a mace by name Kamadaki to Krishan. Arjun and Krishan were immensely pleased with their acquisitions. Arjun ascended the chariot. They spoke to Agni, fully equipped as we are, with all the weapons that we needed, we can face anyone. Why should you be scared of Indra now? Agni, pleased beyond measure, assumed the form of flames and began the destruction of the great Kandav forest. Flames enveloped the forest on all sides. 45. The burning of the Kandav forest. The noise of the burning could be heard to a great distance. The 2 defenders, Arjun and Krishan, went round the forest taking care not to let any living thing escape from the burning flames. There was absolutely no chance of escape with these 2, like messengers of death, keeping jealous watch over the forest. There were birds which tried to rise up out of reach of the flames. The arrows of Arjun hit them, and they dropped back into the leaping flames. The fire had now reached a stage when it would not be possible to quench it. There was great commotion in the heavens. News reached Indra that the Kandav forest was being devoured by Agni. The gods went to him in a deputation and asked him to stop it. Indra could not believe that Agni had courage enough to defy him and his rain clouds. He wanted to see how it had happened. From the high heavens Indra saw his son Arjun and Krishan bent on helping Agni to destroy the forest. He decided to defend the forest from this onslaught. The sky was now dark, with the rain clouds which collected fast. The rains came. It was no ordinary downpour. If the fire resembled the burning up of the entire world at the end of time, the rains looked like the great deluge at the end of time. Each in itself could destroy the world. But they were now aimed at each other. The world, perhaps, would be saved. Such was the intensity of both the forces of nature. The rams came down in torrents. The heat was so great that before the water reached the earth it was dried up into steam. Indra was furious. He summoned his favorite clouds, Pushkala and Avartika. The rain was now quite different. It looked like huge columns of water descending on the earth. Arjun was not worried. He built a blanket of arrows enveloping the forest on all sides. Not a drop of water could reach the forest. At the time of the burning Takshak, the Serpent King was away from the Kandav forest. His son Asvasna was caught up in the fire. He and his mother tried to get out of the forest. But Arjun would not let them. The mother said, "My son, you must try and escape. I will distract the attention of Arjun, and you must escape then." The son had to obey the mother. She rose up in the sky, and seeing her, Arjun killed her with 3 sharp arrows. Indra saw the state of affairs. He overpowered Arjun with a sudden deluge of water, and allowed the snake prince to escape. Furious at the deceit practiced upon him, Arjun assaulted Indra. Indra sent all the divine astras he had. He sent the Vayavastra. A terrible wind blew, trying to put out the fire. Arjun knew how to counteract this astra. The 2 defenders Krishna and Arjun were very angry with Indra. The fight was terrible. Indra now took up his vajra to hurl it at these mortals who had dared to defy him. Looking at the anger of Indra, all the other gods took up their weapons to help him. Yama with his mace, Kuber with his reputed club, Varun with his noose, Rudra with his trident, were all their intent on destroying the 2 human beings who had the audacity to fight with the king of the heavens. The rishis who had assembled there watched the fight with amazement. Indra was immensely pleased with his son. The fight went on, so did the burning of the forest. Neither showed signs of abating in fury. A voice from the heavens spoke, "Indra, you must desist from your attempts to stop this fire. Your friend Takshak is not in the forest. You have also helped his son to escape. It is not possible for you to defeat these 2 men. They are Nar and Narayan. They are invincible. It will be better if you stop this unnatural war with your son." Indra gave up fighting. He came to Krishna and Arjun and said, "Together, you have today achieved a feat impossible even for the gods. You can ask any boon of me. I am pleased with you." Krishna shook his head gently and stood aside smiling. Arjun was excited at the sight of his father. He fell at his feet and said, "Please give me all the divine astras you have." Indra said, "Surely I will give them to you. But the time is not ripe enough. When the Lord of Lords, Sankar, gives you his Pashupata, then I will give you my astras." Indra went back to his heavenly abode. There was an Asura called Maya. He was caught in the flames. He was trying to get out of the fire. Krishna saw him and raised his chakra to destroy him. Maya, frantic with despair, rushed to Arjun and fell at his feet. He begged him for mercy and pity. Arjun said, "Do not be afraid. You will not be harmed." Krishna allowed him to live since Arjun had granted him life. The fire raged on for hours. The entire forest was burnt to ashes. Agni went to the 2 friends and said, "I am now satisfied. With your help I have been able to realize my dream of the last so many years. I have been able to do the impossible with your help." He blessed them and disappeared from their sight. Krishna and Arjun walked towards the coolness of the river Yamuna. It was very welcome. The cool breeze comforted their tired limbs. The episode of the Kandav seemed like a dream now, so refreshing was the breeze blowing from the waters of the river. The river comforted them like the caress of a mother. They were there for a while. Krishna and Arjun got up from the tree trunk on which they were sitting. They thought of returning to the camp and from there to Indraprastha. It was time to go and make preparations for the return. The sun had reached the western hill. The evening clouds were lit up like lamps at a feast. Soon the tropical night would suddenly descend on them like a cloak. They had to hurry. End of Adi Parva.